with. But first of all, let's delve into the stories of the rich global audiences. Every year, the festival celebrates dramatic features, documentaries, and shorts, bringing together filmmakers and fans from across Africa and the diaspora. But beyond the industry buzz, the festival is always about the films, and this year's winners reflected the diversity, creativity, and talent thriving across Africa and the diaspora. This year's edition themed Rhythms of the Continent, the Afrobeat film movement, introduced a dedicated film and continent marketplace, taking African cinema into a new commercial era. The marketplace makes it easier for filmmakers, distributors, and investors to connect, license content, and co-produce films, boosting African films' reach worldwide. The festival also partnered with MTN, Africa's biggest telecom company, to create global exposure opportunities for indigenous films. Industry sessions covered distribution, marketing, and content commissioning, while international collaborations brought filmmakers from Nigeria together with peers in France, Germany, South Africa, Brazil, and the United States of America. Bovi and Veneta hosted the event, showcasing Africa's creativity and giving audiences a front row seat to the continent's best films. So yes, we've been talking about this Afro for the past 1 month or more, and yeah, it happened during the weekend. So congratulations to each and every person that got an award or was honored in that particular event. I'm so proud of this particular event because it brings together Africa, Africa continents and countries, their creativity, their films, and everything that has to do with Africa, not just Nigeria, but Africa in general. And I like the way they actually handled the jury. They didn't just mix it, they didn't just give it to just one particular country. They had to mix different kind of countries. We have the likes of USA, people from USA, France, and all the rest of them. So congratulations to each and every person that got an award at the AFRIF during the weekend. Now, it was a night of glamour, excellence, and inspiration as the Future Awards Africa celebrated the continent's brightest young achievers at its 2025 edition held on Sunday at the Landmark Event Center in Lagos. Themed Thread of Legacy, the 19th edition of the prestigious awards recognized individuals shaping Africa's future through innovation, creativity, and leadership across diverse sectors, including governance, technology, sports, entrepreneurship, and the art, hosted by Nollywood actor Mike Afolarin and media personality Aziz Hashim. The ceremony brought together notable figures from entertainment, business, and public service in a celebration that seamlessly blended style and substance. Content creator Miriam Taoma Apokagi emerged winner of the prize for content creation, while Super Falcon forward Rashidat Ajibade clinched the prize for sports in recognition of her outstanding contributions to Nigeria and Africa football. Veteran comedian Ali Baba received the honorary prize for service to young people for his decades of mentorship and his immense contributions to the creative industry. The highlights of the evening came when Fola David, a medical doctor and visual artist known for merging creativity with social impact, was named Young Person of the Year. Other winners across various categories reflected the diversity and dynamism of Africa's new generation of leaders and innovators. I'm so proud. I don't know. Now, they're not just giving accolades and awards to just actors, artists, and music producers, managers, and all. They now give accolades to content creators, people that train people, producers. Let me even shock you, script writers. They tend to give them award because, I mean, your crafts and your brain work is actually acknowledged, and we see it. I mean, without you, this cannot be complete. It's more like working without your two hands or working without your two legs. So congratulations to all of them, Bovi, Taoma, name them. Congratulations to each. It seems like the weekend was filled with lots of events and honors. Anyways, let's move forward. Delta North Senator Ned Nwoko has said that his actress wife, Regina Daniels, must go for rehabilitation to tackle drug abuse and safeguard her well-being. This was as the lawmaker said he must see her alive and healthy to raise their children. Walker said this is an interview with Newsroom on Sunday, stressing that the decision was necessary for 25-year-old actress to be in the right state of mind to raise their 2 children. According to the lawmaker, his stance followed a series of alarming toxicology reports indicating high level of harmful substances in Daniel's system. He further stated that his wife's calm personality had changed in recent months as she began exhibiting violent and destructive behavior alongside recurring health crises. I mean, if not because of him, we wouldn't have even known that Regina Daniels is into drugs or abuse drugs and alcohol and things like that. Well, she made a post on her Instagram yesterday, being Sunday. She said a whole lot of things. She said a whole lot of things of how he locks her up, seizes her phone, forces himself on her, and a whole lot of things that is supposed to have been covered as a family and as a couple. Like I always say, they should take their matter out of social media and resolve it amicably. But the young lady doesn't even want to go to the rehab, right? I don't know, maybe she feels she's okay and there's no need for her to go to the rehab. But her husband, on the other hand, said, no, you're not in your right frame of mind. We need to take you to the rehab, right? But are you taking somebody to the rehab when the person is filing for a divorce? According to him, you have to be in the right frame of mind to be able to take care of our children. But she doesn't even want to go. She doesn't feel like it's necessary. She even feels her life is in more danger if she goes to that rehabilitation center. So at this point, what do we do? Because I feel this is one of the reasons why she also left the house and bought herself a house. This rehabilitation story is one of the reasons too that from time to time things keep coming up. Oh, her brother is being locked up, her mother is being locked up, oh, he's being released, and some sort. I mean, if he had not come up on social media to say that, oh, she's a drug addict, she abused drugs and alcohol and all that, we wouldn't have known. But she had to tell us how she even started in the first place, that, oh, he usually asks her to take this so that she can feel or be or seem or act romantic when she's with him. I'm so sorry for her. I mean, yeah, people go through a whole lot when it comes to marriage and all that, but it seems Regina Daniel is not even interested in going to the rehabilitation center to take care of herself, just as her husband, the senator, said. Okay, now at Isara Gracio, the executive director of the Miss Universe organization, has been dismissed from the 2025 pageant after humiliating Miss Mexico. During the pre-pageant ceremony in Thailand, Thai businessman called Miss Mexico Fatima Bosch dumb for not posting promotional content on her social media platform. Reacting to him, Bosch, who described Nawat's action as disrespectful and undermining, walked out with some contestants from other countries in a show of solidarity with her. However, responding to the incident, the president of Miss Universe, Ro Rocha, in an Instagram video, announced that Nawat Isragrisi has been sanctioned and dismissed from this year's pageant, emphasizing that she won't let the values, respect, and dignity of women be violated. I think the whole problem here is the fact that he called her dumb, right? And the manner he was actually talking to her, because if maybe what she did is right, other people would not leave. They won't leave that place with her. Immediately she stood up, she left. We actually reviewed this to you during the weekend. That was on Friday. Then it was literally trending. And you know, while they were walking out, he was shouting security. No, I think the security he called was even the problem, because why on earth are you calling the security on me? We're having a conversation, or let's say maybe an argument, that all right, I did not post this on my social media, so why are you calling me dumb for not doing that? And I'm replying and responding to you, you're calling the security. And I think that was what made her leave the place. Another contestant left. According to them, you had to you pinched something in them. It affected their respect and dignity as women. She said women are not treated like this in where she come from. So he's been suspended and dismissed till further notice. Okay. The art installation Forest Winter Lights is setting the mood for the Christmas season like only Berlin can. Visitors can stake on an ice rink plunged in an ever-changing light show to the electronic beats composed by Dutch artist Chris Kilton. From the ceiling hang disco balls and 600 Christmas trees upside down. While the mood goes from mellow to moved and even somber, Border wants the visitors to undergo an emotional journey through the different stages one can experience during the winter and Christmas season. Spending time at the installation is what gives the visitors the depth of the experience, Border says. The music intended to retell the stories of this season, from footsteps to the snow to the excitement that children have at Christmas. Whoever comes for a snapshot one can post on social media platforms would miss out. According to Border, since its opening on November 7, the show has received every positive feedback. Situated to the outskirts of Berlin, the installation will run until February 15, 2025. Take a look.
schön.
Ja?
Ja, richtig cool.
Ja, hier in der Halle hinter mir, das ist
Yes, here in the hall behind me, this is Forest Winter Lights.
Das ist unsere neue Halle.
so we're here on the Dark Matter site. This is our new hall, Transformator, and this year we have 600 Christmas trees with 250,000 lights, a 400 square meter ice rink and a light show that lasts almost an hour. Hopefully, all of this together will create a really nice Christmas atmosphere. You go through all the different emotional stages that you experience during the winter and Christmas season. From pure joy and loving each other to contemplation and a slightly darker mood. Yes, I would say that it plays a little on the emotional spectrum that you go through in winter. You have to get into it if you just go in there quickly and think, okay, that's the one look. Yes, you can do that. But if you sit there for an hour, or some people sit there even longer, then you really get into the mood, into this little story that we have going on there, so to speak. If you listen to it, the sound, it's a composition by a Dutch artist. There, too, the various elements of winter and Christmas are depicted. So footsteps in the snow, what falling snow sounds like, but also the excitement that children have at Christmas. We try to transform that into a light sculpture and a show. And that's the difference between that and a snapshot that you can see on TikTok or Instagram. At least, that's how I feel about it, a typical Berlin mix. On the one hand, there's the traditional Christmas spirit, very German, with illuminated trees, but then there's the mix with electronic music. The entire soundtrack is electronic. Berlin stands for techno. We have parts in there that you can dance to if you want. And for me, that's Berlin, and also the fact that it's in an old industrial hall. That's also a typical Berlin thing, where creative people refurbish old halls and old buildings. And here it's simply this contrast between classic Christmas, old industrial ruins and Berlin techno. For me, that's Berlin.
Seems you're already in the spirit of Christmas before we here in Nigeria. Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segments. We'll go on a short break, and up next is Social Trend, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the social trend segment. We'll be talking about Ashake makes history as first African artist at Red Bull Symphonic in Brooklyn. Nigerian Afrobeat star Ashake headlined the U.S. edition of Red Bull Symphonic at Brooklyn's King Theater on Saturday, becoming the first African artist to do so. With a 33-piece orchestra reimagining his hits like Lonely at the Top and Terminator in a fusion of Afrobeat and classical music. Surprise guests including Wizkid, Ghana, Central C, Tycola, and Friday joined the collaboration, such as MMS and Happiness, showcasing Ashake's global ties during the sold-out show. Ashake previewed an unreleased track for his upcoming album, Mr. Money, featuring lyrics on faith, perseverance, and hard work. Take a look.
With my money, no they tell me story. Mr. Money, my people they money. By me, the designer, the lifestyle, the desire, the father. I need a leader, I need go far. No they wear the yesterday, I need my life no sound, but give me that bamboo. Carry your one like a baby, me go down low. She love bad man gangsta. I love live like gangsta. Shake it so nice now. Come and do the man that I'm flavor. Panichina, my guy, mamacita, must be the top. Je sais pas où je vais passer la night. Dans ma cara ou ma bella, c'est des îles des favelas, et là. Je sais pas où je vais passer la night. Dans ma cara ou ma bella, c'est des îles des favelas, et là. This is my life, I ain't gonna lie, this is my dream. I sit back, boy, we get on. Thank God today I like more blessings, he carry and carry. I know stand anybody, the way see me, like see, I feel more than that. If my life is sound, baby, me go down low.
That was a beautiful performance by Ashake at Red Bull Symphonic in Brooklyn. Alright, that's all we have for you in the social trend. We'll go on a short break, and up next is an interview and conversation we will be having with our guests. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In today's entertainment world, beauty standards seem to shift every day, from social media filter to the rise of cosmetic surgeries and perfect body type dominating our screens. Yet, behind the glamour, many actors have shared their struggles, from being judged by their looks to losing roles simply because they don't fit a certain body image. My guest today knows this world well. She's not only a talented actress, but also someone who speaks openly about staying true to herself, balancing career and family, and maintaining confidence in an industry that often prioritizes appearance. The beautiful and inspiring Joy ENUGU is live here with us as we dive into body image and beauty pressure into this entertainment industry. She's blushing. Thank you so much for coming. I love the way you look.
Wow.
All right, so let's talk, right? You know, we tend to see so many people that want to come into the entertainment industry, especially to act movies and all that, complain. The likes of this content creator that had this nose surgery, and he said he has lost so many opportunities, roles, and you know, things like that because of his nose and the way his body look, and not just him. So what would you say about this particular trend? Because I mean, it's becoming something that is something they blew to the air, that everybody needs to work on their body and all that.
Yes, I would say that the pressure of how people look in industry is much. There's too much pressure on people's look, you know, and that has really made people to believe that you have to look a certain way for you to belong or to become a celeb, you know. So, but
All right, hold your thoughts. They said we should go on a break. All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with that particular conversation, which you don't want to miss out on.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. So back to you, Joy ENUGU.
Like I said, there's a lot of pressure in the industry today on how a celebrity or maybe an actor should look, and that has been affecting people, like you said. But for us, the mature ones, it's not shaking us.
But how do you feel about it, though? I don't know. Is it right? Because I mean, it's becoming something else for women. You tend to see so many of them do these Brazilian butt lifts, facelifts, fuller lifts and all that. What do you think about that as a mother and an elderly person?
I don't see anything wrong in that, because I see it as people's choice. Everyone has the right to look the way they want to look. But the only thing I have issues in is when people are doing it just because they want to belong, or maybe because you want to be an actor, because your physical look will not give the world, the audience, what they need. It's only what you have got to show, the talent, the depth and the emotions you give when acting.
All right, so now you've already answered my next question, but I'm still going to ask that. Right? Now, do you think the way you look, your appearance, does more than your talent? I mean, like they say, the eyes needs to feed before whatever that comes out of you.
I do not believe that, because like I told you, when it comes to interpretation of roles, what gives it power is the depth, the emotion and the experience, and not the physical perfection. Yes.
All right. Now, you've been praised for your natural beauty and strong presence on screen. Have you ever faced a situation where your looks or body type affected the kind of role you were offered?
Oh yes, that has happened though. Yes, there's several occasions when they will tell you, Mama, I think you look too fat for this role, and maybe short, you don't have the height and all that. But it doesn't push me, because I believe if the storyline is meant for me, the person is supposed to know before calling me for the role. So calling me out and telling me I don't fit into the role again means you never knew what you wanted. Yes, they've done that several, but it doesn't shake me, because my motivation in this job is to inspire people. As long as you give me a role that I can interpret and that inspires even one person, I'm good. So that has happened severally, but
that didn't make you feel some kind of way?
No.
All right, now we tend to know that you once said you dread playing overly sexual role. I mean, it's not something that was that choice ever misunderstood by producers or directors?
Yes, they did. Some of them, said I wasn't ready to be an actor. That as an actor, I should be versatile. I shouldn't, be. But I didn't really say that when I was young. I wasn't afraid of taking some roles. It was after my marriage that I started choosing the kind of roles that I play, especially that type. I didn't want it because of my marriage and family, you know.
You know, this has actually been a problem for most young men. They find it difficult to want to marry actresses, all because of this rule. So do you think taking this particular role can affect your marriage, or it does? Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Because one thing about acting is just that this is not who the person is. We are just there to interpret someone's character, you know, to inspire people. So I don't know why people always misjudge us and say that whatever you act in the movie, that's who you are. It's not true. Like me, most times they give me this mother roles, like nagging mother and all that, but I can do more than that. Like, yes, I can do more than that. They try to stereotype mothers that every role you play must be nagging or you're emotional, hungry, suffering. They don't believe mothers can be glamorous, play glamorous scenes and all that. So you see, you should understand where I'm coming from.
I think I kind of do, you know. So let's talk about your journey. How has it been being an actress for quite some time now?
Like, you know, it's been a long time I entered the industry. I left before my marriage just because I decided to, yeah. And my return has been beautiful because I came back with my experience, with the last experience I had. It wasn't difficult for me.
Yeah.
So when I came back, I went straight to auditions, did 1 or 2 auditions, then the producers got my contact and we started working, and ever since then I haven't been going for auditions. They just send the script, we do negotiation via WhatsApp or maybe message, and then I meet them on set and work for them. So it has been beautiful and smoother than when I was young.
All right, that's impressive. So how do you feel when you see fans compare natural bodies to surgical enhanced ones, especially for actresses? And you know, these things tend to happen on social media. How do you feel when you see them body shame? Let's use that word, body shame most of these actors.
I feel very bad to see that, because it's very wrong to body shame people, because as long as the industry is concerned, there's rules for every kind of shape, for every color and height. So most times I believe it's the producers that pressure people. They will be like telling the actor, you must look this way. You know, there's this belief that once you are a star or an actor, you must have this curvy figure. For the guys, you must have muscles and all that. I don't see how, if like as a mother that I am now, I cannot tell you that all my sons have muscles. The boys, they have macho. Not all of them have that kind of broad shoulder. And you will tell me they're no longer men, or that they don't act like men. Yeah. I feel very bad when they body shame people, because everybody is created special. Everybody is beautiful the way they are created. You know, putting all those pressures on them has caused a lot of harm in the life of our youths, and that's bad.
So, but don't you think, if maybe because recently a particular actor whom is this big complained that because of his body size and body type, they tend to give him just one particular role to play, and they don't want to know if he can play other role. So don't you think, you know, doing those body surgeries and all that, working on yourself, can give you more edge to, you know, trying other roles?
I don't believe that, because stories are much. So if that particular role they've told you that because you're not big you can't play, it didn't work out, you wait for the one that will come out. That's what I believe, because I don't believe it's right for you to, you know, go all the way to do things because you want to fit into someone's beauty style, or you know, whatever. So I believe if the role is meant for you, you can still interpret it, because what gives roles power is your experience, the talent and the emotions you give when acting, and not just that physical look.
Impressive. Impressive. So what do you think producers and directors can do to create a fairer space where talent, not body type, drives casting?
Yes, I keep saying that. I've even told it to some of the producers I know, that they should create space and make stories more authentic. It should, there should be authenticity in the stories they do, not us living the other way around, because most times it's fake. Most of the stories comes out to become fake storylines, because in Africa here, especially Igbo, most of the things we display on screen is not what we do at home. That's not the lifestyle we do. So it would be nice they write stories related to our lifestyle, our way of living here, so that people can interpret it the way it is. Like me, that always play mother role. You don't expect me to go and start doing surgery and all that to change my body. I have to look like a mother that I am, and I believe that is authenticity. Because when I'm acting with the shape I have created for myself, I may not look like the mother that I'm supposed to be if I am given a mother role. Maybe that surgery I went through because of a particular role, maybe where I will play a younger character and I will change my body. So do I have to change it again to look like a mother when I'm playing a mother role? So my advice to the producers is that they should make our stories look authentic. So if we are interpreting, we'll interpret it the way it is. I mean, families, everybody mustn't be that curvy and all that. Everybody is beautiful in the way he or she is created, and I believe there are characters as we are different.
Absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Now in 2021, you acted Elozuna.
Elozuna, yes.
If you can remember.
As an old film.
Yeah. And you acted as Mama Sandra. How was it? What was it like playing that particular role?
I wouldn't lie to you. That Elozuna movie, I won't really. I've done a lot of movies. I cannot tell you how it was, but I know there's no role I interpreted without doing it the way it is. I always give it back the way it is.
So you don't want to go into details. all right. So finally, what's the definition of beauty, and has it changed since you joined the film industry?
In my early days in the industry, I was seeing beauty in a different way. Like we discussed, you have to look at a certain way, to be called a beautiful person. Now that I'm here, I have come to realize that's not beauty. Beauty is the peace you have, the peace of mind and self-acceptance, and working in who you are. That is what I call beauty. Yes.
I totally agree with you.
Yes.
You sound like a mother. So I'll ask you one more question before you go. You are a mother and a professional.
Okay.
What values about body image and confidence do you try to teach your kids?
I always make my children to understand that they are beautiful the way they are. I try to let them understand they have to accept themselves. Yes, be kind. And that is the beauty first. If once a child or youth starts having this pressure that you need to do something, your curve is not that good and your boobs, it affects them. I'm talking with experience. It affected one of my teenage daughters at a time. I had to call her to her and tell her and describe her beauty for her, made her understand who she is, and since then, you need to see my girl. She believed in herself and started working confidently and relaxed mind. She doesn't bother anymore. She will tell you that she's the prettiest, and for real, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
I totally agree with you. All right, now what advice do you give to actors or teenagers or people out there that are thinking of going into movies but they feel their body is not perfect for it?
My advice for them is that they are perfect the way they were created, the way God created. They are beautiful. They can do it. There are roles for them. If you are fat, come into the industry. There are roles for fat people. If you are slim, there's role for a slimmer person. So see, all these things, I believe social media contributed to it. Make things better and worse. You understand? Yeah. And that is why it's as if before they come into the industry, they will have to go all the way to do that, their body enhancement. But it's not. I'm advising them to come in. There is role for everybody. Your shape, your height, your color doesn't matter. Yes. What matters is what you will give us, the talent.
your emotions and the depth when you are interpreting a role.
Emphasis on emotions.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Joy ENUGU. I enjoy your movies actually, especially the nagging mother role. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you had a great time doing this.
All right.
All right, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had a great time, from the stories to social trend and of course the conversation. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely. In the headlines, Senate moves to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy framework. Nigerians call for diplomatic solution to Trump's threat over alleged genocide. House Minority Leader Jeffries says Democrats prepared for legislative fight over funding bill. And Rivers United Football Club deepens Kun Khalifat's misery as Rimo Stars return to winning ways. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Senate is taking decisive steps to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy through a new legislative framework. At a public hearing in Abuja, lawmakers assured that the proposed National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill will complement rather than conflict with existing laws guiding agencies in the communications and digital innovation sector.
The proposed legislation seeks to establish a comprehensive digital governance framework and promote data sharing, e-documentation, and interagency connectivity. This is in compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. Chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, Shaibu Afolabi, further explained the idea behind the bill.
This law is the equivalent of an enterprise architecture. You have to have the pillars for cybercrime or cyber security law. You are going to have your SCC. The only thing we are worried about, which we are taking enough caution, is to ensure that there are no duplications of variety. And that's why you see reference in this bill to Data Protection Act. I mentioned something earlier on that somebody said, oh, our data should be localized inside Nigeria. It's not for this bill. What is to simply say that all our automation processes should or shall now comply with the provisions of Data Protection Act.
The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, described the bill as a landmark policy tool capable of transforming public service delivery and positioning Nigeria as a leader in digital governance across Africa.
We talk a lot about being the first on the African continent, and people think it's about bragging. As a nation that represents anywhere close to 20%, if not more, of the black nation or the black people, we do have a responsibility to set the direction for how countries across the African continent will develop. If we're able to allow Nigeria to rise, the rest of Africa will rise. And the leadership we're seeing on display today and over the past month and the last 2 years is an example of how the legislators will work with the executive, with the private sector and civil society to give Nigeria the future that we deserve.
The Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation raised concerns over certain provisions, urging lawmakers to align the bill with existing public service rules and ongoing civil service reforms. The Senate committee is expected to review all submissions before forwarding its final reports for consideration and passage by upper chamber.
The House of Representatives on Monday commenced a sweeping investigation into the management of over $4.6 billion in health sector grants received by Nigeria from the Global Fund and the United States Agency for International Development between 2021 and 2025. The inquiry led by the House Committee on Infectious Diseases seeks to determine how $2.8 billion from the Global Fund and $1.8 billion from USAID, both aimed at combating HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, as well as strengthening Nigeria's health systems, were utilized. Speaking at the inauguration of the investigative hearing in Abuja, Committee Chairman Amobi Oga said the probe was necessary to promote transparency and ensure that international aid targeting Nigeria's health challenges delivers tangible results. The House, during plenary on October 21, 2025, had mandated the former Committee on HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria to investigate the matter. Oga commended the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, for expanding the committee's mandate and renaming it the Committee on Infectious Diseases to reflect broader public health oversight. He said the exercise was designed to scrutinize how these funds were applied, noting that about 90% of Nigeria's disease control programs are financed by foreign partners. He also emphasized that Nigeria must take ownership of donor-funded projects to ensure alignment with national health priorities. Nigerians have continued to react to the threat by the United States President over the alleged widespread genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Some of those who spoke on the issue suggested a diplomatic solution rather than throwing tantrums on the U.S. strongman. Our correspondent has been following up on the issue and the accompanying controversy. In early November 2025, President Donald Trump of the United States made a public statement concerning his perception of religious violence in Nigeria. He accused the Nigerian government of permitting a campaign of persecution against Christians and warned that the U.S. would immediately stop all aid and assistance and might go in guns a-blazing to eliminate what he described as Islamic terrorists committing mass killings of Christians.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
He went ahead to say that the U.S. Department of Defense had been instructed to prepare for possible action in Nigeria. The Nigerian government rejected the characterization of state-backed Christian genocide. In a statement, President Bola Tinubu emphasized that Nigeria is a democracy with constitutional protections for freedom of religion, and that portraying it as religiously intolerant did not reflect reality.
We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country. The task ahead is immense, but it's our resolve to move forward with unity and purpose, guided by renewed hope agenda, to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria.
While some people agree with Trump that the claim is real, others pointed out that the violence in Nigeria is multi-layered, rooted not solely in faith, but also in ethnic conflict,
land/herder disputes, banditry and weak state capacity. They warned that framing it purely as a religious genocide oversimplifies the situation. The situation took a dramatic exchange between the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and his deputy Barrow Jibrin, who asked Akpabio if he was afraid of the US president.
You are not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying this time, the Senate President of Nigeria did not answer President Trump. And that the quotation is meant to cause diplomatic row. It is the presidency that will answer President Trump. It's only then that the Senate President can make a comment. Not somebody sitting in his bedroom to talk nonsense.
Mr. President, Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
In this case, I did not say my mind.
I'm coming. Don't be scared. I can say.
I said
I'm not scared of Trump. I will
can
say
the
my
Senate
mind.
President of a country be scared?
I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a deputy Senate President. I can speak on behalf of Nigeria. I'm not scared of Trump.
But
So
do not allow others to speak for you.
Don't be scared of Trump.
Get
you
something.
can say your mind about Trump.
Get something.
We are a sovereign nation.
But get something. Don't allow people to ascribe what you did not say to you.
You did wrong, but you didn't say it. That's correct. You didn't say it.
Yes.
But when
what
you
I'm
decide
saying
to say,
is that
you shouldn't be scared of saying anything.
No.
A security expert and global affairs analyst, Jackson Lekon Ojo, who lent his voice to the debate, noted that the killings affect all religions, blaming Nigerian leaders whom he said have lost values for human lives. Ojo, however, stated that Trump did not actually threaten Nigeria, but rather advised that the killings should be stopped, or he will be left with no option than to protect the lives of Christians in Nigeria by fishing out the hoodlums.
Mr. President Trump said enough is enough for the genocidal attack of Christians in Nigeria, and he advised that he implored the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to improve in their security approach to stop all this genocide against the Christians. Me, Jackson Lekon Ojo, I think I disagreed. I don't believe there was a calculated genocide against the Christians. The thousands of people that died in Zamfara State, almost 90% of them are Muslims.
Ojo advised the presidency and Nigeria to go about the perceived threat from US President diplomatically rather than throwing tantrums, warning that Trump is not somebody to be threatened.
It is just for us to prove that what we are talking is an information. That information may not be correct. It could be a misinformation. I think that is what the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should do. It's not to begin to issue counter threat and others.
National President of the South-South Youth Initiative, Comrade Xavier Oscar, agreed with Trump that Christians were being killed in Nigeria. He called on US President to intervene in liberating the nation from what he referred to as ongoing dictatorship and hijack of security agencies by the rich, leaving the masses to live at the mercy of the privileged few.
I think what Nigeria should be doing right now is that if the US president have decided to look into the case of Nigerians, then I'm quite sure that the Nigerians are happy about it. Why Nigerians are happy about it is very simple. Mr. President, like I said earlier, do not and have refused to prioritize the protection of lives and property in this country. Just recently, our security agencies were dying in the arms of Boko Haram. I can recall vividly how many army or soldiers were killed by Boko Haram. I can recall how many police officers were killed by Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. What has Mr. President done about it? Recently, if not a few months ago, I also watched on the news how many soldiers were crying in the desert when they were being faced by Fulani herdsmen, and they were crying for the loss of their family. Just recently, we know how many soldiers that was buried, that was given a mass burial because of the level of insecurity that we faced recently by the Fulani herdsmen.
Convener of the Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ibogidi, also refuted the claim that the killings were targeted at the Christian fold, saying it is a collective and common problem affecting all religions. Ibogidi, however, believes that the Trump genocide threat will help to reawaken Nigeria's security architecture. The ongoing controversy underscores the urgent need to strengthen internal governance, protect all citizens equitably, and engage in clear communication about the nature of the country's security challenges. In the end, building peace and security in Nigeria will depend much more on sustained cooperation and domestic. The Lagos State Command has reiterated its intention to arrest political activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore over alleged plans to incite violent protests in Lagos State. The Commissioner of Police, Olohundare Jimoh, said this during a strategic security meeting at the command headquarters in Ikeja on Monday. Jimoh stated that despite Sowore's invitation, he had failed to appear at the command headquarters. He explained that the declaration was made in accordance with Section 215 of the Nigerian Constitution, which empowers the Commissioner of Police to maintain law and order and protect lives and property. He added that despite an earlier letter from Sowore's lawyer expressing his intention to bring Sowore to the command, none of them had shown up. According to Jimoh, security operatives intercepted a group of about 300 persons allegedly mobilizing to disrupt the public peace on Lagos 3rd Mainland Bridge in the name of protest. He stated that 13 of them were apprehended and the vehicle containing loudspeakers and a generator intended for the protest was recovered. Jimoh dismissed social media criticisms of his decision to arrest Sowore as acts of ignorance, insisting that his actions were lawful and necessary to prevent disorder. He noted that he had not been served with any court order restraining the police from arresting the wanted activist. Jimoh directed all area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical units to apprehend Sowore wherever he is found, except within a courtroom. He emphasized that no individual or group would be allowed to destabilize the state under the guise of protest. The CP referenced the attempted protest on the 3rd Mainland Bridge on September 8 as an irresponsible act that posed a grave threat to public safety and the economy. About 100 terrorists have reportedly been killed as Boko Haram fighters engaged in a fierce battle with ISWAP, according to an exclusive report by counterinsurgency expert and security analyst Zagazola Makama on Monday. Boko Haram appears to be defeating ISWAP, overrunning several of their camps. The Boko Haram and ISWAP were locked in a fierce battle for control of strategic island settlements in Abama and Kokawa local government areas of Borno State. Makama disclosed that the clashes occurred between November 5 and 8, 2025 across key islands identified as Sahel 1, Dogon Chuku, Mangari, and the riverine basins of Tombon Guinea, Tombon Gadalu, Tombon Chanu, Magari, and Domba. The report stated that Boko Haram fighters led by Commandants Hassan Bodoma and Maud Hassan launched coordinated attacks on ISWAP positions using multiple motorized watercraft equipped with heavy weapons. The group reportedly advanced from Tombon Guinea through the upper river basin, striking ISWAP bases in an early morning assault described as an amphibious attack in insurgent style. The Benue State government has reiterated its commitment to resettling internally displaced persons, IDPs, in the state back to their ancestral lands. This was disclosed on Monday by the Executive Secretary of the State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, James Ipuru, during the distribution of food and non-food items to displaced persons. He was also represented by the head of administration, Donald Kongbenda, who said the state is desirous of peace to enable the safe return of displaced populations to their ancestral homes. He stated that the exercise marks another milestone in Governor Alia's commitment to bringing hope, relief, and dignity to displaced persons. According to him, through this intervention, food and non-food items will be distributed across 15 official IDP camps. Beyond meeting immediate needs, Governor Alia's administration is taking deliberate and strategic steps to restore livelihoods and rebuild communities. He added that in collaboration with partners, the agency had commenced the biometric review and issuance of new identity cards to IDPs in camps and host communities to ensure proper documentation and inclusion. He used the occasion to express appreciation to all international and local partners, as well as sister ministries, departments, and agencies for the continued collaboration. Up ahead, NAFDAC alert public on circulation of fake beta clox antibiotic. NACON cancelled slots allocation to states, slashes 2026 hash fares for Nigerians. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Various stakeholders and observer groups have continued to make their report known in the November 8th governorship election in Anambra State. Among the group is the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD West Africa, which commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for its performance while calling for reforms. Correspondent Lawrence Wimo reports.
In a post-election briefing in Oka, CDD West Africa acknowledged INEC's achievements, including the PVC collection rate, result upload on the IREF, and a generally peaceful voting environment. In the report, signed by Director of CDD West Africa, Daudu Garoba, and Chair, Election Analysis Center, Professor Victor Adetula, the group said despite the successes, the governorship election was marred by challenges. They identified the late arrival of officials, poor mobilization of voters, absence of issue-based campaigns, and absence of security personnel in some polling units.
I think, like you rightly said, that you are losing on both sides. One, in a system that is not delivering benefit to the people, and on the other side, also a system that an economy that is also losing what would have been gained that day. So if we live in a government or a system that delivers the benefits of voting, that deliver good governance to the people. Even when somebody is stretching his hand to give you 30,000 naira, 100 naira for your vote, you will also say it is not worth it, I cannot collect it.
The group also noted that vote buying was openly practiced in several local government areas in the full glare of security personnel, with party agents offering cash and deploying digital transfer methods to influence voters. According to them, voter turnout remained low at 21%, an improvement from 10% recorded in 2021, but reflective of deep disengagement, particularly among youths and marginalized groups. They also said women and persons with disabilities faced accessibility barriers and a lack of voting aid materials.
On one hand is the supply side, which is the government that is shutting down the economy for people to vote. On the other hand is also citizens and our interpretation of elections and behaviors around elections. Perhaps it's also because we are unable to be trusted around our behaviors on election days. The fear of violence could be the reason why the economy is shutting down. And I liken that to days of sanitation in our states.
CDD West Africa also flagged the role of disinformation, with 54% of tracked claims about the election deemed false and often targeting INEC, security agencies, and candidates to manipulate public perception.
INEC's operational capacity through timely funding, decentralized planning, and consistent communication. Such operational issues include logistics, mandatory real-time results publication via IREF, early voting for essential personnel, and adequate personnel training.
To address these issues, CDD West Africa urged election stakeholders to prioritize reforms ahead of the 2026 off-cycle and 2027 general election to strengthen Nigeria's electoral system. They recommended improved operational capacity via timely funding, decentralized planning, real-time result upload, and early voting for essential personnel. They also urged stakeholders to prioritize voter education, issue-based campaigns, internal democracy, and transparent financing. The group advocated for sustainable year-round security, tackling vote trading via good governance and civic education, and collaboration between media, CSOs, security, and INEC to counter disinformation and improve communication. From Oka, Lawrence Wimo, Signature TV News.
Civil society organization Yaga Africa has commended the upload of results from the Anambra governorship election on the INEC results viewing portal IREF. Reacting to the conduct of the election, the executive director of Yaga, Samson Itodu, said the portal performed optimally with the results 98% of polling units results already uploaded by 8 p.m. on Saturday. Itodu said the display of results on the portal was one of the key areas of Independent National Electoral Commission INEC performed well during the recently concluded election. He, however, complained of the high incidence of vote buying, even in the presence of security agencies, with the result of the election going in favor of the highest bidders. This act of impunity, he said, should be addressed to rebuild the confidence of the voters. During his screening in October, the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, George Amopeton, promised to audit IREF over the glitches recorded in the 2023 elections. The National Youth Service Corps says it has commenced the physical verification of credentials and travel documents for foreign-trained Nigerian graduates who registered for the 2025 Batch C service year. The verification, which commenced on Monday, will end on Wednesday across designated centers nationwide. A statement from the NYC management titled Notification of Physical Verification of Credentials and Travel Documents of Foreign Trained Graduates for the 2025 Batch C service year said the exercise is meant for prospective corps members whose documents are yet to be physically verified after completing their online registration. The system advised prospective corps members to strictly report on the date, time and venue specified on the verification slip as part of the measures to ensure orderliness and avoid overcrowding. It advised all participants to be present to present the original copies of their credentials and travel documents as uploaded online during registration. The NYC emphasized that only persons physically seen with credentials, physically verified and cleared would be deployed, exempted or excluded from national service. The Commission urged all concerned foreign-trained graduates to comply strictly with the instructions and appear at the designated centers as scheduled. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued a public alert over the circulation of a suspected substandard antibiotic, Beta-Clox. According to a statement released by the agency, the product contains fraudulent registration details and originates from an unverified source, posing a serious threat to public health. The alert followed a report from a retail outlet in Zaria, Kaduna State, which identified the suspicious product after purchasing it from a distributor in Kano. Investigations revealed that the NAFDAC registration number displayed on the fake Beta-Clox package actually belongs to mebendazole 500 mg, manufactured by Chile Limited, indicating a clear case of number misappropriation. The fake product, allegedly imported by Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited in Calabar, Cross River State. However, verification by NAFDAC confirmed that the genuine Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited is registered at number 101 MCC Road, Calabar, further exposing inconsistencies, suggesting unauthorized use of the company's identity. All NAFDAC zonal directors and state coordinators have been directed to conduct surveillance and mop up the falsified products across all regions. Members of the public are advised to report suspicious products to the nearest NAFDAC office or call their toll-free number. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has cancelled slot allocations for Hajj to states and adopted a new policy of first come, first served. According to a statement signed by NACON's Deputy Director of Information and Public Relations, Fatima Usaro, on behalf of the Chairman CEO, Professor Abdullahi Usman, the decision followed extensive consultations with relevant stakeholders and approval from the appropriate authorities. The Commission stated that previous slot allocations no longer apply. The Commission advised intending pilgrims to complete their Hajj fare remittances by December 5, 2025. Due to time constraints and the payment framework set by the Saudi authorities. It further noted that transfers into IBAN accounts take between 10 days to 2 weeks between being credited, which may be impossible to meet without the deadline being moved earlier, hence the December 5 deadline. The Chairman Forum of States, Alhaji Idris Al-Makura urged members to conclude their assignments in Saudi Arabia on time and return to Nigeria promptly to mobilize for Hajj registration, given the strict timeline to fill Nigeria's quota for the 2026 pilgrimage. Next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has reaffirmed that the ongoing bank recapitalization exercise is a major pillar in the country's plan to achieve a $1 trillion economy. The policy requires banks with international licenses to raise their minimum capital to 500 billion naira, while those with national licenses must reach 200 billion naira. According to the CBN, the new thresholds are designed to strengthen the financial system, enhance the resilience of banks, and expand their capacity to fund critical sectors of the economy. The Apex Bank says Nigeria cannot meet its growth ambitions without banks that are able to support large-scale investment in infrastructure, agriculture, manufacturing, and technology. Financial experts note that the recapitalization is the most significant since the 2005 banking reforms and will likely lead to mergers, acquisitions, and strategic capital raises across the industry. Nigeria continues to advance reforms aimed at inclusive and evidence-based growth. Over the weekend, a high-level IMF delegation led by Mr. Exel Shimelfineg met with Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Bagudu, in Abuja to discuss the country's reform agenda, medium-term economic outlook, and preparations for the 2026 to 2030 National Development Plan. Bagudu reaffirmed the government's commitment to disciplined, transparent, and inclusive reforms under President Bola Tinubu, noting initiatives such as the renewed Hope Ward-based development plan to drive bottom-up growth. The IMF mission will review Nigeria's fiscal priorities and macroeconomic framework ahead of its upcoming country report. The Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIPS, has announced that its newly launched payment infrastructure, the National Payment Stack, NPS, successfully executed its first live transaction on Friday, November 7, 2025 at 11:56 a.m. between fintech firm PalmPay and Wema Bank. The transaction was completed in milliseconds with instant settlement, illustrating the system's speed, scalability, and readiness. NPS is intended to modernize Nigeria's payment ecosystem by offering unified, high-volume instant payments across banks, fintechs, and other providers. Built on the ISO 20022 International Financial Messaging Standard, the NPS aligns with the Central Bank of Nigeria's Directive for Data-Rich Payments Infrastructure. NIPS encourages all banks, fintechs, and payment service providers to onboard the new platform quickly, emphasizing its importance for Nigeria's digital economy, financial inclusion, and long-term growth goals. Nigeria's debt market climbed to 91.99 trillion naira in the week ended November 7, 2025, as investors reached to higher yields and ongoing sell-offs, reflecting caution in both treasury bills and bonds. Short-term papers were hardest hit. A 5th February 2026 Treasury bills yield jumped 56 basis points to 16.23%, while benchmark bonds remained more stable, with the 17th April 2029 bond rising 10 BPS to 15.87%. Analysts say thin liquidity, pre-tax change exits, and expectations of restrictive central bank policies are driving yields up, pushing borrowing costs higher for the government and corporate borrowers. Investors will watch the next bond auction closely, as the market's cautious mood could influence demand and pricing in the coming weeks. 10th on a mixed note, as investors traded 364.3 million shares worth 11.35 billion naira in 32,538 deals. This reflects a 31% drop in volume, 26% decline in turnover, but a 32% increase in the number of deals compared with the last trading session. The market capitalization currently stands at 94.5 trillion naira. A total of 130 listed equities participated in the session, ending with 13 gainers and 42 losers. ASO Savings and Loans led the gainers with a 10% rise, closing at 0 naira 99 kobo per share, followed by Debt Capital closing at 1 naira 90 kobo with a 9.83% rise, Cornerstone Insurance gaining 8.70%, closing at 6 naira, and Neymat Pharma gaining 8.65%, closing at 5 naira 65 kobo per share. On the losing side, Linkage Assurance topped the chart with a 10% decline, closing at 1 naira 62 kobo per share, followed by NACO shedding 9.95%, closing at 95 naira per share. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index closed on Monday, November 10th at 149,524.81 points, down 0.33% from the previous session. Market watchers note that while the decline was modest, it signals cautious sentiment among investors ahead of upcoming economic and policy announcements. On Monday, November 10th, at the official Nigerian foreign exchange market, the naira traded at 1,437 naira to the US dollar, reflecting marginal movement compared to previous sessions. In the parallel market, the naira traded between 1,450 naira and 1,470 naira per dollar, showing a slightly wider spread driven by rising retail demand and limited supply. The central bank is expected to continue monitoring market behavior as stakeholders watch for further policy adjustments in the coming days. That's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Still to come, US FDA to drop black box warnings from menopause hormone therapies. Canada loses measles elimination status after 3 decades. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Schools in Mali's capital Bamako reopened on Monday after a 2-week suspension caused by a nationwide fuel shortage that had paralyzed public transport and kept teachers and students at home. The government last month temporarily closed schools as part of emergency measures to deal with a fuel blockade imposed by Al-Qaeda-linked insurgents and a related supply crisis that saw long queues and shut out petrol stations across the city. At the Bamako High School, students lined up to register and copy new timetables as classes resumed.
Today is the 10th of November. We resumed as the minister advised. It's all right. Everything is going well. We've resumed, the students are here, the teachers are in class. And also, the newly enrolled students are here, registering. With this small interruption, it could affect the curriculum a bit. Because the school year is already tight at 9 months. We even started a bit late. And with this interruption again, it will put us even further behind. We will try to do our best to catch up. But it won't be easy.
With the turn of events, parents expressed relief but still worried about the impact of further shortages.
Nowadays, education is what matters. If children study, it relieves parents and teachers too. Because some of them, teachers, live far away, they cannot come to teach children without motorcycles. If there is no fuel, it's not easy. That's why they weren't coming. But since it has resumed today, we hope it will continue.
U.S. House of Representatives Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said on Monday that House Democrats are committed to fighting for healthcare subsidies if an amended spending bill currently in the Senate is sent to the House.
I certainly believe that Senate Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, have waged a valiant fight over the last 7 weeks, defeating the partisan Republican spending bill 14 or 15 different times, week after week after week, and continue to oppose this effort of passing legislation that does not address the Republican health care crisis by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. But the fight is getting ready to shift back to the House, where we're going to work hard, hold the Republicans accountable. We're not going to support partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. And we're going to continue the fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And if it doesn't happen this week, next week, this month, next month, then it's the fault of Donald Trump, House and Senate Republicans.
On Sunday, a bipartisan compromise that would restore federal funding to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history cleared an initial hurdle in the Senate. President Donald Trump's Republicans hold majorities in both chambers of Congress, but Democrats used rules that required 60 of the 100 senators to agree on most legislation in a push for an extension of health insurance subsidies for 24 million Americans that are due to expire at the end of the year. The vote by 8 moderate Democrats to advance the deal provoked anger among many in the party, who noted that there was no guarantee that votes would pass the Senate or House of Representatives. The longest government shutdown in U.S. history could end this week after a compromise that would restore federal funding cleared an initial Senate hurdle late on Sunday, though it was unclear when Congress would give its final approval. The deal would restore funding for federal agencies that lawmakers allowed to expire on October 1, bringing welcome relief to low-income families that have seen food subsidies disrupted. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers have gone unpaid for more than a month, and travelers who have faced thousands of cancelled flights. It would extend funding through January 30, leaving the federal government for now on a path to keep adding about $1.8 trillion a year to its $38 trillion in debt. Senators weighed in on the debate surrounding healthcare, with Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina telling newsmen that her thoughts on Obamacare were,
I would never renew this program as it is because it's horrible, terrible, bad. The only winner of Obamacare has been insurance healthcare companies whose stock prices have soared from 500 to 1,000%. Premiums have doubled. The whole program was based on a lie that you'd have lower costs, $2,500 per family. Now premiums have gone up 100%. The stock values of insurance companies are through the roof because they get all the money. So hell no.
Was it a mistake for Leader Thune to guarantee that vote?
No, I don't mind having the vote. You asked me how I would vote. I'd vote no. I'm going to work with President Trump and others, try to take the money from insurance companies and give it to people to have better outcomes. That's what I'm going to do. I don't mind them having a vote. I look forward to the debate, actually. I think the way they designed Obamacare doesn't pass the smell test.
I talked to one of my constituents yesterday. It's a person I know who pays $450 a month for insurance. He has a $1,500 deductible per option. Now, it's going to be $950 a month with an $11,000 a year deductible. I mean, is that health insurance? I mean, I don't know what that is. And that's given to her by Republicans in the House and the Senate and this president. We have a president who just fundamentally doesn't care about people and the economics. That's why he can jack up the costs by implementing all these ridiculous tariffs.
I think it is an acknowledgement from Democrats that Obamacare has been a disaster for working families. I think they're trying to pin the tail on somebody else. But the truth is premiums have doubled and insurance companies have gotten really, really rich. So there is room for reform, but I think it'll be a part of a broader discussion. I don't think there's any chance at all Republicans are going to vote for the current insurance subsidy. That's not going to happen. So if you're talking about reform, I think now would be a time to have it.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration said on Monday it would remove the strictest black box warnings from hormone therapies used to treat menopause symptoms, a move that may boost access to treatments long shunned by patients and doctors over safety fears. FDA Commissioner Martin Makary said the decision follows an extensive review of scientific literature, input from an expert panel in July, and a public comment period. According to him, the agency was also approving two new drugs for the treatment of menopausal symptoms, including a generic version of Pivas, Premarin, and non-hormonal treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, such as hot flashes associated with menopause.
Millions of women were told to fear the very therapy that could have given them strength, peace, and dignity through one of life's most difficult transitions, menopause. That ends today. The FDA is initiating the removal of a broad black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy products for menopause. We're challenging outdated thinking and recommitting to evidence-based medicine that empowers rather than restricts. When prescribed responsibly and started early, hormone replacement therapy transforms the lives of women. Decision and the steps that FDA is taking.
All my colleagues at the FDA, my colleagues at HHS, this is a historic day for women in the United States. The Women's Health Initiative study was the largest study ever done in U.S. history, a $1 billion study at the time. And you just heard how that study was misrepresented and created a fear machine that lingers to this day. Ask your doctor. But what you may not know is that there was an incredible backstory. The headline that hormone replacement therapy causes breast cancer was released to the media before the scientific data was released to the public. A week later, once the data was published, some of us looked at it and said, this is interesting. There's no statistical significance in the increase in breast cancer. If we don't have statistics, then we don't have science. All of a sudden, snake oil cures diseases, and science goes out the window. After 23 years of dogma, the FDA today is announcing that we are going to stop the fear machine, steering women away from this life-changing, even life-saving treatment. The FDA is taking action to remove the black box warnings from estrogen-related products. This is based on a robust review of the latest scientific evidence.
All menopause treatments containing estrogen carrying a warning that increases the risk of strokes, blood clots, and perhaps dementia. It also warns of the possibility of breast cancer. A black box warning is the most severe the FDA can place for a prescription medication indicating serious or potentially fatal side effects. New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani announced two key administrative posts on Monday. Mamdani introduced Dean Fullerhan as incoming first deputy mayor and Al Bisgard Church as incoming chief of staff.
The truth is I am 5'11", and it's true that I am shorter than one of the previous mayors. I am going to create a new city hall. It is a city hall that will look to experts in the work of government, experts such as our soon-to-be first deputy mayor. But it is not a city hall that looks to any previous administration as a model that we will take on word for word, step for step. We are making our own. And we are lucky in that there are many who have come before us who have shown us both the ways in which we can succeed and the pitfalls that await those who look to do so. And I'm excited to build on that.
Fullerhan previously served as Mayor Bill de Blasio's budget director and later as his first deputy mayor.
My father, an immigrant from Lebanon, my mother, whose parents immigrated from Lebanon, and her first language Arabic. They struggled and succeeded and instilled in my brothers and me a deep sense of public service and a commitment to providing others that same opportunity. The same is true of my wife's parents, who both immigrated from Korea. The mayor-elect has provided that same hope in every message throughout the campaign. I am one of the many that was deeply inspired by that message of hope. I firmly believe in this agenda, and I am proud to join a team that will be devoted to this agenda and will work every day to make it happen.
Bisgard Church is Mandani's chief of staff in the State Assembly and will serve in the same role as City Hall. She was the campaign manager for his 2025 New York City Democratic mayoral primary campaign.
1 million people said last week that they want more from City Hall, that they expect better from their leaders. They said loudly and clearly, it is not asking too much that New York be a place people can afford to live. The mayor-elect has received a Democratic mandate. We take seriously the responsibility of this mandate and all that it will take to run the city well. We will work relentlessly to make good on our campaign promises. During my tenure, I promise that this administration will be open-minded, strategically oriented, and pragmatically focused. We will be open to new ideas because we know the old ones aren't working.
Mandani will take office on January 1, 2026. Parliamentary election began in Egypt on Monday, nearly 2 years after President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi was elected to a third six-year term, the final term he is allowed under the current constitution. Polling is held over several phases and continues to more than 5 weeks. A packed field of parties is contesting Egypt's parliamentary election, but those set to dominate the chamber agree on most issues of substance, including their staunch support for al-Sisi. Campaign banners hanging on street sides and traffic circles featured a dozen logos. On paper, as crowded a field as at practically any time since the 2011 Arab Spring uprising ended decades of one-party rule. Several opposition figures were barred from competing as individual candidates, including both ultra-conservative Islamists and leftists, based on a new interpretation of a military service requirement. Campaign costs and medical screening kept others out. Pakistan's powerful army chief will be given an expanded role and the remit of the Supreme Court will be curbed under constitutional charges. Changes passed by the upper house of parliament on Monday, a move the opposition says will undermine democracy. The bill passed on Monday by the Senate in about 3 hours, unusually fast for a constitutional change, after the opposition boycotted the debate, will now go before the lower house before it can now become law.
The Constitution 27th Amendment Bill 2025, as reported by the Standing Committee, be taken into consideration at once.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order number 44. Who are in favor of the motion may say aye, and those against.
Army Chief Asim Munir, described by U.S. President Donald Trump as his favorite field marshal, will take overall command of the military, including air and naval forces, with the new position of Chief Defense Forces under the proposed amendment. After completion of his term, he would retain his rank and have legal immunity for life. That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT.
they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What a beautiful day it is this morning. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 11th day of November 2025. You're very much welcome. And today we have a new face with us, Quincy. Good morning.
Good morning, Uche.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank
here
you. My pleasure is mine. You can really say that again. Good morning and thank you for joining us today. As you always know, we have a date here on the Signature Morning every single morning of the weekday, and of course we are going to kick off with a whole lot of things that has been going on in the country.
Exactly.
I'm talking about insurgencies and the attacks that has been going on, even the case between the Boko Haram and the ISWAP situation in Nigeria. It's really an alarming situation.
Literally left about 200 militants dead near the Chad region. I mean, it's quite worrisome. You know, we're still off of Anambra State election politics, and now we're facing these issues of insecurity that have, it's not a recent,
but it just got worse at this point, if you would ask me. And also this violence that is going on in Borno State and the nearby places as well. These are not just affecting the people in conflict, it's affecting the children, the women, and also education and security. It's affecting a whole lot of things.
Security system. I mean, a lot is being done, but a lot more still needs to be done to create a safer environment for people. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
And I am Quincy Roland.
Up next is our newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper headlines, kicking it off with the Daily Trust newspaper. On the headlines, bandits attack 5 vehicles, abduct passengers in Kogi.
And just above the headline, we have Obasanjo says, under my watch, U.S. wouldn't do anything in Africa without our knowledge.
Abuja Hospital mortuary drowns in stench and decay. Silva, EFCC puts FBI, NCA, Interpol on alert.
We also have federal government pushes for a Poromado's transfer to Nigeria, and below that we have the PDP convention as Damagun-led NWC moves Wike's expulsion.
NACON reduces Hajj fare to 7.6 million naira. And finally, on the Daily Trust, many killed as Boko Haram ISWAP clash in Lake Chad region.
And going over to the Guardian, just Britain boldly is it 3 years later, hope dims for safer and pipeline supplies of Jet A1 to airports.
WHO declares 24 million living with diabetes in Africa.
And we have fraud, apathy threatening democracy, as Dixon and Amechi says.
Reps laud Tinubu's intervention, payment of protesting contractors. And on page 3, again, court adjourns suit on PDP convention.
And we also have telecoms operators warn of regulatory conflict in digital economy bill.
2027, 70 CSOs demand enforcement of laws to curb vote buying. Now over to the Blueprint newspaper. NAF airstrikes kill ISWAP terrorists in Borno, with riders destroy bandits' hideouts in Katsina, Kwara. Troops rescue 86 victims, arrest 29 terror suspects in Borno, says official on page 9.
That's really interesting. And also we have Remi Tinubu and CAN youth reject U.S. claims on targeted killings, as well as how aviation can help achieve Nigeria's $1 trillion economy, says the airline chief.
Now, EFCC declares former Governor Silva wanted over alleged $14.85 million fraud, and Trump become Tinubu will mend cracks with international friends. This is coming from the federal government on page 11.
Okay, and we also have Trump become Tinubu will mend cracks with international friends, and that is from the federal government. And from the sports, we have the playoffs. Super Eagles begin training in Rabat.
Now over to the Vanguard newspaper. Still on insecurity, NAF strikes kill terrorists, bandits in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, others on page 5.
We can already see these things making heads on the newspapers. Yes. So we also have why we declared Timipre Sylvia wanted, says EFCC with rider. It's coordinated political onslaughts as aid as a draw youths kick.
Now on page 19, Nigeria's private sector credit soars 75.9% in 2 years. And still on the PDP, pro-anti-convention forces fight as court adjourns case to November 12th. On page 9, let's unite against extremism, Oluibadan, Shoyinka, NHRC. Now on the Nigerian Tribune, reps invite EFCC, ICPC to probe $4.6 billion global fund USAID grants.
And also we have on the page 5, we place high premium on stable power, says Tinubu.
We have Bebolo revokes MOA's C of O, asks site to be returned to Benin Central Hospital.
Okay, and also we have the reps invite EFCC, ICPC to probe the $4.6 billion global fund USAID grants.
And that is all we have on the newspaper headlines this morning. And now it's time for our review, and we have Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, Queensley.
Okay, so going over the newspapers today, we have just noticed we have this case of insurgency between the NAF strikes to kill terrorists and bandits in Borno State, Kwara and Katsina, the Boko Haram situation, and every other insecurity problem that has made the newspaper headlines today.
Which, either way, the people dying, even if they are described as insurgents, they are human beings, then the ones who are trying to control them are. But one thing that has become clear, we want to link whatever is happening now to the President Donald Trump's threat or designation of Nigeria as a country of concern. Since that particular statement was made and released over virtually everywhere in the world, there has been so many issues of killing and destroying the insurgents. And I think that has brought so many issues up. We will be asking, so why has, if there has been this kind of arrangement over time, probably by now we would have been counting the number of insurgents left in Nigeria. Because with either directly or indirectly, the security forces, they tried their best, but this, like a wound, was allowed to fester and petrified and grown into cancer. And you know how the medical science describes how cancer spread. So bandits and like it entered into Nigeria as a drop, and we're talking about it in drops. Now it's like it spread across the 36 states from even Abuja. So much to the point that National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria received threats of attack from bandits. And so if, well, there's this adage when it says, let my dog and the neighbor's dog fight. Let my dog bite, my own dog bite the neighbor's dog to death. Let me pay. So in this case, the Nigerian Air Force and their strikes are decimating or whatever word they use to clear off these merchants of death. We welcome such moves. At least it start giving you confidence that at least something is happening. But over time, before now, not such things. So it's not like you wake up every morning and want to wish that Donald Trump will designate Nigeria as country of concern. But if that action has led to more serious action from our side against these merchants of death, then probably, you have to weigh at every option what is good, what is bad. So we have seen in the last 1 week a lot of effort by our security forces to deal with this serious issue of bandit and terror in Nigeria. And by God's grace, if they consistently sustain this kind of pace, we make much more progress in the near future.
Now, the EFCC is back again, is saying that former Governor Silva is wanted over alleged $14.85 million fraud.
And the Ijaw youth said is a calculated attempt to political subjugation. When you have such issue, you have to be very careful how you trade on. Which side are you trading on? Because are you trading on the Ijaw youth angle because Timi Silva is a strong Ijaw youth? Are you trading on the point of EFCC, who is a federal government agency, who has all right to know who is a fraud or who is not? So it's a highly sensitive issue. All we are asking for, in every situation in Nigeria, let there be justice, let there be fair play, let there be equity. Let, like Igbo say, Ebe belu ugo belu. Let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. Whoever breaks the hedge, snake, let snake bite that person. Let whoever go to remove bitterness from bitter leaf, let his hand taste bitter. But let the innocent Nigerians And all people who are innocent and proven innocent, let them go home free. Let there not be, intimidation, subjugation, suppression, all those negative words that keep dividing Nigeria into. And I think the Joe youth were in a hurry to react, because every time in Nigeria we bring tribal politics into serious issues, everybody will like anybody who is a fraud in Nigeria to be probed. I am saying, if EFCC has started, they are doing good work and they have a lot of arrests and conviction they secured. We were discussing that over time on this table. Let them go ahead, because if you ask me, from what I can see, I'm not working for EFCC. If you ask me from what is suspect and allegiance, when people allege, there's still a lot of people who have Nigerian money in their coffers. And it doesn't mean, let it not be that it's only when they have fallout with the government at the center, then the EFCC will remember those people. Let such thing not be, impression not be created, because it will always drown every positive mood made by EFCC. So it's them that know, because every man will know what is true. It's only when we play around politics and want to sound politically correct and have that negative mindset. That's why most of the good decisions, policies made by federal government, written on paper as a rule of law, are drawn into Nigerian complex political situation. But then EFCC should go by. If the man is, he'll go to court. If the man is, if they arrest him and bring him back, he go to court. They've alerted all the international investigation agencies. So if the man is brought back, he will face trial. If he's convicted, he will serve his term. Otherwise, well, our prayer is let only the people who are fraudulent, or those who are go against the law of Nigeria, let them be also get their pound of flesh from the law of Nigeria.
Okay, so another story that made headlines is the Hajj fare being reduced to about 7.6 million naira. And the president said it's to curb some expenses as well. What do you think about that? Is this the right time to be sponsoring this kind of travels?
The spiritual things has reduced the developing countries to excess dependency on God. So when you begin to discuss spiritual issues, you find a lot of people who attack you. It's only in Nigeria that somebody wants to follow what you call private spiritual alliance with his God, and the federal government will pay. In fact, people in government of different states in Nigeria use sponsorship or pilgrimage, if it's not to Israel, it's to Mecca, to what they call it, to make their followers happy. Or people that are in government, they use it as compensation or to make, and if the amount of money we spend going to pray to God, while we have a lot of children in Nigeria out of school, and we have this issue of insecurity and insurgents and banditry linked to high level of youth unemployment, and we still have this kind of amount, 7.5 million is one individual, to go to Mecca for a few days and come back. If most Nigerians have this amount of money, I'll tell you, they won't go to pilgrimage. They will find a way of doing a sustainable business in Nigeria that will have a chain of, and then the same God. Because anywhere we are told, God is everywhere. I must not spend this kind of money to go to pilgrimage anywhere in the world, in either side. Because people will be watching and say, am I condemning going to pilgrimage to Mecca? No. Am I condemning going to pilgrimage to Israel? No. It should be paid by anybody who felt that his sin has counted so much that he needs to go to Israel pilgrimage to meet face to face with God, or to Mecca to face to face with God to find the peace. Nigeria should not. Why would Nigerian government sponsor people to paradise? If we get into these spiritual things, how long can we do this? Like you asked me, I don't think this should be our priority at this time, because like my people say, only then I walk.
When your house is on fire, you shouldn't get set about pursuing rats that are coming out of the fire. What we have in Nigeria now, Nigeria, honestly, with all due respect, Nigeria is not at home. And that's not the time we should be. And then we have a lot of religious ground we can consecrate, and people should go there and pray to God. If the God is the God I know, He will answer from any point of the world, because God is spirit. I must not go to anywhere with that kind of money. Because my father asked me, if I use about 10 million to go to Brime to pray to God, how much blessing am I coming back with? When you quantify it, it should be proportionate.
Now, Dixon and Amechi are talking about fraud and apathy threatening democracy, and they're saying that rigging is like worst type of coup in our electoral system, 2027. So, well,
I hope they are not saying it now because they are on the receiving end. Because all the people who are talking about have passed through the government system of Nigeria, either as governor or as a serious high ruling party officials, and they dispose things. They also got involved in rigging. Without missing word, every Nigerian politician, they are the ones who know how to rig. They know who rigs. They know the process. They know all those things. So what happened is that each of them, when they have opportunity of setting records straight for the future, then we treat it like that legendary story of a man who wakes up in the morning and sees a chicken scattering human feces in front of his house, and he walk away and close his nose and say, it does not concern me. Now, at the end of it all, he will go and sit down one place and ask for ofaku and banga soup with obo. Then you come and ask him, you saw a chicken in the morning in front of your house, he didn't pursue, and he was using his leg to scatter the, and now you are asking for chicken leg. Which of the chicken leg are you asking for to eat? So what goes round comes round. Nigerian politicians will be in position of authority. They will rig. When they are out of office and the thing is affecting them, they will begin to talk. So who are they complaining to me to go and change the rigging? We all know that rigging is a version of the civilian coup. That's it. Why are they not moving in the National Assembly? Most of them there in National Assembly went there rigging. So how can they sit down talking about rigging? Almost all the Nigerian politicians in position of authority in Nigeria today, let them come out to wear with Quran and Bible, touch and say, if I did not hit below the belt to get political advantage, let the Bible or even bring Ogu and some traditional, let them swear. If they do and survive, they know I'm telling lie. But most of them are in position of authority today by rigging. We just saw Anambra election. INEC still declared it free and fair. But people were shouting that they were buying, what is not rigging. They give it baptismal name, inducement, they call it several names. But these are things that have kept weakening the democratic structure. All the gains, the labor of our heroes past to get us independence and drive us on the path of growth of political democracy. But then we don't want it because of selfishness and greed of Nigerian politicians. We are going to outgrow it one day, but something dangerous will happen for us to outgrow it, because other nations of the world were telling us they passed through this. But the way we are going, I don't think we are growing up. We are growing down, deep down, neck deep into corruption, sleaze, rigging, and all the negative vices that are destroying our country. Let's go.
Okay, so looking at this same Trump threats to Nigeria, Remi Tinubu too has come out, as well as the Christian Association of Nigeria Youths. They have rejected this said situation on the targeted killings. What do you think about? I mean, these are people.
There's crowd renting. There's been a lot of crowd renting. When you buy crowd to say this, to sound, what are we saying? Christian Association of Nigeria Youth, under which newspaper Blueprint, yes, today is saying they reject. That you reject does not mean it does not. You are free. It's a democratic country. You might say something and say I reject, but it doesn't make it true or false. If it's true that there is killings in Nigeria, They are using the word, what are you rejecting? Is it that there's no killing in Nigeria? The one you read in the newspaper this morning, was he killing? Not killing. Okay, let's give it baptism. It's not killing. Hey, I reject killing. It's not so. So it's killing now. In Nigeria, it's killing. People are kind or tied or whatever, so that they will accept. People are there's nothing they've not said about killing in Nigeria. It doesn't matter to them. At the point they operate, they can rent crowd to say whatever they want. The fact, go to your WhatsApp visual video. I saw one last night, and God is my witness. I never know that this kind of wickedness will exist in this country, where people will line up people and use AK-47 and kill innocent people, and they record and share. People are using big to scatter human's brain, alive, young people. And people are there talking. That is, I don't know what they're rejecting. Is it that this fact that the whole world has seen, that we also have seen every day, wake up and we see killing. What are they rejecting? Can youth reject anything? The irremediable, our dear first lady, go ahead and reject. The fact remains. Why is your husband, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, making move, doing this? If all this in his lie, denial cannot solve the situation. The sooner, that's what they call crisis communication. First, accept the situation, then take assurance and show the people you are doing something, and let them see something you are doing. So you have to accept, you have to assure the people, and you have to take action. 3 A's of crisis communication. This is the peak of crisis communication in Nigeria if we handle it wrongly. Now the people are, even the bandits are, there's kind of, they're running amok now. Like you mentioned this morning, that what they are doing is totally, is going out of everywhere. In Borno, Zamfara, UK, United Kingdom, our mother colonizers have declared how many states in the north that their people say don't go. Still we are here denying and rejecting. I don't know what else to say. Okay, but God bless Nigeria. Yes. God bless my grown-up angels. Of course, we are our new intake. Beautiful question. And then all the people of the Signature TV, we say, if you have been enjoying us, go with us. We are going somewhere. When we get there, you see us. We join us on all social media handles. Join us on channel 265 SLTV. Be with us, comment, share, and we will get there. God bless you. God bless me also, because you have to give me strength to be shouting about Nigeria passionately. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Chris.
And now the morning show will be back right after this break. Do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the thing. Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and the mandate say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
We are local.
The international communities observe every
Just finished taking
Where the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's road infrastructure has been a source of concern and frustration for Nigerians, and despite government efforts, these issues continue to persist. And so now attention is turning towards public-private partnership as a solution to these problems, but can it truly bridge Nigeria's road infrastructure gap? We're joined by Dr. Chukwuma Kachi. He is the president, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners of Nigeria, here to discuss the burden of road constructions in Nigeria, PPP as a viable solution. You're very much welcome. Good morning. All right, Dr. Kachi, can you unmute your microphone so that we can hear you properly, please?
Okay, let me try.
Okay, we can hear you
my
now.
microphone is not muted.
Thank you very much for joining us.
You are hearing me now?
Of course. Now,
okay, thank you.
Talking about the road construction in Nigeria, I would like to get your assessment. How do you see road construction projects in Nigeria, and what would you say are the major reasons that these constructions are the way that they are currently?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Good morning, all viewers. Yes, we are all aware that our internal roads in the country are bad. And it's also a common knowledge that government budgetary funding is not adequate to drive the process of completing these roads. This is where PPP, Public-Private Partnership, comes in. PPP is a method of procurement. It is also a method of financing. So the use of public-private partnership will enable us to finance these internal roads and get them completed. As a matter of fact, the Federal Ministry of Works have embarked on concessioning of the roads. Concession is a form of PPP. So far, 12 roads have been concessioned. But unfortunately, only one came to financial close. That is, the money became available for the execution of the project. The other 11 are yet to come to financial close. Though one has also is about to come to financial close, leaving 10 hanging in the air. The reasons we shall delve into in this TV interview. Because unless these problems are solved, unless these obstacles are removed, there will be no lender will put down his money to finance the remaining 10 roads. Thank you.
All right, Engineer Chukwuma, you had just mentioned that PPP is a way forward to help with this certain burden when it comes to road construction. How exactly are they supposed to help in this situation?
Thank you very much. A public-private partnership is not a contract. It is an investment. Yes, technically it is a contract because it has the 5 elements of a contract: offer, acceptance, consideration, intention to go into a legal agreement, and legal capacity to be bound. But it is an investment. And we all know before someone can invest his money somewhere, he has to be convinced. He has to be attracted to that place. And so, one element of PPP, which the public officials are missing, because that element is not in a contract, is that you have to structure a PPP in a manner as to attract the private sector. The emphasis is on the word attract. It's not like contracts, that's traditional procurement. Once you advertise, contractors will fall over each other to bid and come and execute the contract because it's government money. But for private money, the investor considers 2 things. Profitability, that is the profits. Not profitability is not whether profit is there or not, but whether the profit is acceptable to the private sector. They also consider the risk. And the risks within the private party's acceptable threshold. The private party is not looking for a risk-free venture or a risk-free investment that is only available in government bonds. But once it's a project, there must be risks. The risks must be acceptable. Coming to this concession, HMDI, as the Federal Ministry of Works calls it, a PPP is embarked upon using established framework, using established procedure. It is not embarked upon anyhow. And so one of the conditions for a successful PPP, there are 7 conditions, is the use of transaction advisors. Transaction advisors are a sine qua non for a PPP project in developing countries like Nigeria, where the knowledge of PPP is not yet in the civil service. Therefore, once you operate without a transaction advisor, reputable lenders are not likely to put down their money there. That is one of the problems affecting the HMDI or the Federal Ministry of Works. They're operating without a transaction advisor. Again, as I said, a PPP is embarked upon using established framework. Now, in the contract agreement for the concession of these 12 roads, I saw where there's a provision for arbitration. There, their provision says that the place of arbitration shall be in Nigeria. That automatically ends foreign money coming in. Because before lenders will lend money to a country,
Okay, Dr. Chukuma, I think we have... Dr. Chukuma, are you back with us? Can you hear us?
I'm back.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, sorry, what I was saying is this. That if the insurers, before they can insure the lender's money going to a foreign country, they insist that place of arbitration must be outside the host country. For EMDA countries, that is emerging markets and developing economies like Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, and Co. And so, for this HMDI, for us to attract foreign loan, place of arbitration must be outside Nigeria. So that sentence, that place of arbitration shall be in Nigeria, has ended any single foreign loan coming in. And it's difficult to borrow money locally and still make profit from concession of roads. Because our interests here are 20 to 25%, unlike foreign loans that are just about 3%, 5%. So the Federal Ministry of Works has a lot of work to do. And the main work they will do is to get a transaction advisor who will give them the first advice of removing that clause that arbitration shall take place in Nigeria. Because once you put it there, no foreign money, no foreign loan will come into Nigeria. Thank you.
Now, you've mentioned the ways that, that can attract, or the things that are supposed to attract investors to embark on these projects, and also the risks that are involved in it. But looking at Nigeria's current economic situation and, the debt that we are already in as a country, how attractive would you say that the country's infrastructure sector is to private investors right now? And, what can possibly be done about it?
Yes, there's money in the economy. If you have listened to all these Ponzi schemes, you hear of Ponzi scheme, fraud of 500 billion, 1 trillion, and no matter of things. There is money locally, and people are ready to pay for services now. Unlike in the past, that people were used to free services. Now they are ready to pay for the services. Anytime you travel any of these Nigerian roads, you must see at least one or two lorries or trailers with loads that fell down. That is a great loss to the owners of these loads. Therefore, they are very ready to pay. And as I said, the roads are bad. Once you make the roads smooth, people will pay because they will see what they are paying for. So no matter how bad you feel the economy is, people are ready to pay. Any concession of roads will be highly profitable to the investors and lenders. Thank you.
Okay, Engineer Chukuma, let's look at the case of transparency here when dealing with the government. How can the government ensure transparency and also accountability in PPP road contracts?
Yes, the award of the HFDMI, 12 of them, there was transparency and fairness and competition. It was advertised and everything. But it was the second phase, 4 or 5 or so, that was not transparent. It was said that they used competitive negotiation. You see, as I said, PPP, you have to attract the private sector. And once you have a contract that was not subjected to competition, lenders will not put their money there. Yes, there are grounds to use competitive negotiation. But where the grounds there in this phase 2 of HMDI, the grounds were not there. Because competitive negotiation is used where the project is very large, the roads are not that large or can take it to be large, but the project is complex, roads are not complex. Or nobody knows the project is such that nobody really knows the solution to the need the project wants to solve. Everybody knows that the solution to the barriers is to reconstruct them. So the use of competitive negotiation doesn't come in here. And no foreign lender will put his money there. No reputable lender will put his money there. Once a project is not subjected to competition, the lenders will keep away. Because they know that any project not subjected to competition is vulnerable to allegations of corruption, nepotism, cronyism, and wrong use of government assets. Such a project is also vulnerable to allegation from a new party and from the opposition. So lenders keep away from any project that is not subjected to competition. Open competition must be there. There are circumstances under which you don't need open competition, where you may use competitive negotiation and things like that. But I mentioned it. And roads don't fall under competitive negotiation. Thank you.
Now, as the president of P3PAN, what specific reforms or policies are you advocating for when it comes to strengthening PPP frameworks in Nigeria and also as it entails to road constructions?
Yes, in Public-Private Partnership Practitioners Association of Nigeria, P3PAN, of which I am the president, we are into advocacy, promotion, to let public officials know that PPP is not just a contract, it's an investment, and that you must attract the private sector. And PPP is a partnership. Many times people remember the public, 1P, they remember private, 2P, but they forget the 10P, which is partnership. That when you are going into a PPP negotiation, it's not master-servant discussion, because you are not awarding a contract. Somebody is coming to invest his hard-earned money, which he may lose. You negotiate not just the deal, but you negotiate both the deal and the relationship at the same time. A relationship that should be resilient and last, even under pressure. Because PPP brings together people from groups from different areas, often a fragmented ecosystem. Each has its own objectives, timelines, and goals. You have the government, we have own objective, constraints and timelines. You have the investors, you have the lenders, you have the contractors, even the public. And these interests have to be aligned early. Otherwise, this complexity will often result in delays and breakdowns during process. That is why many PPP process, I don't want to mention names, have lasted 4, 5, even 8 years. Because you have a minister or PAMSEC who understands PPP and the process is going on smoothly. After a year or two, there's a change in minister of PAMSEC, a new one comes. It doesn't understand what PPP is. It doesn't even want to ask. The whole process is halted for 3, 4, 5 years until a new one comes again. You start all over again. And these long procedures make lenders to be very careful about getting involved. Because as the president of Nigeria himself, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has said, the activities of a private person are calendarized. A private person wants to know that in January this will happen, in March this will happen, in April, not that a project will stretch and nobody knows when it will end. And unfortunately for the civil servants, as S.G. Koku, former commissioner for economic development in East Central States, said in 1970 or thereabout, that there is no urgency in the work of a civil servant. Civil servant can drop your file on this table for 6 months, 1 year, it doesn't care. So such interests, such constraints need to be aligned early, where when the deal and relationship are being negotiated. So PPP has some complexity that if you don't follow, it will not lead to success. Thank you.
All right then, Dr. Chukwuma, can I have your attention? Let's look at the role technology and innovation can also play in this, in helping PPP improve and also drive the whole process of the road project. How can technology and innovation help in this situation?
Of course, technology and innovation are very valuable for PPP. In fact, one of the benefits of PPP is innovation by the private sector. One of the attractions of PPP is innovation by the private sector. That is why PPP, BOT, and most of them are design, finance, build, operate, and things like that. Design is given to the private sector to enable him bring innovation into the whole system. Even the project management system, the private sector can bring innovation in project management, which the public official can learn. Technology, of course, the more you reduce human interaction, the better for any process. Like in technology is what is to be used to collect tolls at the toll gates. That removes the risk of fraud. That removes the risk of unaccounted collected money. If it were in the past, when those manning the tailgates collect the money and give change, physical activity, they can collect money and not record it. But now everything is electronic. As a vehicle comes and pays, it's recorded electronically. Therefore, technology innovation have very high roles, very important roles to play in a PPP. Thank you.
Now, beyond this construction, this road construction that we're talking about and, the role of PPP, we also find that road maintenance is a huge problem in Nigeria. It's not about building the roads, but also about maintaining them. Now, is there a way that PPP can create that maintenance culture and not just once it's built, it's abandoned?
Thank you very much. In PPP, you bundle construction and maintenance. In PPP, you pay only for service. So when an investor builds a road or rehabilitates a road in a PPP, he doesn't get 1 naira back until users start using the road, until vehicles start passing the road, in which case he will start collecting tolls. And that is how he can recoup his investment. You see, the problem we are having in traditional procurement is that when a project is embarked upon and completed like a road, there is no maintenance arranged for that road at the same time. The reason is simple. Maintenance has no constituency, as they will say. Every politician wants to win the next election. And no politician will go about announcing his scorecard, announcing his success as, I maintain social road, I maintain social primary school, I maintain social secondary school. No. What they will announce to the people, which is what they want to hear, is something like, I built a classroom. I built 4 classrooms in social secondary school. I built social road. I sank social borehole. Not that I maintain boreholes and the water is running. So maintenance has no constituency. So when you use traditional procurement, immediately the project is completed, everybody goes its way. Nobody sends money again for maintenance. And the project will pack up. But in PPP, the investor will be there 10, 15, 20, 30 years. So he must maintain that project. If it's a road, the way a road is completed in PPP, it will remain like that for the next 20, 25, 30 years, whatever is the concession period. That road will remain exactly that way. In fact, there will be improvement on the road, because that's the way of the PPP. That is why we in P3PAN, we're advocating the use of PPP to bridge the infrastructure gap in Nigeria. Without PPP, we can never bridge the gap in infrastructure in Nigeria. Unfortunately, many public officials are afraid. They think that PPP is the end of traditional procurement, is the end of award of contract. No, PPP is not a displacing technique. It is a complementing technique. PPP comes to complement the award of contract. Because even in advanced countries, where they have gone far with PPP, the PPP projects have not covered more than 40-45% of the entire infrastructure need. Therefore, award of contract will still continue up to 60%, while PPP will take care of the remaining 40%. And mind you, not every project can be procured through PPP. There are conditions under which a project can be procured under PPP. So our advocacy to the public officials is that there is nothing to be afraid of with PPP. PPP is not a displacing technique. It is a complementing technique. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Engineer Chukwuma Chiedozie Kachi. Thank you so much for joining us on the Signature Morning Show today, and also putting us through the whole process, or rather what PPP is all about and how they are here to help with the road constructions in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing me here.
Our pleasure,
so please
sir.
help pass the message to the Ministry of Works to engage a transition advisor if they're interested in success. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much. We are definitely sure that your message will get to the right source. Thank you so much. A conversation was on the burden of road constructions in Nigeria, using PPP as a viable solution. And Engineer Dr. Chukwuma Chiedozie joined us on the morning show, and he is the president of Public-Private Partnership Practitioners of Nigeria, P3PAN. Thank you so much once again. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our next conversation for today. Just stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
%60 of the population and often is described as the future of the nation. Yet, many argue that young people remain underrepresented in governance and policy making. And that brings us to our conversation this morning on the youth and political future of Nigeria. We have in the studio Ejike Ilotasie. He's the coordinating PG in ENUGU West Senatorial Zone, and he's also the state coordinator, Youth in Politics in ENUGU State. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Ejike.
Good morning, viewers.
Okay. Just like our story, our topic implies, the youth and the political future of Nigeria. Whenever we talk about politics with the youth, they are so disappointed. Most of them are even unaware of what is going on in the political landscape. What are your thoughts on this particular situation?
Okay, thank you very much. If you look at the Nigerian situation, youth made up of 60 to 65% of the entire population. Yet, they are not involved in decision making. The reason is that most of the youths do or often shy away from partisan politics. If you shy away from partisan politics, how can you take part in taking decisions that will take or shape the future of this country? You know what happened during NSAS, when the youths had it up to this place. They said enough is enough, that the way the country is being run, and they took to streets.
So how well did that turn out?
Well, consistency, they said, is what will nurture or what will bring results. They did it. It turned out very, very good. But one way or the other, they didn't follow it up to the letter. That is why. But you won't tell me, you and I know that exercise, NSAS, at least it sends a very, very vibrant signal to the political arena of this country.
Now, before we digress into NSAS and how that turned out for Nigerian youth, you mentioned something. You said that youth shy away from partisan politics.
Exactly.
Can you explain further? What do you mean by youth shy away from partisan politics?
A lot of youths see politics as a dirty game. Politics is never a dirty game. It is involvement of hoodlums in politics that makes it look like underlined a dirty game. It is not a dirty game. If you feel that what the politicians are doing is not good, why don't you join politics? Be part of it. Join a political party. Vote and present yourself to be voted for. If you're outside, government may decide today or even 1 month that they don't want anybody to come out. That there is one sickness or the other that they're envisaging on the line there again. You don't have any option than to abide. But if you are there, you are energetic. They have charisma, everything that the country needs to prepare. But most of them, when you do shady deals or you deceive somebody, they say politicians. Politics is not bad. But what we are suffering today, there is a dictum that said, if you don't join politics or if you don't become a leader, if you shy away from politics, let me say the way it is, people that you are better off will continue to lead you. That's exactly what is happening here. 50% or if not 70% of youths believe that politicians, they are not do well people. That is why those people, the elders, I'm not trying to cajole the elders because one day we become elders as well. But the fact remains that our youths, the way they look at politics is something that in fact is dealing with us.
Okay. Don't you think, sorry, hold on, Quincy. Don't you think that there is a reason why the youth think that politics is dirty? Don't you think that the elders probably did not play politics the way that would make the youth want to be interested in politics?
They don't need to play it the way you need to be interested because power is sweet. They'll have to put barricade everywhere. They don't give power, they take it. If you look at it, that the way they are doing it, that they can start construction of one road and it will last for 2 years and people and commuters will be suffering. When you come closer, you have to make your input. But if you stay outside throwing stone, no elder would like to leave this political space for the youth. The earlier we get it into our score, the better. But once you come inside, know how they cannot, sweep you under the carpet because they know you have the power, you have the resilience, you are energetic, whatever they need. But if you are not there, they will share power among themselves, the elders.
Okay,
So I'm calling on all the youths to embrace politics. It is not only partisan politics. From your community, your club, your school, if you feel that what is being done there is not good, instead of staying at the corner, correcting them, you're supposed to put ease here. Look at, he's putting walls. Why don't you come and take the mantle and show and lead the way? That's what we are calling for.
Okay, also educate, you had just mentioned that the older ones won't give room for change. Does this not promote the idea of political godfatherism, whereby even when you have a younger person there, you know there's an older person controlling the decision of this younger person?
You have to serve like in Igbo setting. That's what we call apprenticeship, Eba boy. You know? Like when we were in school, I read political science in Esut. I studied political science in Esut. During that time, most times we mix with the elders, the politicians, we follow them to campaign, electioneering campaigns. Through that place, there are difference between classroom politics and what is obtainable, especially in Africa. Let me not particularize it in Nigeria, But when you go there, you will notice that some of the things that they taught you in school is not obtainable at the political arena. But as a young person, your brain is not tabula rasa. You are learning, you are learning every time. You are learning on the job. So if you look at what is going on, you can separate the wheat from the chaff. I mean, you take the ones that are doing well, the ones that are not doing well, you try to find a way to correct it. I will not get tired of saying that it is better you join what is going on in politics instead of staying outside.
Now, apart from what you've mentioned, that the youths are not interested in this partisan politics and are, shying away from it, there are also some main structural and, cultural obstacles that are limiting them. So can you highlight some of those things that limit young people from joining politics, apart from the ones you've mentioned already?
Okay, the system. I will not deny the fact that the system is not giving the youth opportunity to thrive, especially in politics. Not only in politics. The system, in the sense that, let me say, the elders, what they normally present to the youth are small things. Come and carry placards for us. There is no training. They're supposed to train the youth, proper education, and they have to give them, especially the girls, or the girls. Like some political parties, they are the weaker sex, even though you don't want to accept that. They have to give them opportunity to contest by maybe removing some, in politics, picking forms to contest for a position. Most of the times, the political parties, they will hike the prices. If they hike the prices, let's assume a youth that will just finish from the university, who struggle to train him or herself through the university. Now they will put, and he want to become a legislator, by running for maybe House of Assembly or Reps or Senate, as the case may be. Or they will put they will tag the form, the amount, something like 2 million naira. How do you expect the youth to get such money? These are impediments. Then, if you come to that place, they will do meeting before meeting, that this one is elders forum, whereby even if they allow the youths, it will be only one person, maybe the youth leader, will join them in the meeting. Every other persons are elderly persons, So these are impediments as well. So in Nigeria, they don't give youths free hand to operate. But they said, kingdom of God suffereth violence, and it's through violence that will take it by force. And there is another quote by the Communist Manifesto, authored by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, which they said, and I quote, if the workers of the whole world can unite together, they have nothing to lose than the chains and the whole world to conquer. The workers of the whole world, the youth of Nigeria, if they can come together, they will break that chain, that jinx that they're holding, and they conquer the whole world.
All right, then, let's look at the financial aspect, just as you had mentioned. Would you advise we have a situation where the government can also sponsor youths in politics? You just mentioned that sometimes political parties can hike the prices of forms that you need to be obtained to vie or rather contest for a particular position. Would you advise that we have a platform where the government can sponsor youths that are ready and also credible in certain positions?
Yes. I feel like if you're repeating what you said, that is what we want. Due to the situation of the country, there was a proposal I wrote when I was 7. I wrote to NYSC that since we go to university without receiving anything from government, during youth service, they'll be paying us, like when I served, we are paid 8,000 naira every month. I served in Bayelsa. I wrote a proposal to NYC that time that during that 1 month, they should allocate all the core members into skills acquisition, then post them. Somebody who did electronic engineer or mechanical engineering reposted to a mechanic workshop. Those mechanic engineers will in turn register with NYSC. You know, they will be the ones signing logs. No need of paying them those peanuts. They will be paying maybe 100,000 every month. You can visualize your money, but you can't withdraw it. After a period of 1 year service, maybe the government should at least a token of 1 million naira. This quest of white collar job everywhere, I'm looking for job in immigration, it will reduce drastically. Government knows all these things. You know, when I wrote the proposal, it looked like they will work on it, but up to this time, at least I served up to 15 years ago. But up to this time, they don't want, that is the policy. That's why I said that the policy that we have in Nigeria is not encouraging, especially to the youth. But it is only when you get involved, either by trick or whatever, you become a legislator, you have to bring out those things so that it will favor the youth.
Now, you mentioned earlier when you were, saying your quote about youths coming together to break the chains that is holding them back. So I want to know, from your point of view, would you say that the youths are currently together as a unit fighting against this? And what are your suggestions to improve youth togetherness in political spaces?
We need a total reorientation side of the youth. We have a social media space. What is obtainable here in Nigeria is a divide and rule, even down to Omona setting. Once you see that they are coming up to take what belongs to them, you will see the elders regrouping again against them. They will divide the youths. So I'm calling on the youths. We have more time to spend on this planet Earth. It's true that death can kill even a day-old child, but we know we can spend more time. Even the Bible says that we will see our children. So somebody like me, I believe I will see my children. So I'm not dying now, just like every other youth. You understand? So they should ignore the call by some politicians that's making them not to get. Who is carrying ballot box? You know the youth. Who is killing people? You know the youth. Even sometimes I look at even what all these secret courts. But why will you kill your fellow youth or another person? Whereas there are hoodlums in the bush, they are called Boko Haram or whatsoever. That you can regroup. See, look at villages that are moving forward. It is only when the youths come together and they will say, no, enough is enough. That all these things that are going on every day, every year, that we are like this, they will. It is when they come together that they can demand for accountability. If they are not together, these people will be saying A and the other will be saying B. They need togetherness. That is why I have to expunge that of the quotes in Communist Manifesto. During classical society, as enshrined in the same manifesto, where they have the proletariats, lumpen proletariats, bourgeois, petit bourgeois, and comprador bourgeoisies. They divide all these things. We are born equal. We are created equal. But all these classifications, they want to make it look like I cannot get to this place. So when you, as a petit bourgeois, you see yourself as a proletariat or lumpen proletariat even. You look at yourself, maybe I can take 2 square meal or even 3. You forget about everything that you train your children, that the future. Go to America. Trump or the American government, they are paying, if you finish from the university, or even when you are at the university, you get something. With that, If you look at our boys going around, you see GTC boys, even just one boys, they will construct a house, they carry it around, and the government not seeing it. They don't want you to come to that ladder, you know, of bourgeoisie, or even talk more of comprado bourgeoisie, the highest echelon. They don't want you. But it's only the youths who can come together and break the chains, and they'll conquer the world.
Okay, so let's look at this stereotype that comes with being a politician. People see this as a platform to siphon money and also, you know, whatever it is that you can secure for the period of time you're in office. Do you think this would actually reflect if the youths are in office? What makes you think that they would behave differently from the rest of the politicians?
All those things are about our policy making. The youths are not involved in policy making. I was working as an admin officer with Master Holdings. After that, I joined the ECOHA Foundation, working for 50,000 naira per month. You know, after working like 6 months, I was appointed by the senior senator Ike Peremadi as a special assistant to the Deputy Senate President on Civil Society Matters. The first day I got my salary, I laughed. I said, oh, is it why people don't want to work? Because I got almost 1 million naira. Someone who is
from 50,000 naira.
Yes, I got almost 1 million naira for a period of 6 months, because they have to allow me to work for 6 months. I got like 8.something million. I did not accept. I have to expunge it and send to my boss. It's like these people made a mistake. Look at what came into my account. I said, no, that is a 6 months salary. No, you will not be paid for the past 6 months. You know, I gave it a thought. I said, these people, they are not, it's not even the senators that fix these remunerations. It's the office called RAMFAC. Why will you fix such an amount for a special assistant to a politician? Whereas you have a lecturer, even a councillor is not earning up to 150,000 or more than 150,000 that will talk from his village to the. No, you look at everything borders on decision making, policy. So I'm encouraging the youths to join from grassroots lawmaking, because if you look at it, what I ask myself, if I can get such amounts, how much more are senators, House of Rep, and even the president is getting? You know,
yeah.
And when you get something like that, it can make you lazy. I mean it.
Now, from what you said, I understand you, but then there seems to be this argument between older politicians and the youth. Older politicians have this argument that the youth lack experience and the capability to handle positions, and the youth, like you said, arguing that the old people are refusing to step aside. So I'm now wondering, where does mentorship come into all of this? How can the older people mentor the younger people in politics? And would you say that the youth are getting enough of that mentorship right now?
No, they are not. It's just like the chariot going on. That when they want to recruit somebody, let's say in this office, Signature TV, they will say they need somebody with 15 years experience. How? That is a total exclusion already. You need somebody with 15 years experience. How do you want somebody who just finished from the university to come and prove him or herself that he can do this? Look at the social media space. Look at the type of content that is playing. You know that Nigerians, we have talent. Nigerian youths, we have talents here and there. But that is still the policy, both in the private sector and the public sector, government sector, you know. The policy they keep is not the one that will allow the youths
to thrive or to learn very well. Yes, they learn learn on the job, you know. But what you normally see IT students, when you finish your IT, you will leave. It is not enough. It is true that in civil service, you rise from the ladder, you know. But like I just mentioned, when I served as the SSA to the SLA to the then Deputy Senate President, it's not what happened. But, and during that period, although his own is exceptional, because every like 6 months, they will enroll us for trainings and others. But what is obtainable mostly, they will just appoint you without training you. So it is very important. Training is very important in all facets of life. Training. It's only when they train you, like in Africa or Nigeria. I just say when they teach you, when you study political science or even engineering, mechanical engineering, when you come to the field, you will see that that thing on paper is different from what is obtainable here. So training and retraining is very, very good. It will shape our future.
All right, thank you so much, Ozo Ejike Ilotase. Thanks so much for joining us today, and we hope that the youths would actually rise up and have more interest in Nigerian politics, as well as hold important positions too in the political landscape.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for joining us. A conversation was on the youth and the political future of Nigeria. Our guest, Ozo Ejike Ilotase, he is the coordinating PG ENUGU West Senatorial Zone, and also the former PDP youth leader. Of course, thank you so much for joining us once again. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, our next conversation for the day.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, the Igbo nation has long been a key pillar of Nigeria's identity, yet over the years, key issues have shaped public discourse about the state of the Igbo people. And now we're discussing restoring peace and dignity of Igbo nation. With us is Emeka Emekesiri. He's a legal practitioner here to do justice to this topic. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome.
Good morning, Barrister.
Good morning.
Now, talking about the Igbo people, how much of the current state of unrest in Igbo nation would you say is, rooted in history or historical neglect? Generally, how would you say the Igbo nation is faring at the moment?
This is the worst time in our history. The very worst time in our history. Well, we came in when the white men came into this continent called Africa. They met us and they saw how we behaved, and it appears that a lot of things went wrong, and at the end of the day we found ourselves where we are now, even though it wasn't our decision, because the British fought with us for 20 years before we agreed. We didn't even agree. They fought with us for 20 years. In fact, the last was in 1902, the Arochukwu. They fought with us for 20 years before we could submit. So they found us as people that are not willing to submit. So it's been like that. They know us, our history, our lifestyle. Even those of us that were taken as slaves, we couldn't be controlled. In fact, some of them decided to even commit suicide and become slaves. If you have read about the Igbo landing in America, this is the kind of people we are. And we can't hide our identity. This is what we are. We are Igbo people. We hate slavery in any form or shape. Instead of slavery, we perish. That is our life. So that is it.
So how would you say, or how has the aftermath of the Nigerian Civil War shaped the Igbo nation, both politically and socially?
The war caused a lot of problems to us. Before the war, there was peace in Igbo land. There was that, Igbo land was a place. Up to now, when I remember Igbo land, I shed tears and I'm filled with goose pimples, nostalgic feeling of Igbo land. Igbo land was a holy land. Anywhere you were, you would be dreaming to go back to Igbo land. And it usually, time of our festival, we would now come back and we would tell our neighbors we're going to Igbo land. And we had the song. In fact, one of our musicians sang that song in those days. Alawala malibo wale, alawala malibo alansoe, alanso, holy land. Alawala malibo alansoe, nebo. That is, we had that joy. We're going back to Igbo land. That is a land of holiness. And that was it. In Igbo land in those days, there was holiness. Our lifestyle, our habit, everything was holy unto God, and we believed in Igbo spirituality. If we stood up to talk, we believe that God is listening, the heaven is listening, earth is listening, the wind is listening, all the elements are listening to us. That's why we will never tell lie. That's how we say Ezioku Bondo. It's part of our philosophy. So we believe in that the four elements, wind, earth, wind, fire, and water, will be our witnesses, which looks like the four winds, the four elements, or four cardinal points, which we call which we know, but there are four elements. So Igbo life is rooted in spirituality. So we believe that if we're talking now, the earth is hearing us, heaven is hearing us, wind is hearing us, all the elements are hearing us, and we're under witnesses. So we never lie. We never lie. We believe in truth. But what has happened now? There's this fast way of making things because we're following the trend, but it is the war that actually caused it. I'm saying because say, after the war, what happened? Yes, the war now made us to, in fact, it made us to, it's like we are struggling, it's like we're in an ocean drowning, and every person is now trying to come out from the ocean. You know, when people are poured into a river, and every person is now struggling to come out. If they are struggling to come out, you wouldn't mind even stepping on the head of the other one to come out. You know that? It's natural. Trying to survive in an ocean, every person is poured into that ocean, and you are trying to swim up. You wouldn't mind stepping on the head, somebody's head. That survival of the fittest that became our point. So that in Igbo land now we now say azu that does not eat the another azu will not grow. So there is that kind of unhealthy demonic philosophy now came in. So and then destroyed Igbo land. There's no more respect, no more fear of God, no more fear of God, no more fear of authorities. You know, in our days now, the elders were the authorities. If you come home with some large sum of money, the elders will invite you to the Obi and ask you, my son, how did you get this money? And if your source of income is not clear to them, they will excommunicate you, ostracize you, because we believe in Asia Bakego. But what is it now? They don't. What they want now is to get money everywhere, get it anyhow. When you get the money anyhow, you know, and it is these elders that came after the war that are now our problem. Not the elders before the war. The elders after the war are now our problem. So who are now our elders? Who are we learning from? We're talking about mentorship. Who is mentoring who?
Now, seeing that the Igbo philosophy has deteriorated to this point, do you think that we can go back to what it used to be before the Civil War? What can be done to rectify the situation?
It is by orientation, mind orientation. Because it is the media that has the power. If you begin to tell them the truth, they will accept the truth. But will you, I want to indict the media people. I know I'm not in the media, but don't crucify me. Because what you like is news that will, you call it generate traffic. You call it sensational news. You won't tell them the truth. You tell them something, hey, have you heard? This is what they're saying. This is what and that is what the media has destroyed us. Because you're not telling them the truth. Sorry, I'm in a media place. I hope you not crucify me. But if you don't invite me again, don't invite me again. I'm an Igbo man. Instead of if that is the only, let me go my way. Because if I talk hard like this tomorrow, you won't invite me again to your studio. Because you will not tell them the truth. You will tell something, they call it sensational news, so that you will be getting traffic. They said that when you get traffic, YouTube will pay you, Google will pay you, what do they call it? Facebook, they will pay you because there is traffic. People are downloading rubbish. Tell them the truth now. So media will help us if you are willing. You can reorientate the minds of the people and tell them the truth.
That's part of what we're doing here with you.
Good, thank God. Thank God you will not chase me away.
So, okay, how can the Igbo youth also be empowered to take active roles in restoring dignity in the Igbo land?
The Igbo youths should be embraced, should be brought closer and tutored, mentored. I hope they are willing to be mentored because they have been waiting, they have been looking forward to mentorship, but nobody is mentoring them. They have been looking forward to mentorship. You see, there's a problem now. Willingness to be mentored is one of them. And the willingness on the side of the mentors to take their time and teach these children. We have come to a stage where we have unteachable children. People who think that they know it all. So, a society of unteachables, you are telling them what is right, they will not listen to you. And so, that's a very big problem. So, on one side, the youths may have some blame for not agreeing to be teachable. They want to run too fast. I've got such experience. You know, we try to gather the Igbo people together, you know, and what we found was breakaways, rebellion. In fact, at a point, even Ohanes and Igbo had a faction that went to Abuja and registered Ohanes and Igbo Limited, Ohanes and Igbo General something Limited, and then went on air and said that the men of Ohanes and Igbo is not registered. And they were shouting, and some educated people were saying yes, and I called them and said, you are wrong. Ohanes and Igbo is a customary or cultural institution. It does not require registration. It does not exist on the basis of a piece of paper called certificate of registration. It's a customary institution, and the customary law says customary institutions are not registrable. In fact, the main pillar of customary law is unwritten. It is unwritten, just like Nzuko Munna of my village. Nzuko Munna of my village remains Nzuko Munna of my village. You don't need certificate of registration for it. But this is what some of the people did. They went to a Corporate Affairs Commission in Abuja and registered on Ohanes and Igbo Limited. So every Igbo organization now is split. Rebellion. The youths say they want to be fast, and they break away and start their own. So that is, on one part, I blame the youth for not being willing and submissive to be tutored, to be mentored. I blame them on that side. On the other hand, I also blame the elders who are not taking it easy with the youth, who are not taking time to mentor the youth. So the two sides have the blame. The elders who are not taking time to mentor the youth, and the youths who are not willing to be mentored. So it's only by continuous teaching that hopefully they will listen. And the thing I keep saying, it lies in the hands of the media people.
Would you say that the Igbos are divided among themselves?
Divided, if you say divided among ourselves, we have always been Republican in nature. But if you say we have purpose, we're not talking about unity of, we're not talking about mechanical unity, we're talking about unity of purpose. Because Igbo people, we're always divided. What we mean by divided, we are Republican. If you are from Umofia village, you can't come to Amucha to tell me what should happen. I'm from Amucha. Then you cannot say Ezeachi will come to dictate to Amucha what to happen. We are autonomous. That's why I call autonomous community. We're always on our own. But we have boundaries. So if you talk about being divided, we're always divided. But we're talking about unity of purpose. Do you understand? We're talking about unity of purpose. We are not, we have kings. But we don't have one king like this who will say, I am the king of Igbo land. You must obey this, you must obey that. We say, Augusta, that's not how we believe in this. If you do the correct thing, we'll follow you. If you do the wrong thing, we'll say no, sir. And that's a problem for some people. They don't like the kind of life we live.
But would you say that that Republican attitude of Igbo people contributes to, the problems that we have in Igbo land when it comes to unity?
Yes, I agree. There is an extremism. Republican extremism is not good, because Igbo philosophy believes in unity of purpose, and we say anyukoma amini obofufu. That's when it's a wisdom for synergy, teamwork. Igwebuike, teamwork, synergy. So we believe it is Igbo philosophy. But some people don't understand it. They now think they can do it by themselves. Igbos believe in teamwork, pursuing one goal with one mind, and we get it. So the youths or whoever now thinks that he can do it alone, he's making a mistake, because you cannot do it alone. You need many hands, a team. Look at the football players, for instance. It's not one person. 11 members make a team, right? And when this one will pass this ball, every person plays his wing. But you pass to this person, this one pass to this person, this pass to this, or you pass it to the person that will strike it to the goal. Because we're all looking for that goal. We want to achieve that goal. And when we get it and we say it's a goal, every person will clap. It's a teamwork. All of us have won.
Okay, let's look at the Igbos in diaspora. How can they also help in rebuilding the peace and dignity that we once had in Igbo land?
They will help by getting into this orientation plan we're talking about. If, for instance, you are into it now, you're in media, and you need sponsorship, for instance, let those in the media, in the diaspora help to sponsor you, because I know you are spending money. This place you are now, you're paying rent. Are you not paying rent? Or even the data you are using, all the things, their expenses. Let them now sponsor. Let them invest in media. Let them invest in media for the orientation of the mindset of our people. If without the orientation of our mindset, we are going nowhere. So those in the diaspora, that's the best thing. That's reorientating our mind, national orientation program, which the media can help us do. I mean, even the media, you can't do it alone, because you need people to invest in media, people to bring their money. It costs money. So those in the diaspora, they have a lot of money. £1 when you convert it to naira, it's a lot of money. So let them send money to you people to start talking, start preaching. As you preach and preach and preach, by the grace of God, the eyes of people will open.
Now, let's look at this issue of insecurity in Igbo land, in the southeast. What do you think is the major cause of this insecurity? And this includes the sit-at-home, phenomenon as well. How would you say that this has crippled peace in Igbo land and among the Igbo nation?
Insecurity, and then you mentioned the sit-at-home. Well, you see, this sit-at-home came up as a result of agitation for freedom, the Biafra agitation. Before this type of insecurity, of course, there have been miscreants in the society. We've always had criminals in the society. We have always had criminals in the society, but it's not like this scale of if you come out on Monday, you'll be killed, your head will be cut off. No. The insecurity now started when this issue of sit-at-home, enforcement. The first time sit-at-home was done was in the days of Wazirike. And he declared a sit-at-home in August, I think August 26, 2004 or something. He declared sit-at-home, and it was obeyed willingly. No enforcement. Now, when we started another movement, when Nnamdi Kanu took over the movement and now started the sit-at-home, with enforcement, that enforcement is what caused the problem. Because if you don't obey, your life will be in danger. Now, it didn't stop that. The criminals, I have been informed, I have heard that criminals now hijacked that program. So when criminals started enforcing it, they are called unknown gunmen. So you don't know who is sitting at home because of Biafra, or who is sitting at home because of one criminal thing or the other. So criminals now hijack the whole thing. But somebody started it. And that person that started it could not stop it. And it went out of his hand. Now, the whole Igbo land now became destroyed because you don't know who is who again. I heard on the radio, on the TV, when Nnamdi said he has abolished sit-at-home. I heard it. He said nobody should force people again to sit at home, that he has cancelled it. He had cancelled it, but another disciple of his, either Simon Ekpa or one or some of them, said no, they want to continue. So you can see the thing went out of his hand. And from there, other people, criminals entered into it. I'm hearing that they are not even Igbo people. There are some, they say it's Fulanis, they say it's people from Cloud. People are not telling stories, but the fact is that it's not a monster. You don't know how to control it now. But we can stop it. It can be stopped. Igbo land can be restored again. That's why we're talking about peace, restoring peace. It is possible. It is possible. Because we know who are unknown gunmen. They are not unknown. We know them. Because we know every person in our village. Listen, I grew up in Igbo land. I know every person in my village. And if you also know every person in your village, then who is the unknown gunman from which village? There's something we were doing during the war. We called combing. We call it combing during the war. A day we said this day is for combing. That day for combing, all of us will go to all our forests and all our bushes and all our homes everywhere and search for every person to identify every person. And any person we don't know, we bring you out. So if you're a thief hiding in one of uncompleted building on one of forests, we catch you, bring you to the village square, and do to you what the law says we should do to you. So we are doing combing during the war. So we were able to police ourselves. Community policing, we started it. Because we know who is who. We did the same thing in Aba, 1998. That's the starting of this Bakassi boys you're talking about. Yes, these Bakassi boys, they were my clients. Then I had my chambers in Aba. My clients. These bad boys, they were there. Every time they will come and steal your money. And these shoemakers, this Bakassi you're hearing about, it's a line in the shoe line in the Alera market. It's called Bakassi line. It's not the Bakassi line. So those shoemakers, they will work from morning till night till the morning. They work around the clock to produce shoes for their customers. Some customers will come from Cameroon. Some come from Ghana. They place order. We are coming on so day to carry 1,000 pairs of shoes. They give them design and they will construct the design like Italian designs. And these boys will not sleep. They will walk around the clock. And then in the morning, early morning, the bad boys will come and say, hey, where are you? Bring the money, hey, with their gun. And they'll collect all the money these people have labored for. This thing continued until these traders decided to do something. When they took that decision, they didn't tell me. Maybe if they had told me, I would have discouraged them what they planned. But they planned on what to do. You know what? So, when on a certain day, in 1998, so as usual, the boys came. As usual, the boys came. Yeah, where the money? Meanwhile, these traders went and bought machete. The kind of machete, sharp machete that when cut once, the head will fall off. The kind of machete they bought and hid these machetes. So when the time came, the boys came, hey, where you bring the money. So the trader will say, okay, sorry, sir. He will pretend, hey, sorry, don't kill me, let me bring the money. He will now come there to take, thinking that the other one will take his taking money, take a machete, jam, cut off the head. One cut, jam, the head will roll. As he's cutting this one, the next shop is cutting the other one. The next shop is cutting the other one. That is how it started. Every person ran. And they all came out and started pursuing them. That's how we started Makassi.
Oh, okay. So if we are going to settle the scores we have in Igbo land, I'm sure we'll have to do the same with the people from other ethnic groups. So looking at inter-ethnic reconciliation, how well will this also help to establish the peace that we've lost in the Igbo land?
Inter-ethnic reconciliation. The Igbo people have never been in enmity with any ethnic group. We believe in Ojembe Nwiro. We believe in Ojemba. We believe in friendship with other people. So we don't fight. We never fought with maybe Yoruba, Hausa, Efik. No. You're on your own. We'll have trading relationship with you. So if you're talking about inter-ethnic relationship or reconciliation, reconciling about what? Did we fight with any ethnic group? We did not fight with Efik. We did not fight with Yoruba. We did not fight with Hausa. So what do you mean by
But that does not dispute the fact that we have bad eggs in Igbo land that have probably gone out there to also spoil the name and also mar the image of the Igbo people.
Or they spoil in the name of the Igbo people or by themselves. Because we didn't send any person. There are bad boys, there are bad girls, there are bad people in every tribe. So if an Hausa man comes here or Yoruba man comes here and does a bad thing, shall we not say it is Yoruba that sent him? No.
It's easy to generalize.
But there is this stereotype,
yes, it as
being bad. That's a fallacy of generalization. It's a fallacy now.
I think we have to draw the content here, because this conversation could go on, and we would never get to the end of it. Thank you so much, Barrister, for joining us today. Barrister Emeka Siri. Thank you so much for joining us. It was such a pleasure to have this conversation with you, and we are sure that over time we'll definitely convey again to have this conversation, because it's something that is prominent in the Igbo land and needs to be addressed as well.
Correct.
We'll still invite you.
Thank you.
We'll invite you and we'll
so
continue inviting you. We are not chasing you away. Feel free to express
so
yourself.
You're my friend, eh?
Yeah, of course we are.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being a part of the program this morning. It's always a pleasure to have you join us on the show. And we'll be queuing in our Abuja studios for the continuation of the morning show. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
And I am Quinsley Roland.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Registration is essential to control certain things. So if you volunteer to be a limited liability company, you cannot be feeding, from the company, defrauding the company, using the company to cheat people. That's one of the essence of registration. You pay tax to government, and CAC is the body that will tell you, go and pay, you have not paid. If you don't pay, you will not, your books, returns, what is, when you update your books, annual returns will not be accepted. Or even you pay you pay in arrears. But with reference to POS and CAC, CAC says you must register. They have that authority. For you to do a business, you must register. So it is not that they are fighting. They can't fight because that one is performing his duty. If you are negligent, if you refuse to obey or respect him, it doesn't mean you are fighting. So what I'm saying is that if CAC says you should register, you register. Then there are some that will pay what they call income tax. There are people who pay these other aspects of tax, that is company tax. So I'm CEO and co. Doesn't elevate my status so that to the federal government, so I'll be paying to CAC. I'm supposed to pay to the Board of Internal Revenue as an individual. Then, if they say the state now approves a token for all these people who are doing petty trading.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, let's welcome you to our Abuja Center this morning. Coming a bit late, I must say that to you, and let's apologize. A bright morning in Abuja here. It rained last night, and so it's a bright but cool morning in the Federal Capital Territory, and my name is Nwaboz Njoko. Now, Nigeria has so many ungoverned development areas. And why do I say ungoverned development areas? Parts of the country that are not experiencing actual development. Not by virtue of government inactivity, but by virtue of the paucity of economic activity. And such areas have problems, population problems, in the sense that naturally people will move from such development of ungoverned areas into where there are economic activities. Today, they say Lagos is bustling with activity. And that is because it is an economically governed area. Once upon a time in this country, the fastest growing region in Nigeria was Eastern Nigeria. What there is part of South-South and the whole of Southeast, growing at more than 9%. That was a world record. But today, when you begin to denominate Nigeria's development ungoverned areas, you point at the Southeast. And with that has come a number of challenges. Movement of population out. Abandonment of once thriving cities. You know, in the United States, there are cities that they say are dying. If you go to the Southeast, a number of cities are dying. And so some people got together, not the government, some private sector initiative got together and said, to be able to reinvent that growth, there has to be a new momentum. And that will also create population stability, address insecurity at the larger national level. The Southeast Economic Renaissance is our point of conversation this morning. What are the steps towards achieving that objective? Who are taking this initiative? What is the ultimate objective? What are their action steps? And so this morning I have in the studio Dr. Ifedi Okwenna, who's on my right. Dr. Ifedi Okwenna is the Executive Secretary of this think tank, the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Dr. Okwenna, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Thank you, viewers.
And on my left, pardon me, because you know sometimes when beautiful women are around you, you seem to falter. You know, you should not falter. I should be, especially if that woman is a lawyer. So let me please be clear about who the person is. Can I put on my glasses? Thank you very much. And on my left, I have Barrister Ujunwa Rita Ezani. She is the secretary of the National Organizing Committee of this group, Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Barrister Ujunwa, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
I should have denominated you at an intellectual level, but don't mind me. You know, men, they want to see the beauty first, but please, I'm talking with you purely on an intellectual level.
That's all right.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, viewers.
This morning, I understand that your group is holding the second in a series of summits. The first summit took place last year, 2024. There is another summit coming up this year. But before we get into that summit, it's interesting to ask, what is this Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group? What does it do?
Thank you very much. Thank you, viewers, once again. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is a body of Southeast businessmen and investors who felt that this is the time for us to take our destiny in our own hands and then to be able to reinvent and remake Southeast as an economic powerhouse. It's always clear that you said it at your intro, that the Southeast was once the fastest growing, that Eastern Nigeria was once the fastest growing part of the world. And then we cannot say the same thing today. We were able to get to that level until the outbreak of the Civil War. And then after the Civil War, we managed to throttle, and then it was not that easy. But that resilience, and our people made them to recover from the war very fast at the rate nobody could have imagined. But after recovery, we found that we were not accelerating the way we should. We were not getting to where we were before the war, caused by mainly economic turnaround. We were going backward, regression, and that caused migration. Our people left our homeland, looking for greener pasture, in parentheses, because actually the indices of development was not favoring us. Before the war, the eastern and western economic corridors were competing, but after the war, the western corridor took off and the eastern corridor regressed. That's why everything started going to Lagos, and Lagos has its Port Harcourt, and the eastern has its regressed. And then it affected, the federal projects were no longer cited in the east the way it was, And there is the atomization of subnationals. Then it was an Eastern Nigeria. Eastern Nigeria was a big economic bloc. Today we have that Eastern Nigeria today is about 9 states, or 9 states. Just remove Delta and Edo. The other Southeast South states were part of the Eastern Bloc. And then there used to be one state governed by probably a premier and about 5-10 regional ministers or commissioners, and then building a very strong variety economy. But with the creation of states, because the subnationals continuously become smaller, and then the necessary common services were not even shared. Most of these people, every state want to strive to be independent and pride themselves to be independent. And then the process, we started eating cake instead of baking cake. And then the system of economic resource control, as it was so it seems, favors the federal and not the state. So little fund was coming to the states, and then they succeed in paying all the salaries. And what do you expect the industrials and the engineers Southeast people? They migrate to area of action. Most went to Lagos and the Southwest, and some others went to the North, because most states were coming in the North. The industry took them to go and take care of opportunities in that place. A lot more others migrated to the diaspora. That side is to Americas, Europe, and the Asian countries, and then Southeast nosedived. What are we doing? SEBI's Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group said, no, we cannot continue, because if you leave vacancy, there no nation doesn't abhor a vacuum. The miscreants are taking over. You could imagine the people who give us controls our states in the Southeast are those who are supposed to follow naturally. They are not leading. So we felt that politics is not the answer. What is the answer is economic re-engineering and economic development. We want to come back to massively invest once again in the economy of the South, both infrastructure, both businesses. We identify area of comparative advantage, business. This is where we have advantage over others. We want to use this area of comparative advantage to redevelop the Southeast. And when we do that, it will be better for the Southeast and it will be better for Nigeria, because a lot economic input will have added into it. We are targeting to return back to where we were pre-war time.
Well, targeting to return to where we were before the Civil War, that's a very tall order. There has been some population injury, I must say that, but I do not want to dwell on that. Let us take off from your last effort. The last effort, have you taken a record? Have you looked at how far you went in the last summit?
Yeah, we started last year. Last year was an introductory kind of summit. We brought the best of the Southeast from home and abroad. From the WTOD, Jingozi Okonjo-Iweala, to the chairman, the Obi of Furniture, Abogidi himself, his Igwen Namika Shevan, CFR, and so many to our own Mazi Samo Huabuma, so many of great industrialists and great business entrepreneurs converge on ENUGU. And then we took decision to once again not to lament again, and not to cry for marginalization, but to be able to use what we have to get where we want to be. So that was where we started, and so last year was more of an introductory statements. And having done that, we set up committees, and then each committee have gone to work. We have a project committee that have come with worked on 8 thematic areas and generated bankable projects that we felt that can, when we inject it in the South, it will make some meaning, especially in the area of agriculture, including ranching, because we know that apart from Lagos, we're the largest consumer of beef. So we felt that we must at least give ourselves enough beef, and then to give to outsiders, then regenerate agro potentials, because up to this moment, the effort of Emma Opara in the eastern Nigeria is still operating in the area of agriculture. Then we look at MSME, we are the hub of medium, micro, medium, small scale industries, MSME. And we find that we originated the Eba Boy, the apprenticeship scheme. That is,
by the way, Anambra State had done something wonderful and signed it into law.
Yes. So we've done that. We are the owners of that. The United Nations and the Harvard School of Business have adopted it as fastest system for poverty alleviation. But again, unfortunately, we are losing out. There is no accelerator. People are no longer going for apprenticeship system. We cannot afford to do that. So we must reinvent it by putting accelerator programs, whereby when you learn these businesses, you get support to accelerate your business. These are some of the things we are looking for. Then we are looking at fintech. We find that we have slush funds in the Southeast. People unbankable money here and there in Aba, in Onitsha. People still carry money in Ghana, must go because they don't have the trust in the banking system. We want them to have their own, and then through that system be able to re-engineer and remake their businesses, support their business, accelerate their businesses. Then we are looking at the area of energy. Energy is the greatest challenge we have in the Southeast. The megawatts of energy supplied to us is very meager, and the gas is not piped through our area. So we are looking at how we can think of putting some energy packages in the comprehensive energy package in the Southeast. Then we look at security. It's very important for us, and we believe that while we are charting government will do something, we are encouraging government to do something, but we as the private sector want to bring ideas, making it business-like. You can make money from protecting the citizens. So that's some of the things we are looking at. Then there are some area of sports. You see, what gave an Igbo man the leverage after the Civil War was sports. We went to that National Sports Festival 1973, and stamp authorities, those who lost the war, came to win in sports. Then Rangers International took off and then won the first Nigerian club to win African Cup. So we are losing out again to Delta, Edo, and some other states, more recently Bayelsa. So we say no. Southeast must come back. I thank God ENUGU State is going to host the National Sports Festival. That's where we're heading to. And by the time we took ENUGU host that sports festival, Southeast will come back to control the sport. Then creative art. We started Nollywood. Today Nollywood is not the way it was planned to be. We want to re-own it again and be able to make it one of the lowest hanging fruits. So on the creative industry, we are putting energy there, so that, because to us, music and art are one of the fastest ways you can engage our youths. So basically, these areas are the areas we are putting much emphasis. We call it low hanging fruits. By the time we finish it, we know where we get to be. We give ourselves a 5 years benchmark, so that after 5 years, we look at where we have gone to. This year's summit, the 2.0, is where we are presenting this project.
I'm going to come to that point, because that's a critical thing. You know that I was at an event at which you spoke so passionately about the impact of young people seeking greener pastures in other areas, and the kind of experiences they have that are really heartbreaking. In other words, this situation of poor economy in the Southeast has caused immigration, and that immigration is having some consequence on our young people. And therefore, if the Southeast is remade, you could begin to address some of those problems. I think it's necessary for us to understand what is the consequence of a Southeast economic bloc that is not working. Can you address us on that?
Thank you, and thank you, viewers. I would say the the Southeast economic and business situation that is not working is really bad. Is really bad. Because we are busy people. A Southeasterner, an Igbo man, is energetic, very energetic, ready, always proactive to engage in activities. But it's just by nature, and that is well known about us, about a Southeasterner, an Igbo man, anywhere, both locally and internationally. So since there are no activities, legitimate activities, especially in terms of economic activities, business activities that are operating in the Southeast, that drive, that natural drive that we have, that is in our children, in our boys, in our sisters and brothers, in our relatives, that drive, you can't take it away, it's natural. So, since there are no engagements there, like the executive secretary said, it gave result to migration from that space. And that migration has not been all that palatable to our people. First of all, some start migrating to different locations to get engaged economically, because an Igbo man is always an economic person, a business person that wants to, get this, put it this way, and realize some profit and all that. It's natural. So it caused migration to different locations, and when they get there, they start doing what they know how to do best. In different locations in the country, within Nigeria, outside Nigeria, and you find out that by the time they start investing, doing what they know how to do best, and start progressing and start investing there, because there is a saying in Igbo adage that says that Ebonye become awaj. So as they're making progress, they're investing there. But sometimes, when you look back home, nothing is happening there. They keep on investing in these locations, and they find out that when one wants to go back, when you look back home, you find out that it's like nothing is happening in your place of origin, and it's a concern. It becomes a concern to us, a concern to a lot of Southeasterners. But many people, when they feel concerned, is like, there's nothing I can do. They move on with the same activities. Then some of our youths, because of that energetic nature in them, also try to find a space again, a location where to go and thrive in businesses, in economic activities and all that. And in the process, like I spoke that day, in the process of trying to get to those destinations where things are happening, where they believe they can get their greener pasture, they encounter a lot of pathetic experiences, ugly experiences, which I may not like to
let us, because when we get into those experiences, where our hosts, they call them hosts, our hosts, we feel that we are ungrateful. I don't think that's what we want to discuss.
No.
We want to move forward.
Yes.
Now, moving forward, let me just, because I have a reason for interjecting. There are necessary action steps you want to take.
Yes.
Towards this year's summit. And I told you, wait, I'll come to this year's summit.
Yeah.
Doc, you said the 2024 summit was introductory statement. We have looked at this situation. We do not think that government should be saddled with the entire responsibility. The private sector, private individuals have a role to play in this redemptive journey. That was the first statement.
Yeah.
What is the second statement? Because have a summit again this year in ENUGU.
Yeah.
What is the second statement?
Yeah, of course, the second statement this year is that we want to take action. It's no longer, like I said, we'll stop blaming ourselves. We'll stop lamenting. No more lamentation. We must utilize what we have to achieve, to get to where we want to be. Where we are today is not good. Where we were yesterday was wonderful. Where we are today, not good. But where we want to be is very bright. I've never seen the Southeasterners so mobilized as they are getting now. Everybody is charged. Everybody, with events in Nigeria, in different parts of Nigeria and in different parts of the world, has started making them to ask questions. Is there anything wrong with us? Are we really real? Because you look at it from the point of view, our environment is the best in Nigeria. Natural rainforest, permanent and constant temperature. We don't have extremes of temperature. The landscape is flat. The land is fertile. The greenery is wonderful. And suddenly we leave these places. And we go to these to savanna areas, and we go to swampy areas. We start entering the Atlantic oceans and the Lagos Lagoon and covering them and building mansions, and then living our wonderful land. Is there anything wrong with us? Business is such that where this producer is, the buyer goes look for him. But how do we then have these businesses in the East and then carry it and start looking for people who buy? Do you know that of the import goods that come into Lagos port, 64% end in the Southeast? This the statistics for NIWA.
Yes.
64% of the containers offloaded in Lagos end up in the Southeast.
Right.
Then what going into Port Harcourt, 99% enter Aband on Onitsha. That means that there's a lot of activities. All we want to do is that let's put the infrastructure, let's put production lines so that we won't be concentrating on trade alone. We want to be producing, because when we produce, we create job, we create the economy, we make our place a destination. This year, the level we are going, like you say, the second statement, let's put something down. And that's why we package these projects. Now we are setting JVs, joint venture partners between these sectors. The government is becoming wonderful because they are now, you can't do without government, no doubt. So they are willing and ready to partner now with us by providing the enablement, the enabling environment for these businesses to thrive. The challenges of the last few years is about being corrected, because if you talk, we are close to our pride investors, like people like Innocent, people like Chikasim, people like Master Energy, who have been wonderful investing in the South despite all these conditions. They will tell you the experience. You shed tears for them. Now, with this kind of thing we're doing, all of us are now saying, how do we make this environment enabling? And the ease of doing business is now gradually changing. I thank God for some governors of the Southeast who are doing wonderful. Abia is wonderful. ENUGU is wonderful. Anambra is coming strong. Imo and Ebonyi, they are not lagging behind. So partnering together, we are looking forward that we are taking the journey, the second step of moving forward. We are launching a 50 billion MSME fund.
Just for medium and
small scale business, yes. That project is to re-energize that sector. If you re-energize that sector, it's like activity will start picking up once again, because people who learn one business or the other but they can't start take off can leverage from this fund. It's a very comprehensive program to re-energize and accelerate that sector. Now, when you are doing that, there will be large economic activities, and I tell you, it's a non-kinetic way for fighting insecurity. It's a chicken and egg thing. People will say, oh, which one comes first, which one follows. I tell people that when you energize the economy, the security condition of any place increases, it improves. So that is the way we are seeing it. While we put this fund, we are setting up an IDC center, Industrial Development Center. Industrial Development Center, in the sense that there are a lot of boys who learn one art or the other, one trade or the other, one production line or the other, but they don't have equipment. I remember as a commissioner then we had an incubation center built by federal government, which my state government acquired, and then we developed it, and it became a wonderful place where people with ideas enter every morning, buy your materials, and you enter that place. You can produce whatever. It was then in ENUGU. I don't know whether it still exists there, but then you can see young boys doing motorcycle spare parts, motor spare parts inside our IDC. So we want to replicate this. This time around, we're looking at somewhere in Aba, where in Asia, where these young men are. They have wonderful ideas. In Aba, for instance, if you put an IDC center, have tailoring equipments for massive garment production. Now, I discussed with one of our investors a few days ago. He said, with this IDC center in Aba, he's going to put a textile factory in Aba to supply this IDC with materials. Now, at that IDC center, you wake up in the morning as a young man, you get to the IDC gate and pay 1,000 naira access fee. You enter, you use every machine. You have to sew your clothes, sew everything, and then sell. And because of the fintech aspect we are putting up, the fintech is a microfinance will be situated there to give credit facility to these young boys to buy materials. You buy that materials, you enter there, you sew, you will sell to the export cluster, those who want to buy to export. The same thing with shoes. Aba is known for shoes. So we are looking forward to converting these boys into clusters to massively produce these shoes, and they become made in Aba, no longer made in Italy or made in Spain. We'll be proud of made in Aba because the qualities are going to be high. We're going to put quality assurance mechanisms in the IDC center so that whatever comes from that center is definitely going to match whatever you get in Spain, in Italy or Brazil. So these are the kind of ideas we want to use to energize the youths of the South, is to start thinking, give them hope once again. Our president said renewed hope. Yeah, we are renewing their hope in the system. It will stop the migration. When somebody migrates to Saudi Arabia or to Libya, he doesn't know what he's going there to do, and he has a better facility in Aba or in Onitsha, he will stay in Onitsha. I mean, why was the essence of going to look for 3, 4, 5 million to get visa when you can use that to use money, and 1 month you make more than that 1 million in Aba IDC. So these are the concepts we are coming with to energize the system.
I'm coming to you presently because these youths who move out, some of them hear stories.
Exactly.
That the pasture there is green.
Greener.
They have not seen them, and they just go. What steps are you doing? Are you taking rather to mobilize our youth, to mobilize for this event, So that it's not a matter of what we're just speaking on television now.
Yes, yes.
Because unless they hear and understand, they can't key in. How are you mobilizing our people to buy into this thought? Doc, I'm still coming back to you because along the line you said a number of bankable. I'm going to come back to that. Mobilization. What are you telling them? What are you doing to get them to buy into this?
Thank you very much for that question. In order to get our people aware of the strategies that Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is putting in place in the Southeast space, we had last year organized a summit called Southeast Business and Investment Summit, where people gather together, investors, businessmen, and women gather together and deliberate on this, on the way forward, on the renaissance of economic renaissance in the Southeast. Excuse me. Then this year, in a wider range, we are organizing another summit in ENUGU on the 22nd from 26th to 28th of November, where more light will be thrown and more strategies will be organized on how to make the economy, the Southeast busy. Then, for the awareness, that summit is a platform for the awareness of what we are putting together there, so that our youths, investors, and the rest of them will catch on, will catch into that. Apart from the summit that is coming up on the 26th and to 28th, we are organizing what we call roadshow. Roadshows. We call it roadshows because it's going to take place in 7 cities across the country to mobilize these youths, mobilize our women, mobilize investors, businessmen and women that are interested. In fact, they should be interested because we have said it that we need to build our place. It doesn't stop us from building other outside, but you build your place and also build other place. So the process of mobilizing the youth for this awareness is through the roadshow, and which we call roadshow stroke town hall meeting. The first one will be coming up. The roadshows will be taking place in 7 cities: in Abuja, in Lagos, in Aba, Abia State, in Owerri, Imo State, in Onitsha, Anambra State, then in Abakaliki, Abia State, Ebonyi State, sorry, then finally in Enugu State. In this, the Abuja one will be coming up on the 17th, which is just few days from now, 17th of this October, just few days now, at Top Rank Hotel in Jabi. The process of mobilizing mobilizing our youth is through this town hall meeting, through roadshows, and we are contacting all the Southeast groups that are in the FCT, the market associations, the Igbo cultural groups, the women organizations, the youth organizations, like we have the town association, town union associations in Abuja. We have contacted all of them, you know, and there is a Ohaneze group again. We've contacted all of them, both the Apex body and the group segment of the organization. We've already also talking with other subgroups here and there to make sure that nobody is left behind and nobody is unaware of what is taking place in the southeast.
Okay, Doc, this is not just a mass movement, but it's supposed to be investor driven.
Yes.
It is not a carnival, it's investor, it is an economic activity driven by investor interest. Along the line you used one expression, bankable projects.
Yeah.
It's necessary for us to understand. At the ENUGU summit, you're talking about bankable. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely, you know, you don't develop by emotion. Oh, I want to build a ranch. How do you build a ranch? So we notice that most of the time we arrive at a summit and people deliver wonderful papers and paint a kind of picture of an Eldorado. No, we say no. This time around, we must go to the nitty-gritty. If we say, okay, this project is where we want to be, we now say, okay, we set up people to study on that project. The experts went to the field, consider the site, its environment, and look at the challenges and prospects of each of these businesses, and then design this project, put figures. What makes it bankable is that you've seen the viability and feasibility of those projects. And the return on investment, break-even point of those projects. These are all designed so that if you come to the summit as an investor, you say, okay, I want to set up a meat processing factory. This is a project. You take the project, you look into it, and say, if this project is sited in ENUGU, this is what it will cost me, and this is the capacity. This is how many the tons of meat we can be producing, and this is the market. This is the market. This is the environment that will support you. This is the possible sales. And this is how much you need to start. This is the expanse of land you need to start. This is the amount of money you need to start. These are possible profit you make in the first year, the second year. When is the break-even point of that business? So that if you are putting your extra amount of money, you'll be able to know when you are making your profit will start coming up. And because the banking people are coming, both the development banks and the commercial banks are all coming, they will be able to engage the banks and say, I'm interested in this, are you going to? And we are looking at the point of investment. The kind of investment we're looking to start is not basically where Okeke and Sons will come and open his small business there. No, we are thinking of how do we bring investors coming together, even if you are not staying in, because like she said, we are not asking you not to stay where you are. So we are asking you just put a percentage of whatever you have in the Southeast. If all of us put 30% of what we have in the Southeast, it will be a bloom. It will be very fast in growing again once again. So now we are asking people to form JVs, joint ventures, and we expect that a number of joint ventures will be signed at that summit, whereby people will say, okay, XYZ companies are coming together to set up a power plant to generate power that will be evacuated to a certain area. The QRJ who is interested in producing security equipments that could be used either in monitoring or gathered or exported everywhere. That QRJ will be able to do this on say hospital, because part of what we are looking for is in health. We noticed that a lot of our hospitals are already having some challenges. We want to pick 5 hospitals per state, 5, and commercialize that hospital, networking with fintech system, and get the medical experts to be able to use as a case study that once you enter any of these hospitals, if it's not your time to die, you will survive. You will not die. So these are the kind of things we are looking at. So a lot of people are interested in getting the medical lab equipments and trying to commercialize them and make profit out of it. A lot are interested in putting a medical emergency system into the system, so that anywhere you are, at any time of the day, you make a call, there's an emergency system that will save that person. From that point, in the next 5-10 minutes, somebody has arrived to pick that person to a nearby hospital. But while you are in the ambulance, you're already getting treated. A lot of people are equally interested in community health insurance, so that no person is denied of taking adequate Medicare on the condition of pocket, that you don't have money. A lot of people are willing to put small change in the community health insurance that will be available for whoever needs it, so that once you are subscribed to that community health insurance, if you are sick, there's a fund and to be taken care of. And those people are not doing it just for charity, they are doing it for business. So these are the concepts we have. So, and that's why these projects are bankable. We study them, we come out with their break-even points, and we ask investors, come listen to us, invest in it. There is a tech system group. We have over 100 tech founders coming for the summit. Those tech founders have ideas and to control various challenges we have in the Southeast. Now, when a tech system now is that they work to provide solutions to challenges, and then we are now exposing to the venture capitals, so that they will demonstrate their pitch deck at the summit, and then we expect the venture capitals to invest into it. As a venture capital, you are investing not because you are coming to manage it yourself. No. After all, the money points of this world, the kudas of this world, were all invested. It was venture capitalists that put them on, and they are reaping their benefits. So these are things we are packaging, and these tech founders are there. They come with very, very necessary and needful pitch decks, which investors are going to look into it and buy into it. Yes,
when I still want to stay with you, I'll come to you presently. This is our conversation.
Yeah.
To what degree is the money class buying into this? That is my question number 1. I want you to join with. Is it an exclusive opportunity for the Southeast money class, venture capitalists, businessmen, or is it also open to other investors from other parts of the country and other parts of the world to come in to invest in South?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. This is not exclusive to the Southeast. Investment is open. There are even foreigners that are showing interest, people from China, people from Thailand, people from Vietnam that are showing interest. So Southeast is home. You know, when my state used to be home for all. Yes. Forget the fact that we changed the light of the nation. You come into Southeast is one of the easiest place to navigate. Southeasterners welcome visitors more than they even welcome their own. So it's only when people who don't know think that because of the way they see us out there, they think we are hostile. We are not. We like competition. Come there, show us you are there. I know one business school in the South is the biggest business school in the South, is owned by Yoruba man.
Yes.
So and he's thriving. The man is speaking Igbo more than me. So these are we are opening it up for people to come that's why the summit is not exclusive to Indibo.
This is a business
It's a business conversation. And then the buy-in of the businesses, they are buying in. We have the Chikasins, we have the Innocents, we have the Ibetos, we have the Master Energy. They are queuing in. And as a matter of fact, we are celebrating them during the grand business dinner of the summit, to be shared by Prince Atoeza, who is a #1 core businessman. We're going to share the occasion where we are celebrating all these investors and heavy businessmen from the Southeast. So that shows you they are coming in. They are looking forward to this occasion. All of them are making contacts that they want to be part of it. And we're giving more opportunities, because do you know why we're celebrating them? They took the bold initiative when it was tough. I remember talking to Chikas, and he told me his ordeals investing in Southeast, but that he doesn't regret it. So such person, you will celebrate him. You celebrate an Ibeto who has done everything. You will celebrate an Innocent who has taken us on the map with a vehicle manufacturer. So we are celebrating them. Why are we doing that? We want the young people to look at them. That's why I went to Terra Heptis the other day, the drone boys. I reminded them that they must invest in the Southeast too. And they are eager because they felt that, of course, SEBIS, Southeast Business and Investment Summit, is doing nice thing by approaching them and bringing all the businesses together so that we can remake that zone. I think it's clear that we're getting to somewhere there.
Would you?
Yes.
Let me express a fear. Okay. When the Jews began thinking of an Israeli nation, some countries in which their personnel were critical stakeholders feared that return, Zionism, was destruction of the economies where those were lived. Can you please speak to any thoughts that this is the Igbos' exodus, beginning a run on other parts of the country?
Thank you very much. Like the executive secretary rightly said, that these projects remaking the Southeast as economic powerhouse. That's our project. That it is not just for the Southeasterners. It is not. And because it is not just for the Southeasterners, even the Southeasterners, wherever they are, in any part of Nigeria, in any part of the world, we are not asking them to leave their locations, to leave their spaces. Rather, we are asking them to invest in the Southeast space. That is why, like the executive secretary said, that is why there are these bankable projects that has economic structure, where it's not a father and son, Okeke and son's business, or Peter and daughter's business. No, they are viable, wide structured business and investment structure that anybody from any part of the world can invest and be part of it. You have there are other business, Liver Brothers, PZ, millions.
Owners don't even live in Nigeria
at all. Millions are owners of that business, and they don't live in Nigeria to be part of it.
But you have raised something. Please allow me. You have raised something that I want Dr. Gona to address. She said it's not Okeke and Sons. It's not Peter and
daughters limited.
Permit me to express what I don't like. Our people, the Southeasterner, likes to struggle, make his money, and be in control of it. If you talk to him about the capital market. He doesn't buy into it. But the money for lifelong, life forever investment is there. Are you talking to the stock exchange? Are you talking to the banks? Are you talking to our people? So that all these ideas, all these bankable projects will not stay on the table because Okeke and Sons only want to deal with it. They can also access funds for the capital market that can drive these things.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, that's why that's where we are coming from. As a matter of fact, because the way it is, the established people may not return to Southeast, but we are asking them to invest in Southeast, and they are not going to invest 100% and own it 100%. It's not possible. And that's why we come out with this JV, where you say we are working on the joint venture system. It must be you coming together and invest. Then you can put an investment fund, an equity fund you are throwing into it. Then the company on formation can then leverage funding, other capital funding or overhead funding from different. Then gradually we'll grow. That will tell you we are working well. We put a 5-year benchmark. The first 5 years will be for struggling and making these companies to start cashing up. Then we are already talking that these people should divest your interest.
Not what you will begin with that.
No, we are not bringing with that. That's why we are saying we get to a point. It's a gradual thing. You now say diverse interest, and then if you already have 50% interest in a business, then diverse the other 50%. It will help you. Sure. That means that you will succeed after your exit. That leads us to another program we have, which is succession planning. Succession plan is important because most of our big businesses seem to die after the owner has died, and we cannot allow it to continue this way. Whereas big names that used to employ so many, because the implication, people don't know that the death of a business not only is a loss to the zone, for the whole zone, for the entire economy. If you look at the volume of business, Sawanko, Aaron Kwachas, Sandi Ojuku, Ekenede Chuku, all of them have. If you pull all the businesses, if they are still thriving today, the economy of Southeast will be bigger.
Okay, my colleagues are telling me that my time is up, but please, you have to address something before we leave here.
Okay.
The Abuja Pre-Summit Roadshow. Talk to me about it.
Yes, thank you very much. The Abuja Pre-Summit Roadshow is a project. We want to mobilize our people. You can't do it. Must be a movement. My people are not easy to convince. That is the reality. I'm an Igbo man, and we must tell ourselves the truth. They must see it. So we now decided that we are going to do a 7-city roadshow, starting with Abuja on Friday. They were bringing over 3,000 Southeast investors and businesses and the owners of businesses and traders into Abuja, and we're bringing experts in business to talk to us on possible ways of investing in the Southeast. And again, on opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities, the free trade zones in the Southeast that want to come talk to them, come invest in the free trade zone. It wasn't the only in the Lagos so good that you invest in free trade zone. We have free trade zone in the Southeast that are still empty, and nobody's investing. So we are now coming to talk to them. Come home, invest there, put some percentage of what you have. So that's what we are doing in Abuja. After the Abuja, we will do it in Lagos. Talk to our people in Lagos. Opportunities, prospects, profit margin you can make. You can make more. Some of them don't know that you make more profit in the Southeast than in Lagos. This is what we want to tell them. Then we'll do it in Onitsha market, Onitsha city, do it in Aba city for Abia, we do it in Enugu, we do it in Abakaliki, we do it in Owerri. These are 5 Southeast states, and from Lagos and Abuja. We're starting with Abuja this Friday, and we're employing every businessman or woman, whether Igbo or non-Igbo, come to Top Rank Hotel Galaxy in Otako near Chida Hotel. You will talk to how do we remake Southeast. using the opportunities that are available in the Southeast, the openings that are available in Southeast. Some of them doesn't know what free trade zone is. Some of our people, they don't know that 1,001 reasons they can benefit from locating their factory and their manufacturing concern in a free trade zone. This is what we want to talk to them about. You don't need to go to my village and open one forest and start cutting grasses and cutting trees. It's already there. The infrastructure is already there in the Brown Business Park, in any economic city. These are our business free trade zones.
Okay, my producer is talking to me, said you are overshooting. I said with Dr. Ifeanyi Okonna here, we might as well be. I think he lives this project, and all we need to do is to live it with him and see how the Southeast economic environment can be remade, remaking the Southeast economy. That is what the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is doing. The summit comes up in ENUGU in November 26 to 28. But here in Abuja, pre-summit event mobilizing the people takes place on the 17th. 17th is Friday.
This Friday.
This week. Well, in the past 1 hour, if not more indeed, I think I apologize to my colleagues that I'm overshooting. I've been talking with Dr. Ifeanyi Okonna, the Executive Secretary of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Doc, thank you very much for coming to the
Thank you for this opportunity.
Also, I've been talking with the Secretary of the Organizing Committee of the Southeast Investment and Business Summit Group, Summit 2, taking place, of course, I've told you, in ENUGU between November 26 and November 28, as Barrister Ujunwa Rita Ezani. Juma Ezani, are you from around this over?
I'm from Ichida.
Ichida?
In Anocha local government, Anambra State.
Because I know the Ezanis who are all medical doctors and there's some around this over.
They are family of highly educated, the same thing with the Ichida group. The Ezanis are known for their
and that's our program for this morning. Please let us see how this goes, and I know that we'll be telling you developments along the line as they move, and let's congratulate them in advance for what they are going to achieve in that summit. My name is Mwabos Njoku. Please enjoy the rest of the day and good morning.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of state and government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies without foregoing what we would call base load energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its simplest form, foreign policy is really about three things: about values, interests, and power. I come from a relatively small country, Finland, and our toolkit is mainly about two of those three things. It's about values and interests. Power, hard or soft, is usually the luxury of bigger players. The power of smaller country arises from its capacity to cooperate with others. Smart diplomacy gives smaller player at least relative influence. The UN is, of course, case in point. Big players have power through their permanent membership in the UN Security Council. But we, the smaller players, can influence the ebb and flow of international relations by being active in the corridors of diplomacy. Now, most of the speeches that we've heard here today have highlighted the fact that the world order, balance, and dynamics are changing, much like they did after World War II when the UN was founded. I actually think that the post-Cold War order is over, but we don't know what the new order is going to look like. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for things to settle. And my message to this assembly today is that regardless of the size, each and every member state of the United Nations has agency, a say in how the new world order will look like. It is important that we all use this power wisely and responsibly. Now, I fully appreciate that our interests differ, depending on our geographical location, history, state of development, or culture. But fundamental values are something we should all share. We have commonly defined some of the most essential of them in the UN Charter. Today, I want to do two things. First, analyze where we are, and second, give my proposals on what we might want to do together. To understand what's currently happening in the world, I'd like to raise three different but yet related developments. First, it seems to me that there's a growing tension between multilateralism, in other words, an order based on the rule of law, and those that speak the language of multipolarity or transactionalism. So difference between multilateralism and multipolarity. Now, I can understand the temptation and the rationale of the proponents of multipolarity and transactionalism. But can they solve the world's biggest challenges, such as climate change or sustainable development? Today, I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multivectoral foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc. Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multivectoral foreign policy is dominated by interests. Interests drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do. Even transactional or multivectoral foreign policy should rest on a score of fundamental values. Without them, foreign policy will ultimately run into a wall. If you set aside values for unhindered pursuit of power and interests, you will eventually find before you the very same problems you wanted to overlook. Second, the balance of power in the New World Order is shifting towards the South and the East. Many countries, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, are becoming or have become key players in determining the direction of the New World Order. To put it simply, they have both agency and power. They are not only an expanding economic force, but their demographic growth is inexorable. This will also turn them into a political and cultural force. It will yield them both hard power and soft power, and they will use it to promote their interests as they should. The 193 members of the United Nations do not have to agree on every minute detail of values, but we have to have a common understanding of fundamentals. They include the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. They include the prohibition of the use of force and the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. These values are the building blocks of who we are and what we stand for as the United Nations. The broad international community has overwhelmingly an interest to uphold them. Let me be clear. Russia has no right to continue its aggression on Ukraine. Israel has no right to violate international law in Palestine. States have no right to use Sudanese or Congolese territories to fight proxy wars for their economic or strategic self-interests. I urge us all to heed this message of the international community and act accordingly. War is always a failure of humanity. It is a collective failure of our fundamental values. It is a failure of us as human beings. Thirdly, I would like to say a few words about the state of the United Nations, the institution where we are. The UN was created to maintain and promote peace, stability, development, and friendly relations among nations. In order to achieve this, the balance between the three elements was required. The power at the highest level was represented by the UN Security Council. The interests of the wider membership were reconciled here in the General Assembly, and the values were enshrined in the Charter and consolidated as rules of international law. Now, unfortunately today, the UN is struggling to fulfill its central promise of delivering peace and stability. We can always blame each other, but at the end of the day, it's a collective decision. Countries have increasingly taken the liberty to break the rules of international law and to use force against other people's territories and suppress other nations. The United Nations of today does not sufficiently reflect the realities of the balance of power. All too often, it fails to serve as a forum for the coordination of interests, and the values at its core are too often not respected in good faith. We all want to have the freedom to make choices and a possibility to influence the world around us. Today, many countries are seeking answers in multipolarity or transactionalism. If the UN fails to deliver, this trend will accelerate. So, let me sum up in the terms of the three pillars: values, interests, and power. Our values can divide us. Fundamentally, however, they should unite us around the basic principles of humanity, the rule of law, and the prohibition of aggression. Our interests differ, and it's only right that we promote them. However, our choices have consequences. Opportunism will eventually be forced to confront the problems it tried to ignore. Power will constantly seek a new balance. We must adapt to change. Nevertheless, we should not allow the rise of hard power to blind us. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. So let me get to my second part, from the situation to possible solutions or things that we could do together. Never before in history has humankind had such means of innovations at its disposal to solve the world's most pressing problems. However, the current direction is wrong in so many ways. There are more wars than at any time since World War II. The world is becoming increasingly divided. And so are our societies, and the measures to deal with climate change and sustainable development are lagging behind. In different parts of the world, we're witnessing immense civilian suffering and blatant disrespect for humanitarian principles. For me as a Finn, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only reminds me of our past, but is directly linked to the security of the part of the world where I live. On the other hand, there is aggression and total disregard for civilian life, and an attempt to undermine the fundamental principles on which the international order is based. On the other hand, there's a bastion of freedom that is defending its right to exist and to make its own choices. The battle for what consequences we will draw from this aggression is not yet over. Recently, there's been serious attempts at diplomatic solutions of the war on the initiative of the United States. There are no perfect solutions to wars. At the same time, we know that any decision made in these matters will have far-reaching consequences in Ukraine and beyond. There can hardly be a stronger unifying interest among the UN's broad membership than our opposition to the wars of conquest. Aggression must not be rewarded. Accountability for the most serious international crimes must be pursued. In the Middle East, civilians in Gaza are experiencing immense suffering. The deepening humanitarian crisis has reached unbearable levels and represents a failure of the international system. At the same time, Hamas continues to hold the hostages it has taken, and many have already lost their lives. An immediate ceasefire is needed in Gaza. That has been reiterated from this podium many times today and yesterday. Humanitarian aid must be granted safe and unhindered access. The hostages must be released. I commend the efforts led by France and Saudi Arabia to advance the two-state solution. The negotiations must meet the Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian right to self-determination, its legitimate aspiration for statehood and sovereignty. The occupation that began in 1967 must end, and all permanent status issues must be resolved. Correspondingly, the countries that have not recognized Israel must do so. At the same time, the international community must support and strengthen the Palestinian Authority for it to govern the entire Palestinian territory effectively. This is the only viable option for achieving a two-state solution. A stable Palestine will also significantly benefit the security of Israel. In many parts of the world, conflicts are raging, causing immense suffering locally, instability regionally, and reverberations globally. We've witnessed particularly brutal violence in Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Haiti, Myanmar, and Mali, among others. Civilian populations continue to face famine and displacement at a large scale. And sometimes I feel that we end up looking at conflicts only that are near to us. But I think the job of the UN is to look at all of them with equal determination. I praise all those who, in good faith, continue to work for peace despite the daunting task. In June, a peace agreement was reached for the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The true test, like with all peace agreements, lies in its implementation. Does it stick? There's a humanitarian crisis of alarming proportions that compels us, all of us, to respond. Peace processes should not be transactional. They must be guided by international law. All countries and stakeholders in the region must be engaged and committed to achieve sustainable peace. The presence and involvement of the UN is essential. I would also like to stress the crucial work carried out by journalists amid conflicts and in other difficult circumstances. Attacks on members of the media are unacceptable. Media freedom is the basis for democracy. It is a prerequisite for an open society. The ability of the press to carry out its work is important for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the composition of the UN still largely reflects the world of 1945. As the world has changed drastically, so should the decision-making at the UN. Last year, in this very hall, I argued for a reformed Security Council, a council where currently underrepresented regions would have a stronger voice through permanent seats at the table. The number of permanent members should be increased in the UN Security Council. At least there should be 2 new seats for Asia, 2 for Africa, and 1 for Latin America. I think I'm going to say this every year because it's the only place where I get applause. No single state should have a veto power. And if a member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. I believe that these changes at the top of the UN are necessary in order to maintain the UN's central role in international relations. At the same time, a more comprehensive reform of the UN is needed. I commend the Secretary General for his UN 80 initiative, and I encourage him to take bold and ambitious action. So Finland strongly supports the UN and wants it to succeed. Therefore, we stress the need for true reform to enhance the organization's credibility, relevance, and efficiency. This will ensure that the UN can act. The UN needs to focus its efforts on its most important goals: ending and preventing wars, protecting human rights, and acting as a catalyst for sustainable development. And also, we need to get the UN back into peace mediation. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have so many wars right now is that the UN is absent from peace mediation. No other organization can offer the legitimacy comparable to that of the UN. If the UN is absent, conflicts are not resolved without it, which is not in our common interests. The UN is needed as a mediator, and the member states should support it at this endeavor. Finally, Finland is strongly engaged in the work of the UN and will remain so. Therefore, we're also standing for election to the Security Council for the term of 2029 to 2030. Should we be elected, Finland pledges to be a principled and pragmatic partner for peace. We are principled in our commitment to international law with the Charter at its core. We are pragmatic in seeking solutions that truly advance international peace and security, recognizing that progress is often incremental. At the outset of my speech, I said that each and every one of us has agency, a say how the new world order will look like. We want to be able to make our own choices and have an impact on the world around us. Nelson Mandela saw truth and reconciliation as the only hope for nations that are bitterly divided. The same applies to relations between states. We should learn from history, but always look to the future, bearing in mind that our decisions will shape it. Thank you very much.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, NAFDAC orders ban on sachet alcohol. Fire destroys 44 shops, stores at Singa Market in Kano. Thailand to halt implementation of ceasefire deal with Cambodia. And India's Modi vows not to spare those behind Delhi car blast. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has ordered a ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachets and bottles smaller than 200 ml, effective December 2025. NAFDAC Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced the directive during a press briefing in Abuja. She said the move follows a Senate resolution expressing concern that cheaply packaged alcohol is easily accessible to minors and contributes to social problems. Adeyeye explained that NAFDAC had previously agreed with industry stakeholders on a phased ban, with earlier deadlines pushed from 2023 to December 2025. However, she stressed that the Senate's resolution is final and no further extensions will be granted, urging manufacturers and retailers to comply. She emphasized that the ban is protective, aimed at safeguarding the health and well-being of Nigerians, and confirmed that NAFDAC will work with security agencies to enforce the ban, set to begin in January 2026. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued a public alert over the circulation of a suspected substandard antibiotic, beta-clox. According to a statement released by the agency, the product contains fraudulent registration details and originates from an unverified source, posing a serious threat to public health. The alert followed a report from a retail outlet in Zaria, Kaduna State, which identified the suspicious product after purchasing it from a distributor in Kano. Investigations revealed that the NAFDAC registration number displayed on the fake beta-clox package actually belongs to mebendazole 500 mg, manufactured by Chi Limited, indicating a clear case of number misappropriation. The fake product, allegedly imported by Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited in Calabar, Cross River State. However, verification by NAFDAC confirmed that the genuine Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited is registered at number 101 MCC Road, Calabar, further exposing inconsistencies, suggesting unauthorized use of the company's identity. All NAFDAC zonal directors and state coordinators have been directed to conduct surveillance and mop up the falsified product across all regions. Members of the public are advised to report suspicious products to the nearest NAFDAC office or call their toll-free number. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has declared former Petroleum Minister and Bayelsa State Governor Timi Pre-Silva wanted. In a statement on Monday, EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale said Silva is wanted in connection with alleged conspiracy and dishonest conversion of over $14.8 million. The funds, according to the commission, were part of an injection by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board into Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited for refinery construction. The EFCC secured a warrant for Silva's arrest at the Federal High Court in Lagos on November 6, 2025. Justice D.I. Dipolu granted the order. authorizing EFCC officers, police, or any law enforcement agent to arrest Silva and bring him before the Commission to answer the alleged criminal offense. The Commission urged anyone with information on Silva's whereabouts to contact its zonal offices, the nearest police station, or other security agencies. As of the time of filing, Silva has not released an official statement regarding the matter. The Lagos State Command has reiterated its intention to arrest political activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore over alleged plans to incite violent protests in Lagos State. The Commissioner of Police, Olohundare Jimo, said this during a strategic security meeting at the command headquarters in Ikeja on Monday. Jimo stated that despite Sowore's invitation, he had failed to appear at the command headquarters. He explained that the declaration was made in accordance with Section 215 of the Nigerian Constitution, which empowers the Commissioner of Police to maintain law and order and protect lives and property. He added that despite an earlier letter from Sowore's lawyer expressing his intention to bring Sowore to the command, none of them had shown up. According to Jimo, security operatives intercepted a group of about 300 persons allegedly mobilizing to disrupt public peace on Lagos' Third Mainland Bridge in the name of protest. He stated that 13 of them were apprehended, and a vehicle containing loudspeakers and a generator intended for the protest was recovered. Jimo dismissed social media criticisms of his decision to arrest Sowore as acts of ignorance, insisting that his actions were lawful and necessary to prevent disorder. He noted that he had not been served with any court order restraining the police from arresting the wanted activist. Jimo directed all area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical units to apprehend Sowore wherever he is found, except within a courtroom. He emphasized that no individual or group would be allowed to destabilize the state under the guise of a protest. The CP referenced the attempted protest on the Third Mainland Bridge on September 8th as an irresponsible act that posed a grave threat to public safety and the economy. An early morning fire has destroyed dozens of shops at the popular Singer Market in Kano State, leaving traders counting huge losses. The Kano State Fire Service confirmed that at least 44 shops and stores were razed in the incident, which occurred on Monday. Spokesperson of the agency, Saminu Yusuf Abdullahi, said the fire started at Abdul Munafi Yunusa House after a distress call was received from a resident, Mubarak Mohammed. He said 25 temporary shops in front of the building and 19 stores upstairs were completely destroyed, but firefighters prevented the flames from spreading to 24 other stores and all shops on the ground floor. Abdullahi noted that rescue operations were hindered by poor road access caused by parked trailers. Fire Service Director Sani Anas, who led the operation, met with the building's head, Ambassador Garba Ibrahim Maimagi, and a security guard who confirmed the structure operated with a single electrical switch. Preliminary findings indicate that a faulty electrical connection in the temporary shops may have triggered the blaze. The Benue State government has reiterated its commitment to resettling internally displaced persons, IDPs, in the state back to their ancestral lands. This was disclosed on Monday by the Executive Secretary of the State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, James Iyorpu, during the distribution of food and non-food items to displaced persons. He was represented by the head of administration, Donald Kombenda, who said the state is desirous of peace to enable the safe return of displaced populations to their ancestral homes. Iyorpu stated that the exercise marks another milestone in Governor Alia's commitment to bringing hope, relief, and dignity to displaced persons. According to him, through this intervention, food and non-food items will be distributed across 15 official IDP camps. Beyond meeting immediate needs, Governor Alia's administration is taking deliberate and strategic steps to restore livelihoods and rebuild communities. He added that in collaboration with partners, the agency had commenced the biometric review and issuance of new identity cards to IDPs in camps and host communities to ensure proper documentation and inclusion. He used the occasion to express appreciation to all international and local partners, as well as sister ministries, departments, and agencies for their continued collaboration. The Nigeria Air Force has killed several members of the Islamic State of West Africa Province, ISWAP, in a series of intensified counter-terrorism and counter-banditry operations across the country. Precision airstrikes targeted terrorists in Malam Fatori and Shuwaram in Borno State, destroyed bandit handouts in Garin Dandi and Chigogo in Kwara State, and hit Zango Hill in Kankara, Katsina State. Director of Public Relations and Information, Ehimen Ejodame, said the coordinated missions carried out on 9th November 2025 marked a critical phase of joint operations under Operation Hadinkai and Operation Fansan Yama, aimed at dismantling terrorist and criminal networks across northern Nigeria. The Osun Civil Societies Coalition has called for urgent dialogue to end the ongoing strike by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, in Osun State, which has crippled court operations since September 19, 2025. In a statement signed by its chairman, Wahid Lawal, the coalition appealed to the Chief Judge, the Judicial Service Commission, and JUSUN leaders to resume negotiations in the collective interest of justice and the public. Lawal acknowledged the workers' grievances, including poor welfare, delayed promotions, and lack of training, but urged all parties to pursue peaceful and lawful dialogue to resolve the crisis. He identified weak communication between JUSUN and judicial authorities as a key factor in the standoff, and cited constitutional provisions for mediation and conciliation. The coalition also urged the Osun State government and the Nigerian Bar Association to step in and support efforts to restore normal court activities. Lawal emphasized that a speedy resolution is critical to protect access to justice and sustain public confidence in the judiciary. Up ahead, Governor Uzodimma suspends Enchoko activities in Imo State. Senate moves to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy framework. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma has ordered the immediate suspension of all activities of the Imo State Environmental Transformation Commission, ENTRACO, until further notice. The directive comes after a reported incident in Owerri linked to ENTRACO operations, which resulted in one death and left another person critically injured. Governor Uzodimma acknowledged previous concerns raised by the public over ENTRACO's operational methods, emphasizing the need for a review. The announcement was made in a statement on Monday by his Chief Press Secretary, Ogowike Nwachukwu. The governor also cautioned that the suspension is not a license for the public to disregard traffic, environmental, or other laws, warning that violations will be met with strict penalties. A civic group, Citizen Monitors, has warned against normalizing vote buying in Nigerian elections, following reports of cash inducements during last weekend's Anambra governorship poll. In a statement on Tuesday, Head of Communications, Olajumoke Alawode James, said the election, though largely calm and orderly, was marred by alleged cash exchanges, voter intimidation, and subtle coercion at polling units. Co-founder Adesope Hatstrop cautioned that treating vote buying as routine risks undermines Nigeria's democratic process and eroding public trust in elections. The warning comes after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Governor Chukwuma Soludo of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, the winner, defeating candidates from the Labour Party and All Progressives Congress. While INEC denied receiving formal complaints of large-scale vote buying, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission confirmed the arrests of 3 suspected vote buyers. Opposition parties, including the Labour Party and African Democratic Congress, also alleged irregularities that they claim compromised the election's credibility. Citizen Monitors urged INEC, security agencies, and anti-corruption bodies to treat vote buying as a serious electoral offense and called on citizens to reject monetary inducements and report irregularities to strengthen democracy in Nigeria. Various stakeholders and observer groups have continued to make their reports known in the November 8th governorship election in Anambra State. Among the groups is the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD West Africa, which commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for its performance while calling for reforms. Correspondent Lawrence Wimo reports.
In a post-election briefing in Oka, CDD West Africa acknowledged INEC's achievements, including the PVC collection rate, result upload on the IREF, and a generally peaceful voting environment. In the report, signed by Director of CDD West Africa, Daudu Garoba, and Chair, Election Analysis Center, Professor Victor Adetula, the group said despite the successes, the governorship election was marred by challenges. They identified the late arrival of officials, poor mobilization of voters, absence of issue-based campaigns, and absence of security personnel in some polling units.
Like you rightly said, that you are losing on both sides. One, in a system that is not delivering benefit to the people, and on the other side also a system that an economy that is also losing what would have been gained that day. So if we live in a government or a system that delivers the benefits of voting, that deliver good governance to the people. Even when somebody is stretching his hand to give you 30,000 naira, 100 naira for your vote, you will also say it is not worth it, I cannot collect it.
The group also noted that vote buying was openly practiced in several local government areas in the full glare of security personnel, with party agents offering cash and deploying digital transfer methods to influence voters. According to them, voter turnout remained low at 21%, an improvement from 10% recorded in 2021, but reflective of deep disengagement, particularly among youths and marginalized groups. They also said women and persons with disabilities faced accessibility barriers and a lack of voting aid materials.
On one hand is the supply side, which is the government that is shutting down the economy for people to vote. On the other hand is also citizens and our interpretation of elections and behaviors around elections. Perhaps it's also because we are unable to be trusted around our behaviors on election days. The fear of violence could be the reason why the economy is shutting down. And I liken that to days of sanitation in our states.
CDD West Africa also flagged the role of disinformation, with 54% of tracked claims about the election deemed false and often targeting INEC, security agencies, and candidates to manipulate public perception.
INEC's operational capacity through timely funding, decentralized planning, and consistent communication. Such operational issues include logistics, mandatory real-time results publication via ARIV, early voting for essential personnel, and adequate personnel training.
To address these issues, CDD West Africa urged election stakeholders to prioritize reforms ahead of the 2026 off-cycle and 2027 general election to strengthen Nigeria's electoral system. They recommended improved operational capacity via timely funding, decentralized planning, real-time result upload, and early voting for essential personnel. They also urged stakeholders to prioritize voter education, issue-based campaigns, internal democracy, and transparent financing. The group advocated for sustainable year-round security, tackling vote trading via good governance and civic education, and collaboration between media, CSOs, security, and INEC to counter disinformation and improve communication. From Oka, Lawrence Kwemo, Signature TV News.
Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has dismissed claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria, calling them a deliberate attempt to undermine Sharia law and promote Islamophobia. In a post on his verified Facebook page on Tuesday, Gumi said the narrative of Christian persecution is being pushed by certain groups seeking to portray Muslims as violent extremists. The comments come after US President Donald Trump labeled Nigeria as a country of particular concern, citing alleged attacks on Christians and the government's failure to protect religious minorities, and warning of possible military action. The Nigerian government, however, has firmly rejected any claims of religious persecution in the country. Nigerians have continued to react to the threat by the United States President over the alleged widespread genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Some of those who spoke on the issue suggested a diplomatic solution rather than throwing tantrums on the US strongman. Correspondent Christopher Lele has been following up on the issue and the accompanying controversy.
In early November 2025, President Donald Trump of the United States made a public statement concerning his perception of religious violence in Nigeria. He accused the Nigerian government of permitting a campaign of persecution against Christians and warned that the US would immediately stop all aid and assistance and might go in guns a-blazing to eliminate what he described as Islamic terrorists committing mass killings of Christians.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
He went ahead to say that the U.S. Department of Defense had been instructed to prepare for possible action in Nigeria. The Nigerian government rejected the characterization of state-backed Christian genocide. In a statement, President Bola Tinubu emphasized that Nigeria is a democracy with constitutional protections for freedom of religion, and that portraying it as religiously intolerant did not reflect reality.
We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country. The task ahead is immense, but it's our resolve to move forward with unity and purpose, guided by renewed hope agenda, to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria.
While some people agree with Trump that the claim is real, others pointed out that the violence in Nigeria is multi-layered, rooted not solely in faith, but also in ethnic conflict, land/herder disputes, banditry, and weak state capacity. They warned that framing it purely as a religious genocide oversimplifies the situation. The situation took a dramatic exchange between the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and his deputy Barrow Jibrin, who asked Akpabio if he was afraid of the US president.
You are not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying this time, the Senate President of Nigeria did not answer President Trump. And that the quotation is meant to cause diplomatic row. It is the presidency that will answer President Trump. It's only then that the Senate President can make a comment. Not somebody sitting in his bedroom to talk nonsense.
Mr. President, Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
In this case, I did not say my mind.
I'm coming. Don't be scared. I can say.
I said
I'm not scared of Trump. I will say my mind.
President of a country be scared?
I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a deputy president. I can speak on behalf of Nigeria. I'm not scared of Trump.
But do not allow others to speak for you.
Don't be scared of Trump.
Get
you
something.
can say your mind about Trump.
Get something.
We are a sovereign nation.
But get something. Don't allow people to ascribe what you did not say to you.
They did wrong, but you didn't say it. That's correct. You didn't say it.
Yes.
But what I'm saying
is that
you shouldn't be scared of saying anything.
No.
A security expert and global affairs analyst, Jackson Lekon Ojo, who lent his voice to the debate, noted that the killings affect all religions, blaming Nigerian leaders whom he said have lost values for human lives. Ojo, however, stated that Trump did not actually threaten Nigeria, but rather advised that the killings should be stopped, or he will be left with no option than to protect the lives of Christians in Nigeria by fishing out the hoodlums.
Mr. President Trump said enough is enough for the genocidal attack of Christians in Nigeria, and he advised that he implored the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to improve in their security approach to stop all this genocide against the Christians. Me, Jackson Lekon Ojo, I think I disagreed. I don't believe there was a calculated genocide against the Christians. The thousands of people that died in Zamfara State, almost 90% of them are Muslims.
Ojo advised the presidency and Nigeria to go about the perceived threat from US President diplomatically rather than throwing tantrums, warning that Trump is not somebody to be threatened.
It is just for us to prove that what we are talking is an information. That information may not be correct. It could be a misinformation. I think that is what the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should do. It's not to begin to issue counter threat and others.
National President of the South-South Youth Initiative, Comrade Xavier Oscar, agreed with Trump that Christians were being killed in Nigeria. He called on US President to intervene in liberating the nation from what he referred to as ongoing dictatorship and hijack of security agencies by the rich, leaving the masses to live at the mercy of the privileged few.
I think what Nigeria should be doing right now is that if the US president have decided to look into the case of Nigerians, then I'm quite sure that the Nigerians are happy about it. Why Nigerians are happy about it is very simple. Mr. President, like I said earlier, do not and have refused to prioritize the protection of lives and property in this country. Just recently, our security agencies were dying in the arms of Boko Haram. I can recall vividly how many army or soldiers were killed by Boko Haram. I can recall how many police officers were killed by Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. What has Mr. President done about it? Recently, if not a few months ago, I also watched on the news how many soldiers were crying in the desert when they were being faced by Fulani herdsmen, and they were crying for the loss of their family. Just recently, you know how many soldiers that was buried, that was given a mass burial because of the level of insecurity that we faced recently by the Fulani herdsmen.
Convener of the Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ibogidi, also refuted the claim that the killings were targeted at the Christian fold, saying it is a collective and common problem affecting all religions. Ibogidi, however, believes that the Trump genocide threat will help to reawaken Nigeria's security architecture. The ongoing controversy underscores the urgent need to strengthen internal governance, protect all citizens equitably, and engage in clear communication about the nature of the country's security challenges. In the end, building peace and security in Nigeria will depend much more on sustained cooperation and domestic reform than on sudden external military fixes. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
In the same vein, Financial analysts have attributed Nigeria's recent economic slump to comments by US President Donald Trump, who designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The announcement has shaken investor confidence, leading to a 2.8 trillion naira loss on the Nigerian exchange last week, and pushing the naira down to 1,437 naira per dollar on Monday. Experts say the market's downturn reflects growing fear among investors. Former CIBN President Mazi Okechukwu Unegbu said Trump's remarks triggered panic and halted new investments, but described the dip as a buying opportunity. He urged the government to strengthen local production and tackle insecurity to steady the naira. Professor Godwin Oyedokun also noted that the comments have heightened concerns about sanctions and capital flight, warning that strained US-Nigeria relations could worsen the economy. He cautioned against panic-driven forex purchases or mass market exits and advised the government to open diplomatic channels with Washington to ease tensions and restore investor trust. The Senate is taking decisive steps to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy through a new legislative framework. At a public hearing in Abuja, lawmakers assured that the proposed National Digital Economy and e-governance bill will complement rather than conflict with existing laws guiding agencies in the communications and digital innovation sector.
The proposed legislation seeks to establish a comprehensive digital governance framework and promote data sharing, e-documentation, and interagency connectivity. This is in compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. Chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, Shaibu Afolabi, further explained the idea behind the bill.
This law is the equivalent of an enterprise architecture. We are going to have the pillars for cybercrime or cyber security law. We are going to have your SCC. The only thing we are worried about, which we are taking enough caution, is to ensure that there are no duplications of variety. And that's why you see reference in this bill to Data Protection Act. I mentioned something earlier on that somebody said, oh, our data should be localized inside Nigeria. It's not for this bill. What is to simply say that all our automation processes should or shall now comply with the provisions of Data Protection Act.
The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, described the bill as a landmark policy tool capable of transforming public service delivery and positioning Nigeria as a leader in digital governance across Africa.
We talk a lot about being the first on the African continent, and people think it's about bragging. As a nation that represents anywhere close to 20%, if not more, of the black nation or the black people, we do have a responsibility to set the direction for how countries across the African continent will develop. If we're able to allow Nigeria to rise, the rest of Africa will rise. And the leadership we're seeing on display today and over the past month and the last 2 years is an example of how the legislators will work with the executive, with the private sector and civil society to give Nigeria the future that we deserve.
The Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation raised concerns over certain provisions, urging lawmakers to align the bill with existing public service rules and ongoing civil service reforms. The Senate committee is expected to review all submissions before forwarding its final reports for consideration and passage by upper chamber.
The House of Representatives on Monday commenced a sweeping investigation into the management of over $4.6 billion in health sector grants received by Nigeria from the Global Fund and the United States Agency for International Development between 2021 and 2025. The inquiry, led by the House Committee on Infectious Diseases, seeks to determine how $2.8 billion from the Global Fund and $1.8 billion from USAID, both aimed at combating HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, as well as strengthening Nigeria's health systems, were utilized. Speaking at the inauguration of the investigative hearing in Abuja, Committee Chairman Amobi Oga said the probe was necessary to promote transparency and ensure that international aid targeting Nigeria's health challenges delivers tangible results. The House, during plenary on October 21, 2025, had mandated the former Committee on HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria to investigate the matter. Oga commended the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, for expanding the committee's mandates and renaming it the Committee of Infectious Diseases to reflect broader public health oversight. He said the exercise was designed to scrutinize how these funds were applied, noting that about 90% of Nigeria's disease control programs are financed by foreign partners. He also emphasized that Nigeria must take ownership of donor-funded projects to ensure alignment with national health priorities. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has cancelled slot allocations for Hajj to states and adopted a new policy of first come, first serve. According to a statement signed by NACON's Deputy Director of Information and Public Relations, Fatima Usara, on behalf of the Chairman, CEO, Professor Abdullahi Salem Usman. The decision followed extensive consultations with relevant stakeholders and approval from the appropriate authorities. The Commission stated that previous slot allocations no longer apply. The Commission advised intending pilgrims to complete their Hajj fare remittances by December 5, 2025, due to time constraints and the payment framework set by the Saudi authorities. It further noted that transfers to IBAN accounts take between 10 days to 2 weeks before being credited, which may be impossible to meet without the deadline being moved earlier, hence the December 5th deadline. The Chairman Forum of State, Alhaji Idris Al-Makura, urged members to conclude their assignments in Saudi Arabia on time and return to Nigeria promptly to mobilize for Hajj registration, giving the strict timeline to fill Nigeria's quota for the 2026 pilgrimage. Still to come, Taiwan says Chinese diplomats' remarks towards Japan PM disrespectful and impolite. South Korea rescuers use explosive to reach workers trapped at collapsed building. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
An exhibition celebrating the life and legacy of Nigeria's Afrobeat pioneer, Fela Kuti, has opened in Lagos, marking the African debut of an event first developed by the Philharmonie de Paris in France. The Lagos show features 440 items, including personal memorabilia, photographs, paintings, and videos of Fela's performances. Visitors can also sit and enjoy live renditions of his music by other Nigerian artists, and even buy replicas of his signature colorful underwear. Lead curator Sheun Ali said the Lagos exhibition expands significantly on the original French version. Fela, as he is widely known in Nigeria, whose sound blended jazz, funk, and West African rhythms, remains a cultural icon in Nigeria. In his music, he also lashed out at political corruption and bad governance, making him a symbol of resistance against military dictatorships in the late 1970s. Lagos to this day is a vibrant cultural hub, much like during Fela's lifetime, and the Afrobeat sound, heard everywhere, from nightclubs to roadside bars and even at political rallies, has propelled many Nigerian musicians to global fame. Creative entrepreneur and guest to the exhibition, Bayo Omoboriowo, said the activism of Fela, who died in 1997 at the age of 58 from AIDS-related complications, was still relevant today.
What we see today is an exhibition that takes from what the French initially did, but we've made it 3 times larger. So not only are you going to experience Fela's life, activism and his music, but we're also now adding legacy programming to what we're doing.
I've met a few young people who all they just have is this image of Fela, the hemp smoker and supposedly underpants wearing artist. But this has exposed them to different aspects that they didn't, and I think it will start them on a journey. It's an exhibition that will start people on a journey to find out even more about this man, the artist, the activist, the politician, the musician, the man, basically.
There's a whole lot of silencing, and I think it's time for us to rethink where we are and where we really need to go to. And it's time for us to believe in something. As I walk through the room, I'm like, where is our voice? And can we speak? Are there still people that can speak like Fela? Are there people that can fight like Fela? And are there people that can believe in a cause like Fela and continue to push their agenda till the world has no choice but to listen to them?
I feel like I have a renewed sense of hope about the possibilities of music and its ability to move people into political action. I think for a long time, Nigerians have been feeling very defeated, so it's really beautiful and amazing that we have this moment to celebrate Fela because he represents the tenacity of our people.
Thailand's government confirmed on Tuesday that it will halt the implementation of an enhanced ceasefire agreement with Cambodia, signed last month in the presence of US President Donald Trump, and said it would explain its decisions to Washington. Bangkok will also put on hold the return of 18 Cambodian prisoners of war currently held by the Thai military, Defense Minister Nathapan Nakipat told reporters. He declined to answer a question on whether troops would be redeployed.
The losses of the soldiers from the Thai army is something that we cannot accept. The landmine found to be in Thai soil is something that we deem affecting Thai sovereignty. The National Security Council meeting has concluded to halt all the implementation steps stated in the joint declaration, and secondly, we will halt the release of prisoners of war to Cambodia.
I agree and support the decisions made by the Defense Ministry and the military on this. All the work that we have put forward earlier would have to stop until we have clarity. What had happened has not reduced the tension which posed a threat to our national security, which appeared to have eased at first. Since the tension doesn't seem to have faded, we could not continue anything further than this.
Taiwan on Tuesday called a Chinese diplomat's remarks towards Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi disrespectful and impolite. Taiwan's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Xiao Kuang-wei said China's Consul General in Osaka, Zhu Jian's wolf warrior diplomacy behaviors fell below the standards and demonstrated the country's reckless and domineering mindset. When asked about Taiwan's response on the matter during a weekly news conference, Xiao added that China should respect other nations to maintain good relationships, including Taiwan, in the international community.
I can only say that respecting others or other nations is respecting oneself. According to reports, Japan has responded with a strong protest and engaged in negotiations over this matter. In fact, the wolf warrior diplomacy behaviors of Chinese diplomats is truly eye-opening and further highlights their reckless and domineering mindset. Such threats not only fall far below the standards of discourse expected in a civilized country, but also show extreme disrespect and impolite conduct towards the head of a foreign leader. These inappropriate actions by Chinese diplomats will only damage their own country's image. I would advise China to uphold the principle of mutual respect and strive to maintain good relations with other nations, including Taiwan, in the international community.
Turkey's foreign minister said on Monday he held separate talks with several U.S. officials and his Syrian counterpart during a visit to Washington, discussing development in Syria and Gaza, and added he saw that the U.S. understood the need for Syria to remain united. Speaking to Turkish media after the talks, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said he was also invited to join a part of the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara, adding he had also met U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Vice President J.D. Vance, and U.S. Special Envoys Steve Witkoff and Tom Barrack. Later, Fidan also met separately with Shara and Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shibani. Russia's Federal Security Service said it had foiled a plot by Ukrainian and British spies to tempt Russian pilots to steal an MiG-31 jet armed with a Kinzhal hypersonic missile for $3 million, state media reported on Tuesday. The RIA news agency cited the FSB as saying that the hijacked jet was to be flown toward a NATO air base in the Romanian city of Constanta, where it could have been shot down by air defenses, the agency reported. The FSB, the main successor to the Soviet-era KGB, said Ukraine and Britain had planned a large-scale provocation using the hijacked aircraft, and that Ukrainian military intelligence had sought to recruit Russian pilots for $3 million to steal the fighter. Russia's Kinzhal is an air-launched ballistic missile that Moscow calls hypersonic, capable of very high speeds and maneuvering flight paths intended to make it difficult for air defenses to track and intercept. Families of victims of Delhi's deadly car blast mourned the loss of their loved ones on Tuesday as their bodies were brought back to their hometown in Amroha. The deadly explosion near the historic Red Fort on Monday evening had left at least 8 people dead and 20 injured. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has vowed to bring to justice all those responsible. Forensic experts were seen scouring the site of the blast, which had been sealed since Monday, and traffic restrictions imposed in the area.
His mother-in-law was admitted to Sir Ganga Ram Hospital and she had undergone a brain operation. He had gone to meet her.
How will my sister-in-law raise his children now? They should get some support. He had a 3-year-old son and a 4-year-old daughter. This has been done by militants. They should be punished.
A South Korean team demolished 2 towering structures with explosives on Tuesday in a bid to clear the way to recover 2 workers who were presumed dead and 2 missing in the rubble of a collapsed industrial facility. They were among 9 who were working on the massive steel structure, a decommissioned heating facility at a power station in the city of Ulsan, to weaken its base to prepare for demolition when it collapsed 5 days ago. 2 workers were quickly rescued, but 7 others were trapped in the mangled rubble, which was considered unstable and posed the risk of further collapse, hampering rescue efforts. The bodies of 3 workers have since been retrieved. The 2 other structures next to the collapsed tower, which were about 60 meters tall and remained standing, were assessed as too unstable to allow rescuers to use heavy machinery, further slowing the recovery operation. The structures collapsed within seconds after the explosives were detonated in a cloud of smoke and debris footage of the demolition showed. That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choice.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Of course, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta, where I tend to bring you interesting stories making rounds in the entertainment industry, from movie, fashion, music, and of course, social media drama. Today I have interesting stories, and of course I'll be reviewing an interview we had with our guests. So first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Actress Regina Daniels' brother Sammy has been granted bail set at 5 million naira after spending several days in detention. Sammy reportedly received bail on Monday, November 10, 2025. He had earlier been remanded in Kefi prison by a Duse magistrate court on Thursday before being transferred to Suleja prison. Celebrating his release, Sammy's elder brother took to Instagram to share the news, writing, "Sammy, you are a great man. Bail has been granted. Nigerians, thank you." Now, recall that Sammy was arrested in Lagos about a week ago following a complaint reportedly filed by Senator Ned Nwoko in connection with the ongoing controversies surrounding his marital issues with Regina Daniels. Take a look.
Yes, so Sammy is being granted bail. See us coming out. Everybody, Mama P, Messi Jansi, the Mama. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes, so. See, after consulting the gods, the gods did well. After consulting the gods, yes, the gods did it. Yes, the gods did it. Yes, the gods did it. Thank you. Yes, we are yes, so we.
Victoria Saturn.
I spirit to every day. Mama. We are here, innit? Special thanks to my people, my family, everybody. I appreciate you guys, man. They never complete. When I come, we complete. They never complete. Well, who know they? Make your face. I star. Yes, sir.
We're so happy for him. I mean, thank God he's been released. We're all worried. It was said that he'll be released on 28th of November, and later on it was said that he would not be able to celebrate Christmas with his family. But surprisingly, all thanks to Mercy Johnson and Governor of Lagos State, they made it possible for him to be granted bail. Alright, so Nollywood actress Uche Montana has dismissed circulating reports linking her to the alleged drug-related controversy involving actress Regina Daniels and her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. In a statement shared on her Instagram page on Monday, Montana addressed the speculation days after Nwoko published a lengthy Facebook post naming Regina's close friends and relatives, including actresses Sonia Uche and Uche Montana, as allegedly interfering with his wife's rehabilitation process. According to Nwoko, the individuals repeatedly disregarded medical advice to limit access to Regina during therapy and allegedly supplied her with the same substances she was being treated for. Reacting to the claims, Montana said she was aware of the circulating posts associating her name with the allegation, but maintained that she had no involvement or connection to the matter. She explained that her statement was simply to clarify the situation and protect her peace. Her response comes amid growing tensions surrounding Regina Daniels' marriage to Nwoko. Just 2 weeks earlier, Regina had alleged in a viral video that she was a victim of domestic abuse, describing herself as a slave in her husband's home. Nwoko, however, denied the accusations, asserting that his wife was battling drug and alcohol addiction and accusing her of assaulting domestic staff. A whole lot of allegations, a whole lot of things in this particular story. I was so surprised when I saw Sonia Uche and Uche Montana part of the people that brings drugs to your wife. And you know why it's funny? You're sitting there and people are bringing things to your household and you can't stop them from bringing it. and say that these people are the people bringing drugs to your wife and you can't do nothing about it. It's so funny. But I mean, they've given response to that. Sonia Uche said, she just made a sarcasm of the post actually. She just had to correct him and tell him, please use punctuations when you write. That was funny. And I love the way Uche Montana had to address the issue. No fight, no quarrel, no insult. She just made it out there that she doesn't want to involve herself with this and her peace is very important to her. Alright, legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as Two-Face or Two-Baba, has described his hit track African Queen as a song that ignited his music career and remains one of his most personal, meaningful works. In a recent interview, Two-Face admitted that while the song brought him immense success and recognition, it has also been something of a burden over the years. Released in 2004, African Queen catapulted Two-Face to international fame, making him the first African artist to win the BET, MTV Europe, and Mobile Awards. Despite its success, the song has long been mired in controversy. Two-Face's former bandmate Blackface has repeatedly accused him of stealing the track, claiming sole authorship. Two-Face, however, has maintained that African Queen was a collaborative effort during the time together in the defunct group Plantation Boys and denied the allegation of theft. Nearly 2 decades later, the dispute remains a talking point, reignited recently after Billboard named African Queen the greatest Afrobeat song of all times in August 2025. And I think this is what actually gets him more pissed, because we all see Two-Face Idibia as the owner of African Queen, right? But of course, we don't tend to know what could be the reason for the fight and all that. Maybe he was featured, or maybe they worked together to get that song come into play. The same thing happens in ENUGU here. There was a time 2 artists released a song, one was featured, but because the other one is more popular than the other, whenever he goes for shows and concerts, he tends to sing that particular song and do not give reference to whom he worked with. I think that's where the problem comes from. You know, you don't give accolade to the person you did this particular song with, and you're taking the whole glory. So I think that's where his anger is coming from. It's not that, oh, he's jealous or some sort. Maybe he feels, how come he's the only one taking the glory for African Queen? We worked for this. In fact, it's mine. You know, people tend to remember how they worked their head out, stayed out, getting beats, getting lyrics, and all that. So that's just the issue. Him saying that African Queen has changed his life quite all right, but it has also marred his life. It has caused him more pain and depressed him more than it has actually given him fame and success. All right, Nollywood star Lateef Adedimeji and Tina Mba, alongside 3 Cold Dishes, a movie co-produced by Afrobeat superstar Burna Boy, were among the biggest winners at the 2025 African Movie Academy Awards. The 21st edition of the Continental Film Award took place on Sunday at the Balmoral Convention Center, Ikeja, GRA, Lagos, celebrating some of Africa's finest filmmakers and actors. 3 Cold Dishes clinched Best Nigerian Film and Best Young Promising Actor for Ruby Akubueze. Co-produced by Burna Boy and actress Osas Igodaro, the multilingual thriller follows 3 women from Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Benin who reunite years after surviving human trafficking to exact revenge on their abusers. Adedimeji won Best Actor in the leading role for his performance in Lasibi the Uprising, while Mba earned Best Actress in Supporting Role for The Serpent's Gift. The 5-hour ceremony organized by the Africa Film Academy opened with a lively performance by the Ebony Band. In his opening address, AFA's Chief Executive Officer Raymond Anyam Osigwe praised Africa's filmmakers for driving the continent's storytelling to global prominence. The The 6-member AMA jury presented 26 awards across acting, directing, cinematography, and technical categories, recognizing outstanding achievements in Africa's cinema. Congratulations to each and every person. I'm so surprised that Burna Boy could produce that particular movie. Wow. Congratulations to each and every one of them that received an award at the AMA event and ceremony. All right, moving forward, veteran Nollywood actor Chiwetel Ago has urged women to focus on self-development and independence before getting married. In a video posted on his Instagram on Monday, Ago stressed that marriage should not define a woman's identity or sense of fulfillment. Instead, he said women should strive rather to be mentally, spiritually, and financially stable before getting married. His perspective on marriage comes amid ongoing conversations about gender roles and financial independence in relationships. Ago, who has often used his platform to promote personal growth and self-reliance, said his marriage was aimed at encouraging women to find fulfillment and stability beyond marital expectations. Ago added that ladies should invest in themselves and their dreams or passions. He stated that complete reliance on a man can be a dangerous move. And that's the truth. You know, I don't know, but I think we've grown past that. That's one thing I'm so proud of my generation for. We have more independent women wanting to do things for themselves, be it in a corporate firm, be it in business, anything, be it you being an influencer, you being an ambassador, you being an actor, you know, they find themselves doing something other than the way it used to be then. You know, our great-grandparents and grandmothers used to have this whole mindset that a woman's education or life ends in the kitchen, which is when you've gotten up to the age to get married, you automatically become somebody's wife, and he had to take care of every need you have, right? He had to take care of whatever you want and all that. And trust me, this kind of information, and should I call it doctrine or tradition, most parents still passes on to their daughters, right? They still have this mindset that a man is meant to do all the provision for you. You are a woman. All you need to do is get married, give birth, take care of the house, cook, clean, and all that. A man is meant to do the work. Forgetting that this is 2025. We're in generation either alpha or beta, because we're no longer in generation Z. We're no longer in Gen Z generation. We've evolved, right? So in this generation, nobody is meant to tell you, especially in Nigeria economy, nobody is supposed to tell you that you're meant to find something doing, no matter how small it is. Explore, enjoy yourself, because once you enter into that marriage, you're not coming out. Even though that is becoming a norm now, that most people are not interested in putting in the work and commitment to staying in marriages. But the truth is, it is a long time investment. Marriage is so long. It is till death do you part. So those enjoyment that you need to do it now. Those exploration, those career, that dream, that passion, that skill, whatever you want to get now, whatever you want to get it now. Because when you get into that marriage, there's more battles to fight. Spiritually, mentally, psychologically, physically, a whole lot. So what is this saying? Get yourself prepared right now. Do all you got to do right now, that you're young and vibrant as a youth. He's actually talking to young ladies, but we can generalize it, right? Do what you got to do right now before you venture into marriage. Because if you think, oh, when I get married, I'm going to do this, you're going to be surprised. All right. An exhibition celebrating the life and legacy of Nigeria's Afrobeat pioneer Fela Kuti has opened in Lagos, marking the African debut of an event first developed by the Philharmonie de Paris in France. The Lagos show features 440 items, including personal memorabilia, photographs, paintings, and videos of Fela's performances, Visitors can also sit and enjoy live rendition of his music by other Nigerian artists and even buy replicas of his signature colorful underwear. Lead curator Sheun Ali said the Lagos exhibition expands significantly on the original French version. Fela Ase is widely known in Nigeria, whose sound blended jazz, funk, and West African rhythms remains a cultural icon in Nigeria. In his music, he also lashed out at political corruption and bad governance, making him a symbol of resistance against military dictatorships in the late 1970s. Lagos to this day is a vibrant cultural hub, much like during Fela's lifetime, and the Afrobeat sound, heard everywhere from nightclubs to roadside bars and even at political rallies, has propelled many Nigerian musicians to global fame. Creative entrepreneur and guest to the exhibition, Bayo Omoboriowo, said the activism of Fela, who died in 1997 at the age of 58 from AIDS-related complications, was still relevant today. Take a look.
We see today is an exhibition that takes from what the French initially did, but we've made it 3 times larger. So not only are you going to experience Fela's life, activism and his music, but we're also now adding legacy programming to what we're doing.
I've met a few young people who all they just have is this image of Fela, the hemp smoker and supposedly underpants wearing artist. But this has exposed them to different aspects that they didn't, and I think it will start them on a journey. It's an exhibition that will start people on a journey to find out even more about this man, the artist, the activist, the politician, the musician, the man, basically.
There's a whole lot of silencing, you know, and I think it's time for us to rethink where we are and where we really need to go to. And it's time for us to believe in something. As I walk through the room, I'm like, where is our voice? And can we speak? Are there still people that can speak like Fela? Are there people that can fight like Fela? And are there people that can believe in a cause like Fela and continue to push their agenda till the world has no choice but to listen to them?
I feel like I have a renewed sense of hope about the possibilities of music and its ability to move people into political action. I think for a long time, Nigerians have been feeling very defeated, so it's really beautiful and amazing that we have this moment to celebrate Fela because he represents the tenacity of our people.
3 original paintings of iconic television artist Bob Ross will be auctioned by Bonhams in Los Angeles on Tuesday. In a sale amid at supporting public television stations across the United States. The sales, organized by American Public Television, is part of the largest release of Ross originals ever offered to the public. 30 paintings in all will be auctioned, with all net proceeds benefiting public broadcasting. 2 of the paintings on display ahead of the auction were created on Ross' show, The Joy of Painting, which aired on PBS for 11 years, from January 1983 to May 1994. One painting, a seascape on a vertical canvas, was painted for an instructional book Ross published. The idea for the auction came from John Kowalski, president of Bob Ross Inc. The company that manages Ross intellectual property, brand and legacy. Kowalski was inspired to auction the painting after seeing 2 privately owned Ross paintings sell for high prices. At Bonhams earlier in 2025, she reached out to APT to explore how a larger scale could help offset recent federal funding losses. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. And I think today we'll do a picture that's maybe like we're walking through the woods. And so let's start right here with a little bit of cad yellow with just the least little touch of phthalo green in it.
And then the cabin, which is always very exciting. Viewers love when they want to cover up all the dark, but the dark that you leave is critical. That gives you the depth. And it gives you the shape of the tree. And then forward, 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 forward. And once you have finished this layer, so it was just an idea I had in my head in the middle of the night. A couple of months ago, Bonhams had auctioned off 2 of Bob's paintings, private sellers, not any of our paintings, and they went for a lot of money. And I thought, you know, we could do something. So I got on the phone with American Public Television and asked them, you know, if we did this crazy thing, what would you need to make it significant to sort of help with the shortfall of the federal funds and that sort of thing? And so came up with this idea. No idea whether it would work or not, but little by little put the pieces together and decided really kind of a great idea. And I decided it's probably something Bob would have decided to do if he was still here. So that was like, okay, I'm doing it. Yeah. And the details in it. So incredible, because that is just what would make a seascape. Actually hear the water splashing. Yeah, definitely. And again, the sky. You'll see that this painting is the exact painting of the instructional book that he put together so that people could learn to paint this painting. And he made these paintings. He loved his public television. He loved the platform. He loved the fact that public television feels more like just him and the viewer, that there are no other sort of influences outside of that show up in the transaction or in.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is an interview we had with Kirk Diamond. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Our guest today is a man whose voice carries the spirit of reggae across borders, from the heart of Jamaica to the multicultural landscape of Canada. Kirk Diamond has stayed true to the roots while pushing the genre into new space. A Juno Award winning artist, Kirk's music isn't just about rhythm, it's about revolution, identity, and unity. Today we'll dive into his journey, his message, and his vision for the future of reggae. Welcome, Kirk Diamond, and thank you for joining. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think I can hear you.
See.
All right. So first, reggae was born out of struggle and hope. When you look at your own journey, how Jamaica to from Jamaica to Canada, how have those themes shaped your purpose as an artist?
Well, what I found was that when I got to Canada, a lot of, the Jamaican diaspora was here, and it was almost like we were trying to find identity again, and reggae music has always been the bridge between not only Jamaica and Jamaicans everywhere, but Africa and Jamaicans everywhere, you know what I mean? So the message needed to be sustained. It needed to carry over for generations and generations. And I just felt like I needed to have that voice here where the voice wasn't here like that.
All right. So you often speak about unity and empowerment. What personal experience inspired that commitment to cautious music?
Just, the way I was brought up, with my parents and all that, and we found that, sometimes when I just got to Canada and even before, like every time you turn on the news, it was always, you know, Jamaicans are involved in this, Jamaicans are involved in that. And then when you go on the streets, you realize that a lot of us are having a hard time. So, you know, the music that I try to deliver is one, yes, of unity, but of inspiration and motivation as well to get people on the right side, on the good foot, as they say.
Interesting. So as a reggae artist in Canada, do you ever feel pressure to fit in with mainstream sounds, or do you see your uniqueness as your power?
Yeah, that's always a struggle, when you go to a party or you turn on the radio and the music that is being played isn't sounding like yours. It's almost as if you're not accepted in your own space, so to speak. But I also understand, especially when I go perform live or if I go on tour, I realize the importance of the message of my music, the way fans greet me, the way fans say, how my music has changed their lives or how it has helped them to go forward in certain situations. So that is what really keeps me, well, it helps to keep me on the straight and narrow and keep on doing my thing. Yeah.
Great. So, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
How to say that question one more time?
I said, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
I mean, it comes from having to understand, the culture itself, understanding that where it's coming from, just to have a better way of where to go. You know what I mean? Nothing can stay the same forever. So there's always evolution. There's newer technology now than there was in the 60s when reggae was being created. And we just, this is our time. And just like the next generation after us is going to do something completely different, but it still be authentically reggae. So I don't really worry about that. I just make sure that I do my job.
Okay. Now, the global music scene changes fast. Afrobeat, dancehall, fusion sounds dominate. How does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots? In fact, as a matter of fact, Afrobeat is literally looking like it's taking over. So how does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots?
I mean, it's the same people. Like there's a lot of similarities in both, right? It's just the message at the end of the day. Afrobeats is something like when you go out, you hear the Afrobeats and everybody's having a good time. And sometimes the message in the dance like the reggae isn't the same feel good type of music. You know what I mean? So, everything has its purpose, everything has its place. I have done collaborations with Afrobeats artists, which they till this day is my biggest streaming songs, and I just try to keep the reggae side of the song authentic, just like how, my collaborators keep the Afro side of it authentic. And I think it brings everybody together. Again, unity through music.
Mm, absolutely. You've mentioned being more than a musician, that you see yourself as a messenger. What message do you want to leave behind, I mean, through your art?
I mean, the message is always love, you know. It's always love for one another, you know, never getting too caught up in the stuff that will hurt us, you know what I mean? Nothing unites us more than music. You know, there's no sport, no politics, no religion that unites the people 100% like music does. You know, so when I go to a show and I look out into the audience, there's many different races, many different cultures, all there in the name of music, in the name of love. You know, there's no one cares about where this person is from. No one cares about what political beliefs they have, what religious beliefs they have. They're there for the love of music and the love of humanity. So, you know, that's all that I can try to sustain and keep on pushing forward.
Great, great. You know, Canada is a multicultural space, right? So how
Right.
does the diversity influence your storytelling and your connection with audiences?
I mean, it gives you a different perspective being around people from Asia, whether it's like China, India. Um, there's a lot of, you know, people from Africa here as well. A lot of people from all over the world, you know. So being in what we call a melting pot, you know, we hear the stories and we realize that people aren't as different as it may seem. You know, a lot of us are
Mm-hmm.
having the exact same you know, the exact same experience. So, you know, I speak to that in my music, you know, so yeah. And it makes you appreciate cultures as well and makes you want to travel and see other parts of the world just based on a little small taste that we may get here.
Interesting. I would like to know, how important is spirituality in your creative process and daily life as an artist?
It is probably the most important, you know. I don't do anything without the Almighty, you know, and it's one of those things where I'm not motivated to do anything that's not including my spirituality. That is what pushes me to always want to be good. That is the reason why I don't follow trends and start singing songs about stuff that I wouldn't want my children to hear, or my parents wouldn't be proud to hear me say certain things. So that is a big, you know, a big weight that my spirituality has to carry, and I'm grateful for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, many young artists see you as a pioneer of Canadian reggae. What advice would you give them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends? I mean, you just talked about trends now, that you don't chase trends, right? So
Yeah.
what advice would you give to them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends?
um it's always, you know, seek seek success from your own perspective, not from somebody else's. And I think that is the reason why a lot of us get caught up in trends. We always think that because A wants a mansion and a car and they want the Rolls Royce, that is their version of success. Where for me, it may just be my family is good. We don't have to worry about bills. We don't have to worry. You know what I mean? So you have to judge success from your own perspective. And once you're doing it from your integrity, from your point of view, then you don't have to worry about nothing else. And it's not about money. If you're doing your job, money will come. You just have to, you know, stay true to you and stay true to the work, which is music.
Great, great. Now, Kirk, what legacy do you hope to your name, and what legacy do you think will stand for in years to come?
Um, that I did it from a place where we were told that it was impossible to do it. You know what I mean? Like when you think about reggae music, nobody in the world thinks about Canada. You know, everybody thinks about snow and skiing and Drake, right? And for me to be successful in this place doing reggae music, um, I've toured this country so much times with so much fans that are from Canada. A lot when we were starting out, they told me that it was impossible. I would have to either go back home or move to the UK, and that just isn't the case. So I just, I'm grateful for my experience. I'm grateful for every blessing that I got, and my legacy should be I did it from a place where they said it was impossible, and we were able to speak good music to a people that they said they don't want it.
Impressive. All right. You know, you first won a Juno rather, with Greater in 2018.
Mhm.
Looking back, how did winning that award change your mindset and approach to making music?
Um, to be honest with you, when I won the Juno in 2018, um, it was almost like a relief. Like, you wanted something so bad and you finally get it, and then it was like, what is next? What do I do now? Now that I have this trophy, now that I have this award. And it was something that I've seen a lot of people win it, and it almost became like that was their only motivation of doing music, to get this award and keep on getting this award because of the dopamine, because of that high, as they say, from getting it. And I had to take a step back from it and realize that my message, my purpose is the music, not necessarily the award. But I'm grateful for the award just because it has opened a lot of doors. Um, Especially like what I was speaking about earlier, where being from Canada and singing, or being in Canada and singing reggae music, no one wanted to hear it. And I think me winning the Juno Award, that made everybody pay attention to, like, okay, who is this now? Why is Michael Bublé talking about Kurt Diamond? You know what I mean? Why is The Weeknd taking pictures with Kurt Diamond and all these stuff? So it's like that really helped give me a jolt into the industry to be like, okay, this person needs to be taken seriously. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Now, Reggae Party in 2023 earned you another Juno, this time collaborating with Finn and Cairo McLean. What was it like winning with collaboration, and how does teamwork influence your art?
Um, well, teamwork is always what they say make the dream work, and working with Finn is my producer, and working with Finn is always easy. It's always one of those things where it's like, Kirk, I have this, come to the studio right now. Okay, sir, I'm on my way. Um, and we've always had that working relationship for years, you know. And working with Cairo at the time, I believe he was 14 years old. And, we wanted to see him be the future of reggae music in this country, because he's a born Canadian, but his reggae knowledge is as if he was in the room when reggae was being created. He's a sure a prodigy, as they say. And we just wanted to help him, give him that step forward, and be for him what there was none of that for me, which was a helping hand, a guide, to be like, this is how you do it, this is how you move in the industry, and here is help if you need it. And I'm just glad that it worked out in his for all of us. It worked out in the best case scenario for all of us.
Interesting. Now, your 2024 win for the album Dread solidified back-to-back recognition. What does that consistency mean to you, especially in a genre that often struggles for mainstream visibility?
Um, it was for my own personal. I'm the second artist in the history of the category to do back to back. Um, so that was like a notch to say, well then, I'm amongst greatness, so to speak, where that is concerned. Um, And it just also is a nod to the work that we've been putting in, because believe me when I tell you that when it's recording time or when it's creating music time, I hardly sleep. Like most of the time it is in commute, going from home to studio, and all of this being done while writing two other albums at the exact same time for other artists and myself. So, for something like that to pay off, and we're doing all of this, like I said, while writing other albums, recording albums, doing shows after shows after shows. So a lot of these songs from the Jet album is actually in hotel room or backstage at the concert being recorded. Stuff like that. So for it to pay off, it let me know that the world was operating correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
absolutely.
we put in so much work. you know. Yeah.
So, Kirk, you recently performed at Botswana where you were able to achieve your mission to use reggae
Mhm.
as a bridge between cultures and continents and uniting people through music. Were you able, and how do you feel achieving that particular mission?
Just to just to visit Africa, as you can tell, there's a smile on my face. Just to visit Africa, right? Go return home to Africa. Um, I think just to make the story a story, I didn't sleep the first 3 days that I was there. I was just like overwhelmed, like overstimulated that I was actually on the continent. Like
Yeah.
literally couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. People were asking me if I was okay because I didn't have the words to to speak to anybody. So after this, I have to apologize to people if I made them feel uncomfortable. It was just wow. You know what I mean? I'm the first person from my entire bloodline on both sides to ever return to Africa. And with all of that on my mind, even now, it is just, overwhelming and emotional for me. And getting there and realizing that again, that even though I know what Jamaica looks like, I know how the people act. And it was almost as if I was home. This was just a different part of Jamaica that was, you know what I mean? It made
Yeah.
me, no one can tell me that Jamaicans aren't Africans after that trip because we
Mm.
act identical, right? And,
Yeah.
I know it's going to be even more when I get to Nigeria because they say that Jamaica is Nigeria in the Caribbean.
Ooh.
So, so it's just one of those things that was a blessing in itself. And as far as performing there to, thousands of people and them singing great and them embracing me and telling me how much they enjoyed my performance and they want me to come back. And, like even now I'm still getting text messages and DMs saying, when are you coming back to Botswana? So, just a blessing, you know what I mean? And it's everything will happen in God's timing, as they say, and it surely did. So I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely. Now you have multiple nominations across different years, like Let It Be Done, Tour of, etc., etc. How do you
Mhm.
handle the pressure of being nominated so many times? Does it push you to evolve, take risks, stay safe, or everything that has to come with it?
I think it's more everything that has to come with it because, like I said, when we're creating music, it's not about the awards nor the nominations, right? Um, it's never about that. In the moment of creating, it's always about the creation. Are we doing justice to what we're setting out to do, right? So songs like Too Rough, where we're literally um flipping a Dennis Brown track. Dennis Brown, for those who don't know, is the crown prince of reggae, right? So it's Bob Marley King, Dennis Brown Prince, right? And he has a song called Easy Take It Easy on that exact same beat. And this was an evolution to the rubber dub era, right? The rubber dub era would have been 80s. And I just made it kind of fun. And I tried to to have like the younger generation who may not know about the rubber dub era to embrace it, and they did. They surely liked the flip, and the rhythm made a big comeback in a lot of spaces based on that song. And yeah, like I said, it was about making sure that anybody from that era would listen to it and say, okay, job well done. Meanwhile, bridging the gap with the generation that don't know that music at all.
Great, great. Now, Brampton naming a park after you is a strong community honor. How important are these local recognitions compared to awards? How do they feed into your sense of legacy?
I mean, well, when I found out that was going to happen, I didn't tell anybody actually till it was done because I just couldn't believe that it was really happening. I thought it was a prank that was being played on me because you never hear about anybody getting monuments, let alone a park named after them until they have passed away for many years. You know what I mean? And for me to be alive and to receive that, it was an honor and a blessing that I still give thanks for even till this day. That the city of Brampton, where I live, would honor me in such a way. And the honor came about not because of the nominations and the awards, but based on the message and the music. It's always uplifting. I could go anywhere and perform. I can go to a church and perform. I can go into the dance hall and perform. Like the message is consistent, upliftment and love. And I think that is the reason why they gave me that as a young youth, as they say, that is not following the trends. I'm not singing about murder. I'm not singing about, anything that you wouldn't want your children to listen to. Right. So I think that is the biggest honor.
So, we're gonna play one of your video right now. We're gonna play a video of you performing on stage. So we'll display that right now.
That goes against anything that is wrong in society. If the nation or society has a problem, reggae music is there to try to fix and correct that problem. Do you agree with me? As a reggae artist, we don't condone no evil, no killing, no murder, none of that in our music. So that's why we say things like this. Joshua. Well, state of emergency. People need justice in an urgency. But the front line with the music don't occur. See what currently no silent because of currency. Whoa, hey, what if we throw it up? We're gonna go slow it up. These are the come on, we don't been British and go on. I gotta go on the phone, so show we don't been British and go on the free. So if we burn it down, you know what's my mind. You know what I'm doing on the black mind. You know what
what role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? Maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message and see that we too take music very seriously. We we fuse reggae with jazz, we fuse reggae with blues, we fuse reggae with rock. Like Bob said, roots rock reggae, we do all of that. And the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well, on another day. So, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regard.
Great, great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, but it's never anything that, it's never anything that I take too personally because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know, and I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already, I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one. I love to see the joy, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you
Hmm.
balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past
Hmm.
wins, right? How do you
Hmm.
balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to following Jed or following any other win or anything like that because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on and collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective, either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that, if we're doing conscious reggae, then, you know, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it or you won't be awarded for it. And and that is because, the hype is always so loud. The dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having
hmm
achieved multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win, or project you want to be recognized for?
Um, I have well, like I said, the book that I wrote for the next album, that next album's called Poetic Revolution. And I wrote a book that goes along with the album. So every song on the album is actually a chapter in the book. And I think writing the book, I that is what I want to be recognized for, that I actually made some piece of literature that can be read, that can be held and read. Because I don't think we push reading enough as a culture, you know. So yeah, maybe that.
Just that?
But that's a good question though. As far as awards, um, the Grammy, of course, because once you go there, it is, even though the Juno is the Canadian equivalent to the Grammy, but when you go Grammy, the big one, then now the entire world has to understand and realize that you are making headways with this culture, with this music, that, you know, they need to be taken note of and take notes of not just people that are on the island of Jamaica, but people that are making conscious music worldwide.
Yeah. I was actually expecting you to mention Grammy Award that you did. All right, big thanks to you, Kirk Diamond, for your amazing journey from the Juno wins to representing reggae all the way in Botswana. Keep shining and
Thank you.
spreading those positive vibes. We are watching
I
what's
appreciate it.
next, like your book and the new album.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Yeah, the show has come to an end. I'm sorry I couldn't reveal movie trends to you. I'll do that next week. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure you leave the house. Don't sleep on your bed this time. All right? And of course, follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful stories and conversation only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, NAFDAC orders ban on sachet alcohol. Fire destroys 44 shops, stores at Singla Market in Kano. Thailand to halt implementation of ceasefire deal with Cambodia. And India's Modi vows not to spare those behind Delhi car blast. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has ordered a ban on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachets and bottles smaller than 200 ml, effective December 2025. NAFDAC Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced the directive during a press briefing in Abuja. She said the move follows a Senate resolution expressing concern that cheaply packaged alcohol is easily accessible to minors and contributes to social problems. Adeyeye explained that NAFDAC had previously agreed with industry stakeholders on a phased ban, with earlier deadlines pushed from 2023 to December 2025. However, she stressed that the Senate's resolution is final and no further extensions will be granted, urging manufacturers and retailers to comply. She emphasized that the ban is protective, aimed at safeguarding the health and well-being of Nigerians, and confirmed that NAFDAC will work with security agencies to enforce the ban, set to begin in January 2026. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued a public alert over the circulation of a suspected substandard antibiotic, beta-clox. According to a statement released by the agency, the product contains fraudulent registration details and originates from an unverified source, posing a serious threat to public health. The alert followed a report from a retail outlet in Zaria, Kaduna State, which identified the suspicious product after purchasing it from a distributor in Kano. Investigations revealed that the NAFDAC registration number displayed on the fake beta-clox package actually belongs to mebendazole 500 mg, manufactured by Chi Limited, indicating a clear case of number misappropriation. The fake product, allegedly imported by Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited in Calabar, Cross River State. However, verification by NAFDAC confirmed that the genuine Freeview Pharmaceutical Limited is registered at number 101 MCC Road, Calabar, further exposing inconsistencies suggesting unauthorized use of the company's identity. All NAFDAC zonal directors and state coordinators have been directed to conduct surveillance and mop up the falsified products across all regions. Members of the public are advised to report suspicious products to the nearest NAFDAC office or call their toll-free number. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has declared former Petroleum Minister and Bayelsa State Governor Timi Pre-Silva wanted. In a statement on Monday, EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale said Silva is wanted in connection with alleged conspiracy and dishonest conversion of over $14.8 million. The funds, according to the commission, were part of an injection by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board into Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited for refinery construction. The EFCC secured a warrant for Silva's arrest at the Federal High Court in Lagos on November 6, 2025. Justice D.I. Dipolu granted the order, authorizing EFCC officers, police, or any law enforcement agent to arrest Silva and bring him before the commission to answer the alleged criminal offense. The commission urged anyone with information on Silva's whereabouts to contact its zonal offices, the nearest police station, or other security agencies. As of the time of filing, Silva has not released an official statement regarding the matter. The Lagos State Command has reiterated its intention to arrest political activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore over alleged plans to incite violent protests in Lagos State. The Commissioner of Police, Olohundare Jimo, said this during a strategic security meeting at the command headquarters in Ikeja on Monday. Jimo stated that despite Sowore's invitation, he had failed to appear at the command headquarters. He explained that the declaration was made in accordance with Section 215 of the Nigerian Constitution, which empowers the Commissioner of Police to maintain law and order and protect lives and property. He added that despite an earlier letter from Showore's lawyer expressing his intention to bring Showore to the command, none of them had shown up. According to Jimo, security operatives intercepted a group of about 300 persons allegedly mobilizing to disrupt public peace on Lagos 3rd Mainland Bridge in the name of protest. He stated that 13 of them were apprehended, and a vehicle containing loudspeakers and a generator intended for the protest was recovered. Jimo dismissed social media criticisms of his decision to arrest Showore as acts of ignorance, insisting that his actions were lawful and necessary to prevent disorder. He noted that he had not been served with any court order restraining the police from arresting the wanted activist. Jimo directed all area commanders, divisional police officers, and tactical units to apprehend Showore wherever he is found, except within a courtroom. He emphasized that no individual or group would be allowed to destabilize the state under the guise of a protest. The CP referenced the attempted protest on the 3rd Mainland Bridge on September 8th as an irresponsible act that posed a grave threat to public safety and the economy. An early morning fire has destroyed dozens of shops at the popular Singa Market in Kano State, leaving traders counting huge losses. The Kano State Fire Service confirmed that at least 44 shops and stores were razed in the incident, which occurred on Monday. Spokesperson of the agency, Saminu Yusuf Abdullahi, said the fire started at Abdul Manafi Yunusa House after a distress call was received from a resident, Mubarak Mohammed. He said 25 temporary shops in front of the building and 19 stores upstairs were completely destroyed, but firefighters prevented the flames from spreading to 24 other stores and all shops on the ground floor. Abdullahi noted that rescue operations were hindered by poor road access caused by parked trailers. Fire Service Director Sani Anas, who led the operation, met with the building's head, Ambassador Garba Ibrahim Maimagi, and a security guard who confirmed the structure operated with a single electrical switch. Preliminary findings indicate that a faulty electrical connection in the temporary shops may have triggered the blaze. The Benue State government has reiterated its commitment to resettling internally displaced persons, IDPs, in the state back to their ancestral lands. This was disclosed on Monday by the Executive Secretary of the State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, James Iyorpu, during the distribution of food and non-food items to displaced persons. He was represented by the head of administration, Donald Kombenda, who said the state is desirous of peace to enable the safe return of displaced populations to their ancestral homes. Iyorpu stated that the exercise marks another milestone in Governor Alia's commitment to bringing hope, relief, and dignity to displaced persons. According to him, through this intervention, food and non-food items will be distributed across 15 official IDP camps. Beyond meeting immediate needs, Governor Alia's administration is taking deliberate and strategic steps to restore livelihoods and rebuild communities. He added that in collaboration with partners, the agency had commenced the biometric review and issuance of new identity cards to IDPs in camps and host communities to ensure proper documentation and inclusion. He used the occasion to express appreciation to all international and local partners, as well as sister ministries, departments, and agencies for their continued collaboration. The Nigeria Air Force has killed several members of the Islamic State of West Africa Province, ISWAP, in a series of intensified counter-terrorism and counter-banditry operations across the country. Precision airstrikes targeted terrorists in Malam Fatori and Shuwaram in Borno State, destroyed bandit handouts in Garin Dandi and Chigogo in Kwara State, and hit Zango Hill in Kankara, Katsina State. Director of Public Relations and Information, Ehimen Ejodame, said the coordinated missions carried out on 9th November 2025 marked a critical phase of joint operations under Operation Hadinkai and Operation Fansan Yama, aimed at dismantling terrorist and criminal networks across northern Nigeria. The Osun Civil Societies Coalition has called for urgent dialogue to end the ongoing strike by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, in Osun State, which has crippled court operations since September 19, 2025. In a statement signed by its chairman, Wahid Lawal, the coalition appealed to the Chief Judge, the Judicial Service Commission, and JUSUN leaders to resume negotiations in the collective interest of justice and the public. Lawal acknowledged the workers' grievances, including poor welfare, delayed promotions, and lack of training, but urged all parties to pursue peaceful and lawful dialogue to resolve the crisis. He identified weak communication between JUSUN and judicial authorities as a key factor in the standoff and cited constitutional provisions for mediation and conciliation. The coalition also urged the Osun State government and the Nigerian Bar Association to step in and support efforts to restore normal court activities. Lawal emphasized that a speedy resolution is critical to protect access to justice and sustain public confidence in the judiciary. Up ahead, Governor Uzodimma suspends Enchoko activities in Imo State. Senate moves to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy framework. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma has ordered the immediate suspension of all activities of the Imo State Environmental Transformation Commission, ENTRACO, until further notice. The directive comes after a reported incident in Owerri linked to ENTRACO operations, which resulted in one death and left another person critically injured. Governor Uzodimma acknowledged previous concerns raised by the public over ENTRACO's operational methods, emphasizing the need for a review. The announcement was made in a statement on Monday by his chief press secretary, Ogowike Nwachukwu. The governor also cautioned that the suspension is not a license for the public to disregard traffic, environmental, or other laws, warning that violations will be met with strict penalties. A civic group, Citizen Monitors, has warned against normalizing vote buying in Nigerian elections, following reports of cash inducements during last weekend's Anambra governorship poll. In a statement on Tuesday, Head of Communications, Olajumoke Alawode James, said the election, though largely calm and orderly, was marred by alleged cash exchanges, voter intimidation, and subtle coercion at polling units. Co-founder Adeshope Hatstrop cautioned that treating vote buying as routine risks undermines Nigeria's democratic process and eroding public trust in elections. The warning comes after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Governor Chukwuma Soludo of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, the winner, defeating candidates from the Labour Party and All Progressives Congress. While INEC denied receiving formal complaints of large-scale vote buying, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission confirmed the arrest of 3 suspected vote buyers. Opposition parties, including the Labour Party and African Democratic Congress, also alleged irregularities that they claim compromised the election's credibility. Citizen monitors urged INEC, security agencies, and anti-corruption bodies to treat vote buying as a serious electoral offense and called on citizens to reject monetary inducements and report irregularities to strengthen democracy in Nigeria. Various stakeholders and observer groups have continued to make their reports known in the November 8th governorship election in Anambra State. Among the groups is the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD West Africa, which commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for its performance while calling for reforms. Correspondent Lawrence Wimo reports.
In a post-election briefing in Oka, CDD West Africa acknowledged INEC's achievements, including the PVC collection rate, result upload on the IREF, and a generally peaceful voting environment. In the report, signed by Director of CDD West Africa, Daudu Garoba, and Chair, Election Analysis Center, Professor Victor Adetula, the group said despite the successes, the governorship election was marred by challenges. They identified the late arrival of officials, poor mobilization of voters, absence of issue-based campaigns, and absence of security personnel in some polling units.
I think, like you rightly said, that you are losing on both sides. One, in a system that is not delivering benefit to the people, and on the other side, also a system that an economy that is also losing what would have been gained that day. So if we live in a government or a system that delivers the benefits of voting, that deliver good governance to the people. Even when somebody is stretching his hand to give you 30,000 naira, 100 naira for a vote, you will also say, it is not worth it, I cannot collect it.
The group also noted that vote buying was openly practiced in several local government areas in the full glare of security personnel, with party agents offering cash and deploying digital transfer methods to influence voters. According to them, voter turnout remained low at 21%, an improvement from 10% recorded in 2021, but reflective of deep disengagement, particularly among youths and marginalized groups. They also said women and persons with disabilities faced accessibility barriers and a lack of voting aid materials.
On one hand is the supply side, which is the government that is shutting down the economy for people to vote. On the other hand is also citizens and our interpretation of elections and behaviors around elections. Perhaps it's also because we are unable to be trusted around our behaviors on election days. The fear of violence could be the reason why the economy is shutting down. And I liken that to days of sanitation in our states.
CDD West Africa also flagged the role of disinformation, with 54% of tracked claims about the election deemed false and often targeting INEC, security agencies, and candidates to manipulate public perception.
INEC's operational capacity through timely funding, decentralized planning, and consistent communication. Such operational issues include logistics, mandatory real-time results publication via IREF, early voting for essential personnel, and adequate personnel training.
To address these issues, CDD West Africa urged election stakeholders to prioritize reforms ahead of the 2026 off-cycle and 2027 general election to strengthen Nigeria's electoral system. They recommended improved operational capacity via timely funding, decentralized planning, real-time result upload, and early voting for essential personnel. They also urged stakeholders to prioritize voter education, issue-based campaigns, internal democracy, and transparent financing. The group advocated for sustainable year-round security, tackling vote trading via good governance and civic education, and collaboration between media, CSOs, security, and INEC to counter disinformation and improve communication. From Oka, Lawrence Gwemo, Signature TV News.
Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has dismissed claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria, calling them a deliberate attempt to undermine Sharia law and promote Islamophobia. In a post on his verified Facebook page on Tuesday, Gumi said the narrative of Christian persecution is being pushed by certain groups seeking to portray Muslims as violent extremists. The comments come after US President Donald Trump labeled Nigeria as a country of particular concern, citing alleged attacks on Christians and the government's failure to protect religious minorities, and warning of possible military action. The Nigerian government, however, has firmly rejected any claims of religious persecution in the country. Nigerians have continued to react to the threat by the United States President over the alleged widespread genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Some of those who spoke on the issue suggested a diplomatic solution rather than throwing tantrums on the US strongman. Correspondent Christopher Lele has been following up on the issue and the accompanying controversy.
In early November 2025, President Donald Trump of the United States made a public statement concerning his perception of religious violence in Nigeria. He accused the Nigerian government of permitting a campaign of persecution against Christians and warned that the US would immediately stop all aid and assistance and might go in guns a-blazing to eliminate what he described as Islamic terrorists committing mass killings of Christians.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
He went ahead to say that the U.S. Department of Defense had been instructed to prepare for possible action in Nigeria. The Nigerian government rejected the characterization of state-backed Christian genocide. In a statement, President Bola Tinubu emphasized that Nigeria is a democracy with constitutional protections for freedom of religion, and that portraying it as religiously intolerant did not reflect reality.
We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country. The task ahead is immense, but it's our resolve to move forward with unity and purpose, guided by renewed hope agenda, to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria.
While some people agree with Trump that the claim is real, others pointed out that the violence in Nigeria is multi-layered, rooted not solely in faith, but also in ethnic conflict, land/herder disputes, banditry, and weak state capacity. They warned that framing it purely as a religious genocide oversimplifies the situation. The situation took a dramatic exchange between the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and his deputy Barrow Jibrin, who asked Akpabio if he was afraid of the US president.
You are not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying this time, the Senate President of Nigeria did not answer President Trump. And then that the quotation is meant to cause diplomatic row. It is the presidency that will answer President Trump. It's only then that the Senate President can make a comment. Not somebody sitting in his bedroom to talk nonsense.
Mr. President, Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
In this case, I did not say my mind.
I'm coming. Don't be scared. I can say.
I said
I'm not scared of Trump. I will say my mind.
President of a country be scared?
I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a deputy president. I can speak on behalf of Nigeria. I'm not scared of Trump.
But do not allow others to speak for you.
Don't be scared of Trump.
Get
you
something.
Can say your mind about Trump.
Get something.
We are a sovereign nation.
But get something. Don't allow people to ascribe what you did not say to you.
He did wrong, but he didn't say it. That's correct. You didn't say it.
Yes.
But what
what
you
I'm
decide to
saying is
say,
that
you shouldn't be scared of saying anything.
no.
A security expert and global affairs analyst, Jackson Lekon Ojo, who lent his voice to the debate, noted that the killings affect all religions, blaming Nigerian leaders whom he said have lost values for human lives. Ojo, however, stated that Trump did not actually threaten Nigeria, but rather advised that the killings should be stopped, or he will be left with no option than to protect the lives of Christians in Nigeria by fishing out the hoodlums.
Mr. President Trump said enough is enough for the genocidal attack of Christians in Nigeria, and he advised that he implored the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to improve in their security approach to stop all this genocide against the Christians. Me, Jackson Lekon Ojo, I think I disagreed. I don't believe there was a calculated genocide against the Christians. The thousands of people that died in Zamfara State, almost 90% of them are Muslims.
Ojo advised the presidency and Nigeria to go about the perceived threat from US President diplomatically rather than throwing tantrums, warning that Trump is not somebody to be threatened.
It is just for us to prove that what we are talking is an information. That information may not be correct. It could be a misinformation. I think that is what the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should do. It's not to begin to issue counter threat and others.
National President of the South-South Youth Initiative, Comrade Xavier Oscar, agreed with Trump that Christians were being killed in Nigeria. He called on US President to intervene in liberating the nation from what he referred to as ongoing dictatorship and hijack of security agencies by the rich, leaving the masses to live at the mercy of the privileged few.
I think what Nigeria should be doing right now is that if the US President have decided to look into the case of Nigerians, then I'm quite sure that the Nigerians are happy about it. Why Nigerians are happy about it is very simple. Mr. President, like I said earlier, do not and have refused to prioritize the protection of lives and property in this country. Just recently, our security agencies were dying in the arms of Boko Haram. I can recall vividly how many army or soldiers were killed by Boko Haram. I can recall how many police officers were killed by Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. What has Mr. President done about it? Recently, if not a few months ago, I also watched on the news how many soldiers were crying in the desert when they were being faced by Fulani herdsmen, and they were crying for the loss of their family. Just recently, you know how many soldiers that was buried, that was given a mass burial because of the level of insecurity that we faced recently by the Fulani herdsmen.
Convener of the Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ibogidi, also refuted the claim that the killings were targeted at the Christian fold, saying it is a collective and common problem affecting all religions. Ibogidi, however, believes that the Trump genocide threat will help to reawaken Nigeria's security architecture. The ongoing controversy underscores the urgent need to strengthen internal governance, protect all citizens equitably, and engage in clear communication about the nature of the country's security challenges. In the end, building peace and security in Nigeria will depend much more on sustained cooperation and domestic reform than on sudden external military fixes. In ENUGU, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
In the same vein, financial analysts have attributed Nigeria's recent economic slump to comments by US President Donald Trump, who designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The announcement has shaken investor confidence, leading to a 2.8 trillion naira loss on the Nigerian exchange last week, and pushing the naira down to 1,437 naira per dollar on Monday. Experts say the market's downturn reflects growing fear among investors. Former CIBN President Mazi Okechukwu Unegbu said Trump's remarks triggered panic and halted new investments, but described the dip as a buying opportunity. He urged the government to strengthen local production and tackle insecurity to steady the naira. Professor Godwin Oyedokun also noted that the comments have heightened concerns about sanctions and capital flight, warning that strained US-Nigeria relations could worsen the economy. He cautioned against panic-driven forex purchases or mass market exits and advised the government to open diplomatic channels with Washington to ease tensions and restore investor trust. The Senate is taking decisive steps to strengthen Nigeria's digital economy through a new legislative framework. At a public hearing in Abuja, lawmakers assured that the proposed National Digital Economy and e-governance bill will complement rather than conflict with existing laws guiding agencies in the communications and digital innovation sector.
The proposed legislation seeks to establish a comprehensive digital governance framework and promote data sharing, e-documentation, and interagency connectivity. This is in compliance with the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023. Chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, Shaibu Afolabi, further explained the idea behind the bill.
This law is the comply with the provisions of
People think it's about bragging. As a nation that represents anywhere close to 20%, if not more, of the black nation or the black people, we do have a responsibility to set the direction for how countries across the African continent will develop. If we're able to allow Nigeria to rise, the rest of Africa will rise. And the leadership we're seeing on display today and over the past month, and the last 2 years is an example, of how the legislators will work with the executive, with the private sector and civil society to give Nigeria the future that we deserve.
The Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation raised concerns over certain provisions, urging lawmakers to align the bill with existing public service rules and ongoing civil service reforms. The Senate committee is expected to review all submissions before forwarding its final reports for consideration and passage by upper chamber.
The House of Representatives on Monday commenced a sweeping investigation into the management of over $4.6 billion in health sector grants received by Nigeria from the Global Fund and the United States Agency for International Development between 2021 and 2025. The inquiry, led by the House Committee on Infectious Diseases, seeks to determine how $2.8 billion from the Global Fund and $1.8 billion from USAID, both aimed at combating HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, as well as strengthening Nigeria's health systems, were utilized. Speaking at the inauguration of the investigative hearing in Abuja, Committee Chairman Amobi Oga said the probe was necessary to promote transparency and ensure that international aid targeting Nigeria's health challenges delivers tangible results. The House, during plenary on October 21, 2025, had mandated the former Committee on HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria to investigate the matter. Oga commended the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, for expanding the committee's mandate and renaming it the Committee of Infectious Diseases to reflect broader public health oversight. He said the exercise was designed to scrutinize how these funds were applied, noting that about 90% of Nigeria's disease control programs are financed by foreign partners. He also emphasized that Nigeria must take ownership of donor-funded projects to ensure alignment with national health priorities. The National